Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Welcome back, everyone. Great to have everybody here. Oops, what's going on? Hang on.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are Maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Wow. Still no camera. Okay, so I don't know if you can hear me. You can't see me, and I don't know why. Hang on, folks. If it's not the microphone issues, it's the camera. Stay with me.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarmingly, some media simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
In an ocean of lies a century deep, the truth awaits. Choose not the red pill. Choose not the blue pill. For both are an illusion. Discover the power of M. The power of individuality. We are Mavericks. We are the way to the light. Fear not the storm. Join our quest for truth. Truth will set you free. Maverick News. The world is watching.
We have a camera. Okay. I'll just blame it on the CIA. They're always responsible. Let's just cut to the chase and bring our guest in tonight. It's a big show. Big program. I hate that word show because we try to do serious things here. We have Katey Pasitney from Universal Ostrich Farms joining us. Hello, Katey.
Welcome. Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. We're finally doing this.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming on tonight. Just to in case anybody has their head in the sand and they don't know what the heck is going on out in Edgewood, BC, Katey is a spokesperson for Universal Ostrich Farms, where the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has ordered a cull. They've ordered all 398 ostriches still out there to be killed because of an apparent bird flu outbreak, where you did have some birds pass on.
Yep.
And it's controversial. There are also questions about the research that you've been doing out there, and a lot of emotions swirling around this as well. So I'm so grateful for you joining us here tonight to answer a lot of these questions directly. So with all that being said, the first thing I want to do is just give you a voice and let you just pick it up from there and tell us the story in Reader's Digest version, so we can get into the details and explore.
Sure, sounds good. Yeah, we're here based off the stamping out policy. That is why we're sitting here today and what we're fighting for. That stamping out policies created by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. And this all started in December of 2024. We had some symptomatic animals and we had deaths on the farm, but the symptoms that we had resembled symptoms that we had prior in 2020. And in 2020, the symptoms were the red eyes, a little bit of a cough. We had fatality in 2020. We had 10 ostriches die. We got a hold of our vet. Our vet did a gold standard sample, which was a tissue sample, came back positive for Pseudomonas bacteria, and everybody recovered. They recovered, they got better, we moved on. 2024, we see the symptoms resembled the same symptoms as in 2020, and started doing our own quarantine procedures, taking care of the animals, cleaning their dishes, doing everything that a good farm owner does with your animals. We then called the vet, but because it was in 2024, late 2024 December, there was the holidays, waited for our vet to get back a hold of us, explained the symptoms, and that we thought it was Pseudomonas bacteria again. But before our vet could get a hold of us, we had an anonymous tip go in to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, is what they say. An anonymous tip led to Canadian Food Inspection Agency calling us and said they were sure that we had avian influenza. Talked to them about our symptoms, talked to them about our recovery, talked to them about how we had deaths, but we had animals that were recovering and getting better, that had been symptomatic. Talked to them about more than 3/4 of our farm had no symptoms and no mortality. They at that time agreed that this does not sound like avian influenza. If it was avian influenza, there'd be a large mass of animals dead very quickly. They definitely wouldn't be symptomatic and getting better. And so they asked if they could come out and do a couple tests on the animals. And they're as per the request, they requested 2 deceased ostriches, and that's what they wanted to run the tests on. So we had 2 deceased animals, let them know that we had the deceased ready for them to test. Those deceased animals sat there for about 16 to 18 hours. And then Canadian Food Inspection Agency decided to drive up our road and run 2 PCR tests off each animal. So 2 PCR tests, but 1 off each animal. They did an oral and a rectal swab. And at the same time, we asked them, we said, can you please test some of the healthy animals, all the 3/4 of the farm that has not been symptomatic? They said, nope, sorry, that's not possible. Then we asked if they would test some of the ones that had recovered. They said, nope, sorry, that's not possible. And then they left with their results, and they went to the Abbotsford lab and called us the next day and said that we tested positive for avian influenza, H5N1. There we were put under quarantine immediately by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and they it snowballed from there. So we went into panic mode. We're wondering what was going to happen. They said that they wanted to try to help us and work with us because they knew that we were working on natural solutions for just times like this. So on January 2nd, they did a 5.5-hour interrogative conversation with us by Zoom. And they had top officials on that call and asking us about everything we were doing and the ostriches and the business model and what we were working on. Mm-hmm. At about the 5-hour mark, my mom, Karen, said, are you just just trying to pick apart and gather all of our information from us and our intellect property? Have you decided that you're going to cull all of our animals? And they said, no, we're very interested in your research. We're interested in what you're doing. And this might actually, if this could work, this could be beneficial to humanity and all animals. So
at this point, they had never previously been aware of the research you were doing.
Nope, absolutely not. However, we did reach out to the government, right? Because we were looking to them for funding. We tried to say, hey, we have an amazing project here, and we were trying to get awareness. which was we had no bites on, no
And
interest.
so how did that go? You were looking for grants, I guess?
We were looking for grants. Yeah, we thought we were pitching it to the Canadian government saying this is an amazing economic opportunity. This could be amazing for animal and human welfare and health. We really want to take this further. This puts all the need for harsher things that other farmers have to use, and humans, like different vaccinations. This kind of cuts that away. This is a natural, sustainable way. It's antibodies that we all have. We pitched everything to the government, never heard anything back, but strange enough, right? Just after they were receiving our information, then they had an anonymous tip, which led them to say that we have avian influenza and they want to kill absolutely everything on our farm. Going down the legal channels and the legal battle, we find out that during that 5.5 hour interrogative conversation, when they said that they were interested in working with us, they had already signed our cull order. They already signed our slaughter order to slaughter every animal on this property. So there was a lot of misleading misinformation going through the channels. They swamp an average farmer with nothing and inundated with emails. You're inundated with protocol. You're inundated with paperwork. Another option was that we could possibly fill out this Unit 1 exemption package, which we started to fill out this exemption package. We start reading the exemption package, and the exemption package is for a commercial poultry facility. We are not a commercial poultry facility. We are not for food consumption. So we said, then in this exemption package, it says that it was based for turkeys, geese, ducks, and chickens. Nothing listing ostrich, nothing listing emus or rheas, which we're all in a ratite family. And we explained to them, we said, we cannot fill this package out. It is misleading. We can't answer these questions properly. And they said, no, you have to fill out this exemption package. And if you don't fill out the exemption package, you're automatically in non-compliance. So we start filling out the exemption package. Took a big gulp, sent it in. And by January 10th, we received the letter from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency stating that we do not, and on January 2nd, actually, we got an email saying that we qualify for special rare genetics. That was a very big one because we got excited. Okay, we have special rare genetics. This is something we can use. We can save these animals. We can save what we're working on, and we can keep going and hopefully help this crisis that we're in on a global scale. January 10th, on that letter, they said all of a sudden we don't qualify for special rare genetics, and they, due to their limited resources, that they wouldn't be able to. They were not going to go further with trying to figure that out. And that we didn't qualify, that exemption package didn't meet the standards. And we were to slaughter our own animals by our own hands by February 1st.
Yes, which is standard for them. They do give the farmers that, I guess, option or order to cull their own animals.
It is. It's not really handled. I mean, in a case like this, when you're dealing with something that's serious per se, if this is so serious, it should be not something that's left in the farmer's hands, and we're the experts then to handle the animals and handle everything and the disposal of these animals in our hayfield. But now we're not the experts. So it's not the proper protocol. It's not the proper, they usually move in themselves. They come in with their hazmat suits. They hire vendors to come and take care of the issues.
They can do that. Yes.
Canadian Food Inspection Agency does not show up for the slaughter. It is only the vendor that has been hired. And then they do the slaughter, which is a mass killing they
euthanize the animals. They don't come in and they have to do it in a humane way.
Well, they don't, Rick. So that's why we're fighting.
How would they not do it in a humane way? What are you saying?
There is no humane way to kill healthy animals.
Well, you do it, but you were doing it when you were selling them for food.
Yeah.
Prior to 2020.
There's no humane way to take 20,000 or 30,000 chickens and cover them with foam and suffocate them or inundate their building with CO2, suffering, making them suffer, and making their lungs burn and them suffer and panic.
Did you sell your birds for food prior to 2020?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It was something that we did. And it was all done in a very humane way. It was done ethically and it was done humane. So the cow, just like cows, just like when.
Well, how is it that you just said there's no humane way to kill them, but you were doing it, and now you're saying that the way you were doing it was humane. So can you explain?
We did, because our animals were being used to provide health and better science. And for you, for me, we were contributing to something. These animals are getting wasted. Their animals are going in a dumpster when they absolutely don't need to be suffocated, killed, given CO2 gas, and then thrown in a dumpster unnecessarily.
How did you slaughter your animals?
How did we? We did it a halal way. Yeah, so it was out in their pen.
Can you describe that? Mm-hmm.
No, I don't. I don't know where I thought we were kind of talking about the story of what led us here.
Well, we are, but also language, words are important. And what I'm seeing from the social media influencers out there is, they're not really being fully transparent. I just watched another video, for instance, where they leave out a lot of information, and I'm trying to be accurate, and they euthanize the animals, and killing is killing is killing. When I go to Kentucky Fried Chicken, somebody had to kill the chicken. It's not something that it's an uncomfortable subject, Katey, but it's the truth.
It is. But there's no humane way to go in and kill a whole bunch of animals unnecessarily and throw them all in a dumpster and not use them.
Okay, so
these animals and farmers dedicate their lives.
And there is part of the debate is whether they need to be killed or not. And frankly, I kind of see at this point, and I think you would agree with me because you've sort of said this, it's not just about the ostriches. It isn't just about the cull order. It's really largely about rights and politics at this point, right?
This is very much about, where common ground is stronger than scientific division. And if we use these platforms to create the change that's necessary, and not stop arguing over the existence of viruses and dividing the movement and plays into the hands of those enforcing the harmful policies, just like the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, we have so much more opportunity here to use platforms like yours to create the change and stop the stamping out policy on a global scale that's putting us leading us into catastrophic failure with our natural immunity and our food security and problems going forward.
What happened to the 69 birds that died?
They got properly disposed of by protocol from Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and we have a disposal pile. To their standards.
Where are they?
They're on the farm.
And what was the protocol? How did that happen? People are asking. So this is one of the questions.
The protocol is that we have their hole is 6 feet deep, and 9 feet deep with 6 meters of topsoil on top. And we even go on top of that, and then we've even put stuff on top like rock and things that are heavy because we didn't think that was even good enough. We don't want things digging them up. We didn't want anything getting to them. So we've followed proper protocol in that. We have, and again, we're not addressing the issue as long as migratory birds exist. There will be avian influenza. So killing every animal on the planet is not a sustainable solution. We're seeing farmers are losing their animals. They're losing their livelihoods. They've dedicated their whole life to giving us sustainable, nutritious food in all these farmers. This is generational practices that they've dedicated their lives to you, to me, to my children, to making sure that we have nutritious food. And we're seeing these poor farmers. This has become a bigger issue.
Yeah. So you'd mentioned the ducks, and you're saying is that how your ostriches became infected?
That's what we can only assume. I mean, we are definitely not, we're not scientists, but we have an amazing scientist coming on who's been working very closely with us here at 5 o'clock. And Dr. Pellech is going to be able to answer a lot of those questions. But that is when we seen that we definitely, we had symptoms. We had about 300 ducks that took house in our field. And then we saw symptoms. But again, the more than half of our farm remained healthy. They remained, there was no symptoms and no deaths. Later on, finding out by doing some scientific testing on their egg yolk that we've had for years, we found out that they have avian influenza H5N1 antibodies. So it would make sense now that those birds
you had egg yolk there from years ago.
Yeah.
And it tested positive. From how long far back?
5 years.
So 5 years. And those egg yolks just recently tested positive for
those egg yolks. Yeah, we were able to have, it was great. We were working with Dr. Pellech, and he was able to run that old egg yolk and shows H5N1 antibodies in the egg yolk. Yeah.
So that shows then that they were exposed to the virus like 5 years ago.
They've been pre-exposed by the migratory animals that continue to fly across the world, and they were survivors because they had natural immunity. They have immunity to what they had seen now, and they are strong, healthy, and doing amazing out there.
Right. The CFIA put your farm under a quarantine order. So part of that, didn't that include an order to put up netting to prevent the other birds from getting in?
Yeah, they sure did, which is absolutely, it's not possible. So if we put netting all over, have you visited our farm? Have you been here?
Haven't. No.
No. Okay. Yeah. No, we have quite a large, big, beautiful open space. It's not possible. And if netting was put up all over our pens, we would have wildlife caught in that netting daily. We would have wild birds caught in that netting. We would have it would be a whole different slew of issues with the netting.
There's a blueberry operation, a really big one, about 20 minutes from where I sit. They have netting all over that farm and have for years.
Yeah, we have cherry orchards and stuff that have netting all over all the time, and there's birds caught in those nets all the time. So I guess that's just one opinion, but it's not possible. It's a ridiculous request to do such a thing. Running off 2 PCR tests, highly controversial PCR tests that absolutely hold no merit, and we're being
whoa. What do you mean they hold no merit? Because I've been looking into that too, and I keep hearing that, but that's your opinion, and that's the opinion of Dr. Pellech. But there are a lot of experts who dispute that, and it depends on how they're done. I've had a PCR test at the door of a nursing home, and then there's the kind of testing that the CFIA is engaged in. And
so can you answer me something? Yeah. What's the resisting on doing a gold standard sample on these animals?
What would that be for you? What kind of testing would you like to have done?
Run blood or off one of these animals that have passed, actually do tissue samples. What is the resistance?
Tissue samples from what? From like a living animal?
No, from the deceased ones.
Okay.
What was, so I just answer that for me. Why is the resistance on any new testing from now? We're almost 5 months later. What is the resistance? Why are they resisting doing any new testing?
Well, I mean, I have my own personal views on the
I'd love to hear it. Yeah, just
well, because it's more of a legal and a political thing again than even just a scientific thing, and it's also a question of, well, it's about setting precedent. If they set a precedent where they're allowing a farmer to conduct their own testing, then they have to let all farmers do that. If they
conduct their own.
Pardon me?
Why will they not come out and test these animals? Why are they resisting coming out again and testing these animals again 144 days later?
Because every time you expose people to the birds, it increases the risk of the spread. It also increases the risk of possible infection to humans,
They're
even though
here all
that
the
is in
we-
itself
we have-
rare. So there are
Yeah.
reasons. It's like it's not like they don't have a reason. You don't have to agree with the reasons, and I don't have to agree with the reasons. And I've had lots of, dealings with the CFIA as a journalist over the years, and I don't always like what they do, but I understand the reasons. And I'm just
that doesn't. So to me, Rick, that doesn't make
Yeah.
sense because we haven't even talked about their multiple visits. They've been here 4 times in all their hazmat
Yeah.
suits,
Yeah.
get all dressed up. You tell me why one of those other visits they weren't allowed to. They're resisting the testing to prove
well,
after we.
I gave you,
Here.
some reasons.
Yeah.
I'm not the CFIA, but
Mhm.
I keep hearing people say there's no reason why. There is a reason why, and it's not practical at a certain point to keep testing. Like, how many of your ostriches would you like tested?
Just one? How about if we test one more? How about if we one?
Would that be satisfactory? One more?
Oh, I think we could find out a lot, Rick. Yeah, absolutely. So do you agree that it's okay that we go on a worldwide killing spree and slaughter of all of our animals based off, they don't need tests, Rick. They can come onto your property based off a suspicion and kill every one of your animals.
Well,
So
I ran the numbers. I mean, and if you're at a certain point, it's like it's not a lot different than contamination of tomatoes or a lot of
We're talking
strawberries.
about animals here.
There's
I don't understand.
there's the core of the issue right there. Do your animals have rights? Do your animals have rights? Because I think that's at the sort of the core of this whole thing, right? And then it's also about your rights as a farm owner. And that to me is really what's at play here. The science to me is important, but at this stage in the game, after the legal challenges and everything else, it's coming down to this challenge to the government and what is and the rights. So let me ask you, because it's like this. You're supported by quite a number of groups, right? And one of the groups is BC Rising. So I just watched one of their meetings where they were talking about you, also talking about, just to focus on that for a moment. And my friend Randy Murray, who's been on this program, said those ostriches have a right to life. Do they?
Do they? Maybe we should.
That's a question.
So maybe we should all go and instead of we should use our energy and our time, and maybe we should ask Canadian Food Inspection Agency. It's a great question.
I'm asking you because it's a perspective, it's a point of view, and it's important because that's at the crux of this whole thing. Do these birds have rights? He says they do. I hear that from people.
Yeah. This isn't about, these animals and it's about our farmers have rights. It's about you have rights.
Right. I have rights. You have rights.
It reflects the government overreach and the lack of transparency of what's been going on. This is overreach on our properties.
Is it overreach? See, that's also at the core of the issue, right? So do the birds have rights? And I'm not trying to give you a hard time. This is like a serious question, right? This is what needs to be discussed.
This is great. I'm happy to discuss this.
Yeah.
But I also want you to understand in your audience that every minute we battle these discussions about what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
There are minutes that we are not using with this momentum to create the best change possible.
Well, I think that you've got time on your side at this point because you've successfully delayed the call. In a way, you've got the time. On the other side, if you believe in what the CFIA position is, then they're working against time because they want to cull the animals as quickly as possible to mitigate or minimize the risk of spread. So it depends on your perspective, right? And then with all of that, we've got this question about balancing the need for, in the view of the CFIA and some people, an urgent need to cull the animals versus your rights. And so that's where, things come together like this. That's what your lawyer did. He got the stay. And now we've been through a court battle where you ended up losing the challenge.
We didn't lose. It was just, it was dismissed.
Dismissed?
Yeah.
You lost that day. And now you've got another challenge that you've filed, right? Is that
We
still
we
ongoing?
do. We have an appeal, and we're going for
Okay.
an emergency stay order.
Right.
And again, there's the Canadian Food Inspection Agency that is heavily guided by the World Animal Health Organization, which is the World Health Organization, and the United Nations. We have
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
want to ask you a question.
Sure.
So you're a farmer. You've dedicated your whole life to the animals. It could be cows. Don't take ostriches out of it. Cows, pigs, sheep. You have bloodlines. You have genetic diversity that you've spent years. This is going to be what you're going to generationally hand down to your children.
Right.
This is something that you have dedicated your whole life, and your hands that touch these animals. It doesn't matter if these ones have been raised for meat, if those ones have been raised for their wool. But these animals you dedicate your heart and soul as a farmer into these animals. Now, Canadian Food Inspection Agency comes and knocks at your door one day. This is everything you've got. You're 64 years old, 65. And they knock at your door and they say, based off suspicion, we're killing every one of your animals and your dog and your cat.
Well, hang on a minute.
What do you do?
It's not just suspicion. There's probable cause. You've got 69 dead birds.
You're not answering my question. How would this impact you?
Of course, you're not going to like it. I'm not going to like it.
Rick, how would it impact you? How would that impact you? You've dedicated 40 years, 30 years into this. This is all you have. You're 64, 65 years old.
I do understand.
How would this impact you?
Yeah, and I totally get it. It may not be.
I don't want a politician's answer. I want you to tell me.
I'm telling you. If they came here and if I had an avian flu outbreak in my backyard I used to have pigeons, right? When I was a kid.
I gave you a very clear situation. They come and knock at your door. You wake up one morning. You're in your boxers.
Are you asking me how I would feel if they wanted to kill my dog?
Rick.
Just repeat the question so that I can understand it.
Sure. Let's go one more time.
Sure.
So you wake up one morning. You've got all these animals. It doesn't matter what the animal is. It could be a pig. It could be a cow. It could be your horses. It could be. And this is your life. You've been doing this for 40 years, trying to leave something generationally down for your kids, maybe your dad did this. You've been dedicated your life to these animals. You go out there, you sweat every day, you feed them, you barely make bills. You make bills sometimes. Then you're going to knock at your door in the morning and they say, based off suspicion, they're going to come. They're standing out there right now, hazmat suits, locked gates. You can't go in with your animals anymore. You're in your late 60s. You can't go. You have no say. They're going to kill every animal on your farm, and they're going to kill your dog and cat because they're also on the farm. It's happening. And you have nothing to do. You have nothing to do. You can't do anything about it.
What's the question?
Where do you go? How would that make you feel, Rick? Where would you go? What do you do next?
First of all, they don't just kill the animals out of suspicion. They do test, and they do test. They tested your birds, and there's evidence there. And
you need to educate yourself on the Canadian Food Inspection Agency policy.
Katey, I told you I've had past dealings with them. They went through here and cut down every ash tree years ago. Every single ash tree from Lake St. Clair to Lake Erie.
Well,
and it wasn't. I understand how much power they have.
Understand the policy, otherwise I wouldn't be fighting so hard for the transparency, and the rights of the farmers and the people.
So are you? Deserve the rights. So they say you haven't complied with their quarantine order. Why?
We've done everything we can to comply, Rick. They're a flightless animal. We are 135 kilometers away from a major city. They're bulls. Everything is quarantined. They don't go anywhere. No one's in their pens with them. Yeah. Besides the people that are allowed in the pens, they're absolutely fine. Now, Canadian Food Inspection Agency hasn't done any water samples no soil samples. They've done nothing besides they sit behind a desk and they put out new orders based out of a computer.
Yeah, that's the way you characterize it. You also, I mean, but they've told you to put netting up, which you didn't do. You say that your birds are infected by these ducks, which seems plausible and probable, because the ducks themselves are a reservoir for H5N1 and other strains of bird flu. They, like the ostriches, also are not as likely to die from the illness as chickens, which is, ostriches do not, everything I've read about this and researched over the past month, and you're well aware, and your ostriches are proof of this, their immune systems, their genetics, their size, they're a more robust breed, I guess, or a type of bird, they're less likely to die. Their death rate is lower than chickens. So, but they also can become carriers of the disease, just like the ducks. Ducks are not likely to die, so they fly around and they spread the disease. On your farm, CFIA says that you are encouraging the ducks to come to your farm. Could you address that for us?
So I have a question.
Yeah.
What do we do? So you just addressed it. You made some major, really, really good points.
Yeah.
The ducks carrying around the disease, flying around to farm to farm to farm.
Right.
Our cattle out in the fields, everything. What are we supposed to do with the migratory ducks? What do you think? What do you think we should do with the migratory ducks in the world and all of our migratory birds that are carrying avian influenza?
Study them. You can track them. You can do a lot of things to learn from the ducks. Also, I would say you need to keep the ducks away from your ostriches and your other livestock. And the ducks generally don't come into contact with humans unless you go hunting them, or if you actively pursue them.
On a beach. You never go on a beach barefoot. You never go on a beach barefoot.
Oh, Katie, I mean, the disease is out there, and we are all doing what we can to stop the spread. Now that being said, the CFIA has said that you are encouraging the ducks to come to your farm, which I've seen some people laugh about. So I'm asking you, can you address that and tell me why that seems to be something that you feel is absurd or not true?
So I guess if it's just like you go put some grain out for your cattle and you go, and then there's some ducks that want to go and eat up the little remnants left in your field. Yeah. If that's encouraging them, then that would be their highlight of encouraging them. We don't sit out there with a duck call and hope that all the ducks come into our property. But again, going back to as long as there's migratory ducks in the world and there's migratory birds, and they land in the cattle pasture and they land in all the pastures of the farms with open animals, where every outdoor animal is now at risk because they're exposed to migratory birds. So what should we do? Should we kill all outdoor animals?
I think we should take steps to keep the ducks, to isolate our farm animals from migratory ducks that may be infected.
So you're in favor of no outdoor animals ever anymore.
The CFIA is in favor of putting up netting and perhaps restricting movement or preventing ducks from coming. Are you familiar with Jack Miner Bird Sanctuary?
No, Rick, I'm not.
Yeah. See, there's something we could all learn a little bit about. I've actually got a connection to it. It's not far from here. It's a historic place. They proved that you can change the migratory patterns of geese and ducks. That's what Jack Miner did. Henry Ford used to go over there. It's a really cool story. And it's very cool. My family has connections to them. It's a tourist attraction. Thousands of geese now stop there. People laughed at him too and said that he was crazy, but he turned the place because he put out food and created a safe place for the geese to come. And so he changed the migratory patterns. Essentially, I'm suggesting to you that that's kind of what's happened at your farm, right? Because there's a cool place. Look, birds, it's safe. There's food. We're going to stop. And there's a big pond there, right?
That's fenced off and completely separate from the birds, from our ostriches. Yeah. And at that time,
but the ducks get in and they come in and they get out, and they come in, they fly in and they fly out, right?
But this is the first year we had this number of ducks. And at the time when this exposure was happening, you have to remember our pond was frozen solid. So that was not an attractant to them.
Okay, well, I'm just this is what the CFIA said.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that
No,
we're
yeah.
having the conversation, right?
No, for sure. Absolutely.
And I think, you just said that you still have some of these ducks coming in and out of your farm now, right?
No, we don't. I mean, there might
That's
be a
not what you
couple.
said yesterday.
It's not migratory bird season anymore, so we don't have that influx of the ducks. Yeah, we have still a few ducks.
Just yesterday,
Absolutely.
you said you still have. You just said yesterday that you have 300 ducks that fly in and out of there all the time.
Absolutely did not, Rick. I said
I've got the vid. I just watched the video. Maybe it's just the way it came across, but that's based.
300 ducks that brought this in, and that was in December.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We do not have 300 ducks flying in and out of here right now. I encourage you to come and visit. Honestly, I think you should really come visit us in Edgewood, because I think it would clear up a lot of questions rather than sitting, the screen is one thing. But I think when you get to physically see where we are and how isolated we are and where we sit and how we're dealing with things, I think it would probably a really good experience.
But here's the thing. I mean, you've got an egg now that is 5 years old, and you're confirming through the antibody testing that the birds have been exposed to bird flu as far back as 5 years ago. We also know that your birds are not always inclined to die from the illness. And so they've been exposed and maybe carrying the virus for like the past 5 years. In addition to that, you've been doing,
No,
well,
I didn't say no.
Don't. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah. So
I don't really, It's the energy and the focus in this conversation is one that it's really unfortunate, again, because we have the potential to come together and do something really good for the world here all together. And we can make these agencies and these organizations more accountable and have to be this is overreach at its highest level. I'm getting the phone calls from farmers across the world that are scared because of the overreach and you don't believe, for the fact that you don't believe, which we know in the policy, they can come off based off suspicion and kill every one of your animals. It's right in their policy. Their incompetence and their protocols and their actions. We are fighting tooth and nail for all of our farmers out there to create food security, protect the generational farmers that are dedicating their lives to us, Rick. And it's unfortunate. I don't know if you have neighbors around you that have animals, but I feel sorry for them.
Lots of farms around here. Lots of farms around here.
Yeah. So I'm fighting for them.
Yeah,
that's who we're fighting for now. And we're
what about the chicken farmers who are concerned about the spread of the bird flu and what they see going on at your farm? I mean, it's
really profitable for chicken farmers. Culling has become profitable. So they go in, they kill everything, they get compensation, they wait, they repopulate. Their attachment and to these farms, there's 20, 30,000 chickens in a barn. It's a completely different dynamic than if you were to physically come and you lay eyes on our farm and these animals. We are not putting anybody at risk. This is what we're trying to do.
That's what you say. The CFIA says otherwise.
Yeah, so I guess we have both sides. And you know what? We should be allowed to test. We're asking them to test these animals, test an animal. And that's what we're being met with, the resistance. And everybody's going, why? Why can't we test these animals that have been healthy for 144 days with herd immunity? Why can't we test?
Is it? But how do you know that there's your herd immunity?
We've had happy, healthy animals for 144 days.
What's your proof that they're even healthy, that they're not carrying the virus, or that they're not shedding the virus?
I have, which I know Dr. Pellech is extremely excited to share that information on the scientific level that he can with you here at 5. So
before we get to him, I think it's really largely about the politics.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I agree with you there. That is something we can really agree on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be quite frank with you. I don't like a lot of the things the CFIA does.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just doing my job here tonight. I'm trying to be, confrontational at all. I didn't like what they did when they cut all the ash trees down here. Right. Yeah. And that stuff happens. And the other night, Shadow Davis was on with Anita somebody, and they said, and she was making a joke about a tree pandemic, as though that's absurd, but it happens. Yeah. And they cut down every ash tree from lake to lake here.
did
but
you, I'm just curious and,
yeah,
and like at the friend level or just first person,
yeah,
is there anything that like you can do or that you did for say that tree thing? Did you
yeah.
talk about that online and stuff? Did you talk
Oh,
about
this
that?
was
Just
years ago. I was working at CTV at the time.
yeah.
And
Did
yeah,
they cover it?
I covered it like every day
Yeah.
for weeks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there
No,
was
that's
very
good. That's good.
controversial. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Um,
can
and
imagine. That's awesome you
and
did that.
it frankly, it didn't really work at
Yeah.
all because the emerald ash borer still made its way past what they called the firewall, which is cutting down all the trees. And weeks later, it was in northern Ontario. So
What happened? And then what happened to the ash trees and all that were in that area? Did they grow back or like did what
no,
happened?
I mean because they're going to die anyway, right? Because the emerald ash borer was just devastating the trees. It's still active and it's just ripping through the ash trees here, and it's been
Oh,
going
okay.
on for years. So it's been terrible.
Yeah.
In a way, the farmers, a lot of them wanted to keep their trees. They were going to die anyway. In a way, the CFIA sort of did them a favor because if they had just let them die, all the farmers would have been left with the cost of ultimately removal of the dead
Mhm.
wood, right? Um,
Yeah.
so I mean, but again, it was very controversial. They were going onto people's land, and they didn't want them to, and there were protests, and so I totally get it. I've been down this road in another way a few times,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I get it,
And you
right.
were saying but you were saying like when they did it, it kind of didn't work. Like they went around and they went and killing all these ash trees, but it didn't
Yep.
really work.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, they were
Yeah.
doing about the only thing they could do to try to
Yeah.
stop it from spreading. And you've got the lumber industry up in northern Ontario that they're a lot of jobs and so a lot of things to consider, right?
With
Um,
the ash
but
with the ash trees, would have you considered or did you when you were covering it that maybe they come up with new ways to try to handle it, mitigate the
at
problem
the
rather
time they were trying to develop things, and there was some stuff you could inject into trees, but it was extremely expensive. It wasn't practical to do it on any kind of scale at all.
yeah.
So and even there to try to allow this farmer or that farmer and then mark this tree, and they're working against time to try
But
and
they were
get.
trying
They
to
were
trying to
trying,
come up with
and
different
people
solutions
aren't
rather
people aren't
than the
happy
ultimate.
about things, but
Yeah.
when you're dealing with a bad situation, not a lot of people are unhappy.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
back to the
absolutely.
politics. I just want
Well,
to, the BC Rising meeting again. You're being promoted on there. I think you're kind of part of it. I don't know exactly what your relationship is there. They've been instrumental in helping raise the funds for you and so on. But there was something that came up in that one meeting that I thought was very interesting. It highlights the whole issue of the politics here. And I just want to run this little clip here if I
sure.
can. So this is a new thing that they're setting up called Food, FUD. Not directly related to you. I don't know if you're even
No,
part of this network, but
I don't know this.
but
Yeah,
it's
this is
just the attitude or the perspective, I guess, on government regulation.
yeah.
So that what they're doing is they've set up food. It's like an online network connecting farmers so that they can basically sell food under the table without government regulation, without government oversight. Things like raw milk, right? Where the government, honestly, they kind of look the other way when, say, the Amish are selling raw milk to people, right?
Right.
Person to person. But it's just, I'll just play it and then we can just overlay it onto what you're dealing with.
We had some other people that said, well, I really don't know. I don't really want to put my farm profile up because I'm scared that the government's going to come and, pretend that they're going to be buying raw milk or whatever. And so we said, well, we can screen them. So now we're going to have it where people can look at just having some safety. So when people are making purchases, they know that they're not going to be in a situation of entrapment. And then as I've been talking to all these different people with all kinds of farmstead supplies, we came across a lady who makes PMAs. So a PMA is a private membership association, private members association. And they're having huge success with the Amish who are selling milk. So we've kind of come with like a whole bunch of really great people who are making profiles to show all these different farmers different ways that they can support themselves and have safety and be able to sell things in a club. And I didn't know this, but the Hells Angels are a PMA. The Bar Association is a PMA. The RCMP, that's why they're called members, because they're a PMA. So when you're in a PMA, you can do things that are outside of the public domain. So it's just really exciting. There's just so many wonderful things going on. And so we're really excited to be able to launch food. Yeah. And then what's really funny was when we were talking to our people in India, we said,
by the way, for a local thing, they had a company in India this is the irony in this. A company in India is actually doing the website.
Want to have like a line going across the U to make it sound like food so people would know it's long. And she's like, no, Diana, that's not how it works. It's got to be 2 dots. So I go online and I ask it to AI to figure it out. And it said, well, FUD also stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubt. We're thinking,
really,
how perfect is this?
So it's just weird. Another weird thing and a weird story. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That's all about propaganda, psyops, and stuff. And food, in this case, stands for Farmers Underground Directory. The point being, yesterday I noticed somebody sent me a link to a video you were on, and you were talking about setting up a network where you basically also would be like not
us
working separately. That's what you said. That's what you said. We need to set up our own network and have our own protocols, our own, and I'm paraphrasing here, but our own response to these kinds of outbreaks, right?
No, I was said that we should come out with different outbreak responses where there should be not wildlife and Canadian Food Inspection Agency. There needs to be something in the middle that bridges the communication between both of these sides, because we're not dealing with the migratory bird issue, but we're eradicating all of our farms. I've never talked about becoming our own entity, or I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I don't know.
I'll play the clip. Here, hang on. And I'm not trying to burn. It's a perspective or a concept, right?
We're not. So I haven't. But and I can explain my thought process through what I was meaning, just like what I said. So absolutely. We've got bombarded with people about private members association, about contractual law. We've got bombarded with all of this information. And every day we're just trying to, we're going about this legally with our lawyers and just trying to make the best changes possible out of using this challenging time to make the best opportunity for all of those that are directly being impacted by the stamping out.
I lost I clicked on the wrong thing on the freaking video, and I've got it here.
Do you see?
I'll come back to it. But this is the thing, though, right? It's like people in a lot of these groups want to set up sort of like a parallel system.
Yeah.
And right. And
yeah.
And that's really kind of what it comes down to. And you kind of want to fly under the radar. And I just read a Substack from a friend of mine who's a Freedom Convoy guy. And he's saying, we don't want to engage in any licensing with anybody. So for instance, did you get a license to do the COVID research?
We're not those people. We do not want to fly under the radar. We've been trying to work with the government. We invited the CFIA to come and do the testing. If we wanted to fly under the radar, I don't think we would have invited them to do the testing. If we wanted to fly under the radar, we wouldn't have been in the legislature. If we wanted to fly under the radar, we wouldn't be sitting here putting ourselves out there like we have. We want to create change in the policy that is going to better farmers. It's going to better all of us. And that's all we're trying to do here is a stamping out policy that's been in effect for 24 years. Policies are meant to be changed. They're meant to be revisited, re-looked at, and look to see how we can better the system. And that's all we're trying to promote here.
Okay. Did you get a license to conduct the COVID research where you were injecting the COVID antigens into the birds?
When we had Pellech will talk all about that here in a couple minutes. I just sent him the link. He said he never received it.
Okay,
which
I
is
didn't
great.
have I didn't have an email for him, so I was.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah.
And did you have
Um,
Jeff said you were letting him on too tonight, and
I sent
you,
the email to him as well. Yeah, I did.
yeah, I said
Yeah,
he's
so
waiting.
we'll bring them on, but I wanted to make sure that the first hour was just for you.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
appreciate
at
it.
least the
It's
first
been,
hour.
like I said, I didn't really get to, you didn't really give me, I guess, a chance to finish just how, what led us here and kind of what happened, but it's been very good. I appreciate coming on, and I appreciate being able to talk about this.
Yeah.
We're busy trying to.
So I come back to my question. Did you get a license to conduct the COVID research?
We were working with the president of the Kyoto University, who has the
But
patent.
did you get a license from the Canadian government of any kind, any kind of permit?
There wasn't one. No, but they knew of our research.
How did they know about your research?
Because we told them about it.
You just verbally told them? I know you said you applied for some grants.
Oh, we've sent it to everybody. We sent it to try and get funding. We tried because we knew that we had something that was going to be super good for animal and human health. So it was not, again, flying under no radar. It was very well open and very aware. Everybody knew about it.
But did you put in an application for a license?
Oh.
Oh, any reason why?
Because didn't even, everybody was already open. We talked about it. We were talking to our MPs, knew about our research, our ML, everybody knew about the research. We were trying to get.
Did they know you were injecting the birds with COVID antigens?
Yes, absolutely.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So you had politicians, MLAs who knew what you were doing out there. Did they know you didn't have a license?
This is did they know? Yes, everything was transparent. What are you talking about? Absolutely.
Well, because it just seems odd to me that kind of thing would be going on without a
scientific research.
And I did hear Dr. Pellech say that they were involved in research with you, and that's why I'm kind of wondering.
We use chicken antibodies all the time. We use antibodies are nothing new. This is something. We have the opportunity to do something so good, and it's really sad.
How would you use these antibodies?
Yeah, in nutraceutical products. So something just like a nasal spray or a lozenge, and you're just getting antibodies in your body, upping your antibodies, which you're surviving with right now. But anyways, we'll let Pellech talk more about that. If there's any more questions.
One other thing. There was a young lady who came up with. Sorry, what's that?
Nothing. Yeah,
I'll bring them on, and right after this question, I'll bring these other guests in because it is the top of the hour now. There was a young lady protester out there who released information about a big U.S.
Sorry, I'm trying to get Steve Pellech. This is not
a big U.S. donor. And I know that you've been working with you were in touch with Mr. Castamatidis, billionaire, donor to Donald Trump, owner of WABC Radio. You were on his radio program. He seems to have, connected to RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz and Dr. Bhattacharya possibly to this whole thing. So I'm curious.
Are we funded by some billionaire?
Well, that's what she said. She said that you have a generous U.S. donor who is helping to, cover the costs of a lot of this stuff that's going on with the protest.
Sure. There was one generous, nice donor from the U.S. and absolutely. And he donated about $10,000 towards food.
Yep.
Food for people that wanted to come and support us here. And that was a lot. He said, this is for food. And so thank you to him because it was absolutely amazing. Are we funded by John Catsimatidis? No, he's become like a generous, kind grandfather of advice. I've learned so much from this man. He is so kind.
Yeah, so who gave the 10,000?
I'm not releasing that gentleman's name. I don't know if he'd be okay with that. Yeah.
Right. No. Well, could you ask him if it would be okay? Because with everything going on with politics, and this being very political, and because we have the intervention of RFK Jr. into this,
I'm not going to
highly political.
I'm not going to cross people's personal for the privacy of that person.
Right.
I'm not hiding that little bit of that money that went to food for supporters, but I wouldn't.
$10,000 is nothing to sneeze at. That's a pretty substantial sum of money.
Yeah. If you said to me, without me contacting that person and asking that person if it's okay that his name is released, then I'm not going to release that. That's me being, that's respect. This is
well, but when we're talking about
if you
something
told
that's
me,
highly political and we're talking about possibly even foreign intervention, or some say even interference into a political matter where it really kind of undermines the authority of a major federal Canadian agency,
I don't
organization,
think
then I mean, you're asking for accountability and transparency from the government and these agencies, and I don't think it's unreasonable to at least see if there might be some level of transparency on your side as well.
What's your granddaughter's name and where does she live?
My granddaughter? I don't have a granddaughter.
Do you have a daughter? Where do you live? Where's your address, Rick? What's your home address?
I'm not asking for his address.
No,
I'm asking if you can name, or if you can even ask the person who donated if they would be okay with the release of that information for transparency.
And I will ask that gentleman, no problem. But I'm not going to show disrespect to somebody who's without asking somebody.
I'm not being disrespectful, and I don't think that it's disrespectful to ask. Okay. I'm just asking for transparency because
I said absolutely, but I'm not giving it to you right now because I have not had the chance to ask that person. There's no hiding it, but I'm not going to go and give out a name without asking that person. It's okay that I've given out his name.
Sure. And that's fine. I'll leave it with you.
Yeah. No problem.
Let's bring these other gentlemen in. Are you ready for our other guests to join?
Yeah, sure. Because I have 20 minutes. I got to be on with a lawyer here right away. So
okay, let's see who we have here. We have Mr. Jeff. Hello, sir. How are you tonight?
Well, thank you for finally letting me up, Rick. There was many moments that you were kind of backing Katey into the corner there that I would have loved to have been able to
well, you're here now, sir, and I made it very clear before any of this took place tonight that the first hour at least would be devoted to just her and I, and that is exactly what we've done. It is now exactly 5 after, and that's not even quite an hour of discussion. So I've lived up to my
one quick question for you, Rick. On the last question to Katey, isolating the fact of this particular donor, your concern from your show when you were with David the other day was that this donor could potentially be John, potentially could be RFK, one of these high-profile people you speak of. Let me finish, Rick. Yeah, sure. So if Katey is telling you that it's not John, it's not RFK, and it's not one of these high-profile people that you're insinuating it possibly could be, isn't that good enough?
I'm asking a question.
Well, if it's not one of those people, isn't that enough to say, well,
no,
that's where your concern was. And I heard the conversation with David, and that's what you guys were speculating. Particularly David was speculating.
I would like to know who it is, period. I'm not, if just because it isn't one of those people is kind of irrelevant. We know that it's matter if someone is donating for food. And we've got a lot of concern about a lot of things.
My question is,
I've left it with
what
Katey.
does that do for you, knowing this individual's name if they're not a high-profile person? They just happen to be a rich person who donated money. I'm not getting.
Well, then that would tell us if it's political or
why
not.
that would be important.
And if it's not political, then that's fine too.
Okay. Just a second there, Jeff. You made a comment to say I was pushing for that.
No, I said in your guys' conversation, you were speculating who this donor might be.
You said I couldn't care less.
Yeah, you were definitely in the conversation with Rick. We can watch the show over.
Because Katey cleared it up and said that Mr. Castamatidis is not the donor. So that's cool with me.
I couldn't care less who that donor was. I didn't even know about that video till Rick brought it up. That's not my concern.
Well, you and Rick were talking about the donor because you were on the show with Rick. He played the clip of Jeff, the protester who was at the farm.
No. You said
See,
I was
Katie,
asking.
this is why I wanted the first hour to be with you, because it just turns into this when you
I
put
don't
more
know.
people in it. It's okay.
You know what? I don't know. I think this is all. It's been fun conversation. I'm
Yeah.
open. We're open to the talks. We want people to visit here. We want people to see how we live. We want to know. We want people to see what we're fighting for. The platforms. We have so much power all together to create positive change, and this breaks my heart. Honestly, I wake up. I've dedicated 6 months of my life. We've had 35-year-old animals out there. I'm fighting for what's right. And this is shameful. This is embarrassing. Not for me. This isn't what we have so much more.
Well, Katie, you know, you've got, let me tell you what I see. I see you bringing a lot of social media influencers out there who are spinning up a particular narrative where they're leaving out a lot of information. They're only telling part of the story, and that's not truth, and that's not transparency. And I could run a video that was just put up recently, again, spinning a narrative where a lot of this information is simply not being included. And that's not being truthful to people, and people have concerns as a result. I'm asking real questions. I told you I would, and I'm being respectful. I'm not just sitting here repeating a narrative. I'm asking the questions that other people weren't asking, and David's been asking some as well.
Can I just ask Katey a couple of questions? You've put up in the last 3 days, you've put up some specific items calling out the CFAA, and to be perfectly honest with you, if you'd followed me for the last 5.5 years, you'd realize I've been fighting against the government on an awful lot of stuff. While you were actually working on producing stuff that would have actually, I would have been fighting against you, frankly, particularly in the COVID stuff. But let me just ask you a few questions on what you've posted recently. You've put it up. You're the social media person. You put up that the email from Dr. Sakamoto to Karen and David. That's specific. It's only a snippet from it. I've tried to explain to people why that would be. I understand why that would be. But it says in there that students and faculty members from the Japanese university came to your farm and injected the birds. Now, your mum has said that she injected the birds. She made that statement in 2021 and then also on Rick's show. So I'd like to just clarify who injected the birds, with what, and when. It's not a technical question. It's not a Dr. Pellech question.
That again, for me, I don't know the years. I don't remember what the years were that it was done. But it was the Japanese students and my mom working together to be hands-on. My mom, we have a rare situation with our animals because they've been touched every day. My mom can walk amongst almost 400 of these ostriches. So they work together.
Was it last year?
No, I don't know if it was last year or not. Honestly, I honestly don't know. I don't remember. My mom would have to give the date. I'm sorry.
So, but it's been happening for a while then.
It's been happening. We've been investigating into this research for since COVID. Yeah. So it's been
so you've had students coming over from a Japanese university and injecting birds.
No, not over a study. No, they were here. We had students here once or twice. That was it. Yeah, they came over and they were showing us what to do. They were teaching us. They wanted to go walk amongst the ostriches because they've never got to walk around this many ostriches. We took them all around Kelowna. We showed them all around BC. It was different then.
And the things they were injecting into the birds, did that come from Dr. Pellech?
Dr. Pellech, he does. He has all that information. Yeah.
No, not the information. The material that they were injecting, did that come from Dr. Pellech or from?
No, that came from Dr. Tsukamoto. That was Dr. Tsukamoto's patented.
So they brought it over from Japan.
That was yeah, and it was all through their professionally.
The dead COVID virus, as your mum called it.
It isn't again. It's not the dead. Dr. Pellech will explain that. Because
it came from Japan.
Out of my wheelhouse.
Okay, but it came from Japan.
Yeah.
And in yesterday's update, you stated that you sent material back for them to do the scientific testing in Japan. Did the students take it back with them, or was it couriered?
No.
How did it get to Japan?
I don't know how. I honestly, again, that's a question for my mom. That's a question for my mom on how that got.
I mean, if you're making statements,
you were getting this from.
No, I don't know.
You're sabotaging you.
Yeah. I thought we were going to have a really, honestly, I thought we were kind of having a chat, Rick. We had a talk on the phone, and you made it sound a lot different than this. And this is, if anybody wants to reach out to me personally out of your audience and you want to have a really good discussion, I welcome that. But Can
I ask one question on today's update? Can we ask one question on today's update?
No.
So you don't want to be transparent.
Katey, I did not sabotage
with all
you.
due respect, guys, you keep bringing up the scientific stuff that Katey was very clear that she didn't want to discuss without
Mr. Pellech can join us. He's not in.
Hi there. Hi, my name's Jim. How are you? I'm glad that I'm here.
Would it be too much to ask that we just keep the scientific question until Pellech is on?
We didn't arrange for Jim to come on tonight.
So today, the update was about the CFAA quarantine. It's not a scientific question, it's the quarantine. And
I honestly haven't seen the update of today, so I can't speak on that. I was working today, so I can't speak on today's update myself.
No, today's update is
I haven't seen that myself. I was working all day.
Take a quick look. It'll take seconds. Just take a quick look. It takes seconds. It talks about.
I mean, if it was out of Katey's mouth in her update, it would be inappropriate for me to respond on you asking what she was. She doesn't
want to answer the question, and now you don't want to answer the question either.
Well, I don't even know. I don't know the answer to the question. With all due respect, David, because it's something you said that she gave in her daily update. Correct.
So what was the purpose of you coming on the show then? Oh, I mean, to answer questions.
So, I think, Rick, you kind of talked about a lot of things along the way, and I think they were very great points. You made a lot of good points. But, you never really got a chance to discuss the points. You brought them up to Katey, kind of tossed them around, and then you kind of flowed into the next subject. But, you brought up some good points. You said, do these animals have rights?
Right.
Very simple question.
I'd like to have a quick discussion.
They do have rights, actually. If we look at the Animal Safety Act of 2002, absolutely they have rights falling under the Animal Safety Act of 2002. Every animal in our country has those same rights in Canada. So yes, they do have rights.
I would dispute
as far
that.
as just simply answering that question, right?
They don't have rights.
Well, they do have rights. Have you read the Animal Safety Act of 2002?
No, but if you want to forward it to me, I'll certainly take a look.
Well, I mean, it's public information, it's public record, right?
So please, explain.
David, have you read the Animal Safety Act of 2002?
I have, and I actually work with the SPCA, and the rights are actually the owners,
right?
And the rights are for the animals not to be abused, which actually covers the owners themselves, not just other people. It's not
owners
right.
And not just other people, but it can include other people also.
No. So
it can include other entities.
Again, the animals are not the ones with the rights. The owners and animals in Canada.
Well, the owners have the right to advocate on behalf of the animals who cannot advocate for themselves.
That's a different thing. That's a very different thing legally. In England,
this is not England.
I know. So here in England, animals are treated as animals. In Canada, legally, they're property. You would actually get charged with the destruction of property when if somebody destroyed an animal. It's actually property.
And Jeff, there are. I addressed this earlier. Yeah, and if you abuse an animal, you can be charged for doing that.
And if you kill an animal unjustly, you can also be charged with that.
But it's not because the animal has rights. It's because our rights are limited because we as a society want to make sure that we're not
Would you agree, David, that if you killed an animal unjustly, that would be considered a crime? According to what you just said.
One of the things I don't agree with is halal slaughter. Now, Katey says that's actually the mechanism of slaughter that she's been using for all the time before they turned it into a research lab. All their
now, can I elaborate on what you said there, though?
Let him finish, and then you can go, Jeff.
Do you understand what the requirements
No,
are?
I totally, David. You know me. Like you've been in my groups for years. Your wife and you have been sharing your data with me, getting me to share it in my networks for 5 straight years. You know this. You know who I am. We've actually had words recently, actually, David. So yeah. When I asked you not to contact me anymore through Messenger. So I know a lot more about your research than you probably think. You and your wife, your wife particularly, used to send me your research nonstop, ask me to share it in my networks. Karen used to send me that information all the time.
I know who my wife is. This isn't about her.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I'm very aware of what you're saying and your knowledge and what you're talking about, because I have followed you. I actually respect a lot of your research that you do, actually. Now, when you talk about how Katey and her family have used methods over the years in order to call a bird, this is important, David. Please.
Having rights. You talk about animals having rights. That was your whole point in starting this. And I said, hello, I have an issue with that. Katey says that's how that she slaughters. Because again, don't forget.
So now let me elaborate on your point. So you said slaughter. Now I have a
Jeff.
He's finished. He made his point. He made his rebuttal.
He didn't finish. He wants to talk about the halal slaughter method.
No, but I want to address his point. I don't want to get into the next subject. I just want to quickly address that one point.
Tell you how it works.
Well, I want you to explain to me how you compare killing an animal ethically for food, how you make that same comparison when it comes to killing an animal out of speculation of illness. See, when we kill animals for food, they're serving human beings a purpose. They're nourishing our body. They're providing us with substances. We are not wastefully disposing of life. Now, how can you make that same correlation when we're talking about potentially killing birds that might not be sick? How is that the same as when we kill animals to sustain ourselves?
Well, let's get into what you didn't want to do. You said we couldn't do, talking into the technical side of you saying.
No, I want to know what your opinion is, David. What your opinion is on that, because you made the statement. Do you see that comparison as being the same?
I'm happy to answer that in a moment, but let David say what he wants to say, and then we can get into that.
So this isn't about my opinion. This is about what the CFAA rules.
Well, you made a statement, though. You said you asked.
Just let him.
You talked about Katey specifically.
Just let him say what he's going to say.
So David, you said this to me yesterday, Rick. David has a bad way of going way off, and you actually complained about it to me yesterday.
I didn't complain about that.
Yeah, you did, my friend. Yes, you did.
I didn't.
You said David has a way of going kind of off on his own thing. So he basically compared.
You're taking that.
The comparison was calling the birds for a medical purpose is the same as what they had done before. They were slaughtering animals all the same.
No, I never said that. I said she's now saying we want to keep the birds and we want to save the whole purpose of this is the title of the whole farm's marketing policy right now is save the ostriches. You do understand that during the last 5 years, while they've been operating a research lab without any licenses, which Katey has confirmed today, operating with a foreign national government through the Kyoto University, injecting these animals with foreign pathogens, that seems to be okay with you. That you're fine with
I'm not even talking about that. I mean, now we're getting into the next level. I was really just bringing up the point of the comparison of slaughtering animals for food and slaughtering. You said you didn't have a problem slaughtering the animals before, correct? But when it was for food purposes.
Did you actually? I don't have an opinion, and it's irrelevant what my opinion is as to whether I support slaughter. I certainly don't support the mechanism of slaughter that she described. I don't subscribe to that at all. But I do subscribe to when it is necessary for animals to be put out of their misery, whatever words you want to. I've had to hold my dogs in my hands while they were put down. I will never, ever support the suffering of an animal. And I will never support the abuse of an animal. I don't experiment on my animals. And I don't support that by anyone, any government.
Well, with all due respect, David, I mean, human beings since 100 years at least have been, we have very limited ways to study viruses, to accurately do these things. And one of those things that we do as human beings is we use animal specimens and animal research to develop the better good of
and that animal was destroyed at the end of the experiments. That is standard practice. That is the
not in every situation.
Yes, it is. If they're experimented on within the mechanism that has been described by Katey, where in Canada it requires BL3 biosecurity requirements. That's not happening at the farm. That is the standard. And it's
but that is not the reason for the call order.
I'm not interested in the reason for the call order. I started looking at this because of what's been happening for the last 5 years, and the fact that somebody at that farm, and now foreign nationals have been coming onto that farm, injecting those birds with highly pathogenic zoonotic viruses, and then selling them on into the food system. These are all.
That's actually inaccurate. What do you mean selling them to the food system? See, the other day, let's talk about.
Now I don't have
Go to Katey's Facebook.
For her, you specifically said in your guys' talk yesterday, or not yesterday, sorry, I think it was 2 days ago. You brought that very point up, and I appreciate that point. You brought up the point of they were doing this and they were feeding these birds essentially to people to make it simple, right? Is kind of what you were suggesting. Now, do you have
do you
have sort of evidence that suggests that while they were doing these experiments, that they were selling the ostriches for meat?
Since they've done those experiments, yes. The evidence, I don't have to produce the evidence. Katey and Karen keep producing.
I don't recall. Can you show me something where she said that since then they were selling the birds for meat?
So she said tonight the experiments have started in 2020, correct? That's what the operation has been.
Specify the last date meat was sold by the.
If they're injecting them as lab animals, with foreign antibodies, with foreign antigens, not antibodies, with highly pathogenic zoonotic viruses. From that point on, those animals and the animals in direct contact with them can never enter the food chain.
Well, I ask you, you have some concrete evidence that those animals were sold for food at that point.
Okay, you agree? You actually are agreeing with that?
Sure. I'm asking you a very simple question, David. Do you have evidence that these animals were sold for food after that point?
Yes.
Yeah, Katey, we do.
What is
on Facebook?
You say you have evidence, but what is that evidence? People talking online, or what is the evidence?
Facebook page. Katey's Facebook page.
Where on the page does it say after we injected these animals? Because Katey just specifically said she's not sure of dates. Both of you heard that.
So you're saying they didn't start injecting them till after April 2024?
I'm not saying any dates myself. I'm just asking you specifically if you have concrete proof.
Jeff, if I may, we showed a post where they were promoting an Easter event at the farm, where they were encouraging families to come out so that they could purchase eggs so the kids could decorate them and then take them home to make omelets. And you could purchase them, I think it was for $25, if memory serves correctly. And this was from last year. If my memory serves correctly.
Well, I won't argue with any actual fact. My question is, we're making statements like these birds were given antigens and then butchered up and sold.
They stated, Karen, in her first interview with me, said that all the hens have been injected. Not only that, I've got another. I'll show you something else. I'll show you something else.
Birds as meat birds after the fact.
The eggs are also where the involved in this. So if I would say proper protocol would dictate that you don't sell the eggs or the meat for human consumption from any kind of animal that's being used for an experiment where they're being injected with pretty much anything. I think that's, first of all, I wouldn't want to eat it. So secondly, I don't even know if that's legal. But maybe Dr. Pellech can answer the question.
I'm wondering, because earlier you were sold for meat.
Have you read the court documents?
Yes, I have. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So where they actually state in the court documents as late as December 2024,
Pellech, let Dr. Pellech, now that he's able to talk, I think Dave, he would be a better direction.
And I want to apologize, Dr. Pellech. I didn't have your email address, so I do apologize. I thought that it would be forwarded to you when I sent it to Jeff and Katey. So if that was a problem, I do apologize.
I didn't have email address myself, so I couldn't get it to him.
Well, he's here now. So welcome, sir, and thank you so much for coming on to help us with this tonight.
So enough of our debate. Let's let you guys let's hear what Dr. Pellech has to say and your questions towards him. Right? I mean, we could go around in circles for an hour over knickknacks and how things are just in our interpretation of things. I guess, David, there was a lot of speculation involved with you had some facts a couple days ago, and I appreciate your facts.
All I've got is
facts. There was a lot of speculations. You went to the point of saying this is the new Wuhan. I thought that came out of your mouth. I actually recorded it. So there was a speculation.
No. I said it's like the new Wuhan. That's what it could be. It's an analogy. Do you understand what analogies are?
Yeah. I know what an analogy is.
Who are you?
Some facts and then those facts with speculation.
Okay, well, let's dial it down. And hello, Dr. Pellech. Thank you.
Hi, Rick. Thanks for having me on your show. And I think I can clarify a lot of the misconceptions that I've been hearing for the last 20 minutes as I've listened and tried to connect. One thing that I should clarify from the start is it's not all of the birds that were actually essentially vaccinated to produce the antibodies against the spike protein in particular of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And no virus was actually injected into these birds. What is injected is actually one of the 28 proteins of the virus. It's a recombinant protein, which means that this is a protein that's artificially produced, most likely in bacteria, using the gene from the virus to produce the spike protein, much as the RNA vaccines that people have taken to produce the spike protein in their own cells. This was not done. What was actually injected was the actual protein itself. And this is how you get an immune response. And then the antibodies that recognize the protein will therefore recognize the virus in the future if the animal or a person is actually infected by the virus. So there's no virus that's injected in these birds. On the other hand, most of the flu shots that people have and most of the vaccines that people take is them being injected with live virus. But these are attenuated versions of the virus. They're weakened, so they don't produce the disease. They replicate very slowly.
Well, I don't think that's quite accurate, is it? You said they're injected with a live virus.
They're not injected with a live virus.
No, I'm pretty sure what you just said. So I just want you to, if you could clarify that.
I'm just clarifying that people, when they typically get vaccinated against many diseases, they are being injected with live virus, but it's a very weakened strain of the virus. And generally they do not get sick. It happens on occasion, but very rarely. And so then they develop an immune response against the virus that protects them from future infections. But the situation with these ostriches is completely different. These are injected with an actual protein from the virus, but no virus. And that protein cannot replicate itself. So only the amount that the bird's exposed to is, and it was only hens, I believe, that were injected, and not all of their hens. They had, I think at that time, about 450 ostriches on the farm. So it was a subset of those.
Well, Karen indicated otherwise. She said that all of the hens were injected.
I suspect she's confused.
She was in error? Okay.
Yeah.
So, would you like me to call you Dr. Pellech, Stephen? Just as a respect, how would you like me to address you?
Oh, Steve's fine.
Okay. My brother was Steve. So, you say that they were injected with something, a specific part of, a
portion of the
recumbent. Yeah, and I do understand that the actual science behind it.
Right.
How do you know that? Did you actually produce that?
I was an expert witness. I had no association
I know.
Prior to the court case. I was involved because I'm a professor at the University of British Columbia Department.
Yeah, and you were the expert witness. You were the expert witness for Sheila Annette Lewis and for also
right.
for.
So I interviewed the farm and I reviewed the materials that the farm had produced, which was some of the collaboration they had with the university in Kyoto.
So to be fair, if you were standing in front of the judge now, you can't actually say what they were injected with.
Yes, I knew that they were recombinant protein. Despite
no, you can say what you've been told. You can't say what they.
Well, I did not inject the birds myself.
So, and you weren't part of the farm when it happened.
No,
so again,
I reviewed the materials from the farm, and
as an expert witness, you would understand hearsay evidence. So when you make a statement that you know for a fact what was injected into these birds, you don't. You
I
are
only know from
based on an assumption
that were actually from the collaboration that was with the Kyoto University of the materials that went back and forth. I reviewed those materials, and in those materials, you describe it as a recombinant protein.
Written documents.
Yeah,
the written documents themselves. But again, you didn't handle the material.
No, I did not handle that material. No, I have handled material from the farm. Where
so what did you take away from the farm?
But not looking at the SARS-CoV-2. I could have easily, because I actually ran a study with 4,500 people where we looked at the antibody response to SARS-CoV-2.
Yeah, so, no, you referenced that in the Sheila Annette Lewis expert, the Connexus report, which also references Dr. Mackis's Substack and the study by the Wellness Company, Peter McCulloch, which I've asked questions about that and he refuses to answer.
Yes, no, I have no associations with those companies. I only...
you did reference them in your expert witness paper.
I did, because there was some report in the case of sudden deaths, in the case of Dr.
And I haven't
actually referred any of his other materials.
So the antibody tests that you were using on these ostriches for the antigens, is that the same test as you were using?
It's very similar, because what we did was, for the SARS-CoV-2 virus, it has, as I said, 28 proteins, and we actually made those proteins in pieces. We made 6,000 pieces of the virus, and each piece was then tested to see if the individual that had COVID, or in some cases people that had no symptoms, whether they had an antibody response against that piece. And from that, we were able to identify about 42 pieces that were really good markers from 10 of the SARS-CoV-2 proteins. And so for
that study
her result, we found that she had very, very strong antibodies.
Is that study being completed now?
The study's complete. Part of it's published. I'm still writing up the 4,500 person part.
Because I've looked for the study, and the only one I can see is from your papers is the 2021, which actually refers to the November 2020 study. And Sheila Annette Lewis, up until she died, was actually enrolled as one of the participants of the study.
That's correct. But for the court case, I was asked to provide that data. as an expert witness, and that was submitted under affidavit, so the judge could see the results.
Yeah, and I know what the outcome of that case was,
Right.
as you do. And also the
Well, I think
I was brought in as an expert
witness. Nobody actually knows exactly what the
exactly.
Yeah.
So I know more than you would think, as other people would know, because like in the Charles Hoffey case, I was brought in as an expert witness as well, and I went through that. So I've read all the documentation. And my concern is that, being the transparency aspect of things, your voice as a UBC professor and as an expert witness carries an awful lot of weight, a lot more weight than anybody else's in this particular story.
Right.
And when you make statements that you know for a fact what was injected in them, and you actually, there's lots of gaps in that knowledge base.
Well, there would be there's really no reason to inject virus. You see, as your point you raised earlier, if you're working with the SARS-CoV-2 virus, you have to do that in a level 3 or 4 lab. And there's only one lab in British Columbia, which is a level 3 lab. That's the Finder facility at UBC. And I've done work with it. I've actually worked with the virus myself through collaborators and published work on that. So I've actually made the proteins of the virus. I've made portions of the proteins of the virus. I've made antibodies against the virus, but I would not be able to do any work with the SARS-CoV-2 virus outside of a level 3 lab. And so you can't have a situation where someone goes, to a farm, gets the virus and injects a bird. It just doesn't happen.
You shouldn't be able to.
Well, you can't.
No, we can't. There's nothing physically stopping it happening. There are regulations. Jeff, you said we want to talk about we're talking to the expert.
The research that Dr. Pellech referring to could be false, and that's kind of disrespecting the doctors in Japan.
No.
Like, what suggests to you that
the doctors from Japan are not here? The doctors of Japan are not here, and Dr. Pellech has sworn evidence into court. I do understand the court process. I actually wrote the disclosure process for the policing system. It's not irrelevant, because the requirements around disclosure and submission of evidence is highly relevant.
That this is accurate, that he should be taking what the doctor in Japan has said. Isn't it somewhat, David, speculating that could be false information that David was?
I'm not saying it's false information. I'm trying to clarify. People will assume that Dr. Pellech is the one, because Katey almost inferred that he was part of that going back to that time in the last hour, and I know that wasn't the case.
Oh no, I can't do that. I mean, I would be conflicted as an expert witness in the court. I've been very careful to make sure that I have reviewed their data. I've written an expert report. When I write a report for the court, it's not for her and it's not for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. It's for the court.
Now, the report that you wrote for Sheila Annette Lewis was on Connexus letterheading. The two reports you wrote,
because Connexus did the actual analysis, and that was the
report you wrote for the farm, for Universal Ostrich Farm, and for Charles Hoffey were on University of BC letterheads.
That's right.
So you were representing. Typically, that would mean that the university was standing behind you acting as a witness.
No, that's not how the university works. As a university professor, we have academic freedom. We have to be able to defend what it is that we say. And of course, as a scientist, your reputation depends on you being forthright and accurate, and you're fairly representing what you do. So to make statements that are actually untrue, you're actually jeopardizing your scientific career.
Absolutely.
Right?
Well, you don't
you
typically.
make sure that what you're writing is well backed up and that it's a representation of what you truly believe. It's your opinion based on your experience and knowledge.
Typically, when you're using the organization's letterhead, there is an understanding that there is some support from the organization.
Not necessarily with
it is how the courts view it as an expert witness. It adds weight to how
well, yes, and the rationale there is that you want to be able to demonstrate that the expert has the credentials and the knowledge, and it has the work they do is relevant to the case that's being examined. And so
you have no issues whatsoever with foreign students coming from Japan carrying parts of what was considered at the time and still is considered today one of the most dangerous, deadly, human transferable zoonotic viruses we've ever seen. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that's what the government.
Proteins of these viruses are being shipped all the time to research labs all across North America and Europe. This is nothing new. I sent recombinant proteins to people. They can buy them online.
But regular coronaviruses
not intended to be consumed or injected into people. They're usually used in animal studies.
Regular coronaviruses are not level 3 for biolab containment.
Well, actually, coronavirus.
I've gone through all the documentation from the organization that your university actually governs and what the requirements. And as of 2020, they reclassified COVID specifically as a coronavirus, not all coronaviruses, to be level 3.
Well, the thing is, the reality is that if you look at the common cold, about
OC43,
all common colds caused by coronaviruses.
Yes.
So most coronaviruses are not particularly virulent or pathogenic. Even SARS-CoV-2, to a large extent, is not that pathogenic.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but what I'm saying is the regulations. You understand, as a professor in the university, you have to follow the regulations, and you would expect people you were standing up for as an expert witness to follow the regulations.
That's right.
And what we have here is people that have made statements, and your statement you made it to Rebel News the other day is specifically that what you did not describe it as a completely inert fragment of a protein that has no impacts. That's not how you described it to.
Well, the SARS-CoV-2 protein itself probably has some effects when you inject it in the body. That's one of my major concerns, why I was not very happy with the strategy of producing a foreign viral protein on your own cells in an unregulated amount, which can be released into the circulation and elicit, especially the lipid nanoparticles can travel through the circulation and elicit the production of an immune response in order to develop an even stronger immune response later. I think that strategy is a flawed strategy. And we are seeing, the highest rates of vaccine adverse effects with SARS-CoV-2 vaccines. And if you take, for example, all the other vaccines put together, and there's about 80 that were tracked in the VAERS system, the vaccine adverse event reporting system.
The system's not accurate. The UK system is
in 30 years, you had more of them from just these vaccines. But there's mechanisms of how these things work, and knowing how they work, you can certainly anticipate that you would have autoimmune diseases that result as a consequence.
And if I may, I think we're getting off into other issues.
Well,
and
so
because we're trying to talk about what's going on with the farm.
Okay, so in your interview with Rebel News that was published June, a week or so ago now, your exact words were, they've been injecting these birds with the SARS-CoV-2 virus spike protein.
Right. That's correct.
That's not a concern of yours.
That's not a concern of mine because essentially we've been doing it to billions of people on the planet for the last few years.
But this isn't something. Yeah, and there's a lot of things that we do once they've finished in the lab that we do in a controlled environment. They're mixed with other things. But as far as doing this work, I mean, effectively trying to create a vaccine of antibodies and masks and nasal sprays. We have a farm, open air, no restrictions whatsoever, injecting hens, and then selling the meat and selling the eggs and all the byproducts and the waste from the animals, selling them on a regular basis for most of the last 5 years.
I don't.
You also said.
I don't know about that. I can't.
Well, I know, because you also said immediately after that.
Yeah.
They're not selling them for consumption.
That's my understanding. That would be these are used for research purpose. I mean, if you like, I think I may have mentioned perhaps in that interview. I mean, I was asked as an expert witness to value what is an egg worth.
Yep,
and right, and that was based on the idea, because in my own company, we produced about 1,600 antibodies, injecting rabbits, not chickens or ostriches, but rabbits, and I can calculate what the yield of antibody is after we affinity purify it. So we have a very pure antibody that will be very specific for the target we intend, which is usually cancer proteins. And from that, the market value of those antibodies is typically around $400 for 100 micrograms. And you can calculate how much you can affinity purify from one ostrich egg. And then if you extrapolate that, then you get that $48,000 an egg. Now, that of course is based on the idea that you have a valuable protein that is going to be used, ideally, initially for research purposes. That's where my price point was. But in fact, if it was being used for vaccines, if it was being used for therapeutics, then the value actually goes up much higher than that.
What if it was used for omelets or for painting Garista?
Well, see, if you're using it as food, as you were saying earlier, they sell them for $25 an egg.
But hang on a minute. You just said that you didn't know that we were. They were
no, I just commented. You were saying earlier that there was something about some event that was happening.
That's fine.
They were selling them.
But yeah. So now let's move it into the reality of today.
Right.
You're not 100% certain. You can make some assumptions on what foreign nationals were coming and injecting these birds with over the last 5 years. You actually are aware. You haven't tested them.
I don't know if you even need to have foreign nationals come in, because normally what would happen is you just have to inject them under the skin, with a syringe, the protein. So
but still injecting the birds.
I'm not sure why they would have. In fact, I find it hard to believe that a foreign national would be able to come into the farm to inject the bird, because these birds, you have to work with them for several years before they'll even let you close to them. So I can't imagine that graduate students would come up to some of these birds and try to stick them with a needle.
Yeah,
which would also make it difficult to test all 400 of them, as some people have suggested should be done.
Well, actually, what you can do if they're the females and they have eggs, that's you can check to see whether there's virus there. But the reality is, this is one of the things that I find quite, in some respects, humorous. I mean, one of the cases that was made by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is that they're there to protect Canadians from viral threats. They have had this stamping out policy, and one of the reasons that they demand that there's this remediation of the land at a site that's been infected. And the concern, of course, is that these birds are out in the open, like many livestock has been in the past for bigger animals, and that therefore they're exposed to other wild animals that are in the environment. And so if the birds get infected, they'll shed the virus, and the virus is going to be in the soil. And then the idea is that other animals that come by are now going to be infected by the virus that's in that excrement. But you have to understand that the case that they used to justify this idea, and the judge, Justice Zinn, actually made this pointed this out in his judgment, is that the virus can exist and remain essentially functional. It can infect another individual, animal, or person, and then reproduce and produce more virus. Well, this is based on a study done with inoculated water that's kept at close to freezing, that has been kept in the dark, and it has been pre-filtered. So the filter had a 0.22 micron cutoff, and the virus is 0.14 microns roughly. So the virus can get through the filter, but any larger viruses, bacteria, fungi, any other kind of microbial is not in that water sample. So, but this is very different from when you have a field where you've got microbes that can consume the virus, and also ultraviolet radiation from the sun causes mutation of that genetic material. So it's very rapidly inactivated. So these viruses are RNA viruses as opposed to DNA viruses. DNA is much more stable. We can sequence it, even.
Okay, this is getting pretty technical. What's your point?
Well, my point is that actually, let me turn it around. How many people that are listening go out walking in nature to where there is schools or there's parks, and there's thousands and thousands of migratory geese that are landing and eating and pooping everywhere? And do you ever hear that there's a threat that people are going to be getting influenza from that excrement that's out there? The point is that this virus is not very stable. It's not known to be on surfaces as a fomite. It's a respiratory virus that has to be breathed in, pretty much. And if it was in drinking water, it's highly diluted, and it goes down the GI tract. This is not a virus that causes gastrointestinal, disease. So
I think you're conflating your information, frankly, and trying to confuse things a little bit here with a lot of technical jargon. I think so, because you're glossing over what the evidence is at the farm and the situation there, where just yesterday
there's no birds that have been sick for
where's your evidence
Nobody
of
else
that other than visual observation?
On the farm haven't gotten sick. I've tested them.
You tested them and found that they had been exposed to the bird flu, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was documentation saying that they tested positive for what kind of antibodies?
For influenza, H5N1 antibody,
which is a bird flu, right? Or am I wrong?
That's right. And they have antibodies, but they're not sick.
So where did
it shows that the virus must have been present there, or was likely present.
Well, yes. And in fact, the situation is that you have on your body about 350 trillion viruses at any given time. You've got about 50 trillion bacteria on your body.
Okay. I understand that, Dr. Pellech, but what we're looking at here with the antibodies in those humans is just another piece of evidence. And there's other evidence that we're looking at. We have 69 dead birds
that weren't. So you don't know what they died from.
That's not. First of all, you have to understand how the stamping policy works.
I do understand how the stamping policy
works. But I should explain. The stamping policy at this time, you have to test, and you actually don't have to test. You can just suspect, but they test for H5 and H7 antigen on the virus. They don't test for N1. There are many different influenza strains out there that affect birds that are low pathogenicity strains that are H5 strains. So when they issued the call order about 42 minutes or so after they got a positive test, using a test, by the way, that at the
and you're going to say that it's
cycle,
90% likely to give a false positive, which other experts have refuted and say that that's not correct. And when I've done the research,
which experts you've been referring to, but that's just not true. That's
Rick,
very well established.
I can look them up.
You're the doctor, and you think you have
PCR tests in my lab.
Anymore?
Dr. Scott Weiss.
Had pneumonia in November.
University of Guelph.
I want to use an
Fiona Brinkman, professor of genomics and bioinformatics, Simon Fraser University.
And I asked,
how about we take the Winnipeg?
That's not me. That's them. These are other experts.
Microbiology lab.
Dr. Cheyenne Sheriff, professor of immunology, Ontario Veterinary College.
He says what?
Okay, go backwards and forwards on
These are the
opinions
people
from
I've been looking at.
experts.
35 cycles. You
Certainly not in this situation.
And by the way, they're not. We don't even think that we're doing 35 cycles. We think it's much higher. We just don't know how high. We know that, for example, with SARS-CoV-2, the agencies, the BC Center for Disease Control, for example, they were doing 45 cycles.
Same here in Alberta.
With each cycle, you're doubling the amount of DNA, but it's an enzyme reaction to double that material. And the enzyme makes mistakes. So you actually introduce mutations as you amplify. This is not a 100% perfect test.
So Stephen, the stamping out policy is horrific. I think most people would agree with that, even the farmers. But there isn't an actual practical option. You cannot test every single bird. Do we make the exception just for these ostriches? Why don't you have to?
Because you can group the material from multiple birds.
But
if you have a positive result, then one of the birds may be infected or more of them, and then you test that group. But you can test a large group.
So I've got sarcoidosis. I've had multiple biopsies. Some of them have come up positive. I could have 50 biopsies and they could miss it. Same with cancer. It can be missed every single time. You can't guarantee the whole flock is okay because you've tested some of them. You'd have to test them all. Because otherwise, which one do you pick? The ones that look the healthiest, the ones that look the sickest? I mean, to actually guarantee highly pathogenic virus that can actually show, because again,
it's not a highly pathogenic virus. The CFIA itself confirmed that. I mean, in the two tests that they did, this was a combination of what we call a reassortment, where you have the highly pathogenic version has some of the genes from that version, and it has the genes from the low pathogenicity versions as well. So this is a hybrid. It's not HPA, the highly pathogenic avian virus.
But the policy that they follow requires them to do what they're doing. They don't have
the policy is they will kill and destroy all the birds in a flock. It could be 20,000 birds on the basis of just H5 detection.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that it's as in fact we have no data because of the policy being applied until we had these ostriches. We have no data on how pathogenic, how virulent it is in causing death at all for the last few years. We've called at least 530.
But it's their policy. It's their policy. They're not treating this. They're not treating this farm uniquely. They're not treating this farm uniquely.
Right, but see now we have a scenario.
As an expert witness for the other 14 million birds that
you've had these birds infected, and if you take a look at the total number of birds that were on the farm and how many died, you have a pathogenicity that actually works out to being somewhere close to 16%. Now, to be a highly pathogenic influenza virus, you have to have 75% lethality rate or higher. These birds are not highly pathogenic. They're not infected with highly pathogenic virus.
That's not the policy, and you can't make that assumption. The policy says, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, Greg. Sorry, Stephen. I don't agree with the policy, but it is what it is. To be honest with you, again, I'm more concerned about what else has been injected into these birds. You've agreed. In your expert testimony, you've said these are research animals, lab animals, effectively.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. So you would agree they should never be allowed to mix with other people, to be put into the food chain. They have to continue to be treated as lab animals. They don't suddenly transition out of that.
That's a reasonably good policy. That's a good policy.
But that's not happening.
Unfortunately, that's not the way things are often done in other countries. But that's
no, we're not in other countries, as was pointed out to me. We're not in Japan.
Yeah.
We're here in Canada. What is the policy here in Canada? Do we routinely take lab animals that have been injected with pathogens and then put them into the food system?
Well, first of all, we haven't injected with a pathogen. We have not injected with a virus. There's no
your
virus
words were
it's a protein.
SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. Is that a pathogen or not?
It's not a pathogen. A pathogen is an infectious particle that actually will introduce. It can replicate itself. It causes infectious disease. A portion of a protein is not a pathogen.
So what about
if this helps? This is from Bioscience, an article back in this is March 31st, 2020. And this is apparently a quote or a paraphrased statement from Dr. Tsukamoto himself, where it says that has injected a genetically engineered pseudovirus into ostriches and antibodies are purified from the eggs. Does that assist?
Sorry, can you put that back again?
Yeah.
A genetically engineered pseudovirus into ostriches. This is what he did at the farm, or is this what he did in his own lab?
This is what
he does.
This is what he's doing, and this is the same, apparently the same antigen that he's been providing or was providing to the farm. And I'm still not sure how immune biosolutions fits into all.
First of all, the pseudovirus is if you're doing this kind of research, it's used quite commonly as a way to introduce a protein to be produced inside cells. So it's just like, for example, with SARS-CoV-2, we had the RNA viruses and we had the adenoviruses. So adenoviruses and the pseudoviruses are very similar. It's a way of taking a gene and allowing it to infect a cell to then produce the protein. But the pseudovirus itself is actually not it's a replication incompetent virus. So it's not a pathogen.
It's like a synthetic thing
it's a delivery system that is incapable of reproducing itself.
It's not something I could pick up at the local store.
No. And the larger point is you're conducting an experiment, so you don't really know what you're going to get on the other side because you have a hypothesis and you need to conduct the experiment to get to the conclusion, right?
If you use a pseudovirus in this case, pseudoviruses have been used for 20 years. These are very well characterized.
Nevertheless, but it's an experiment. But Dr. Pellech, it's an experiment.
Of course, it's an experiment because you're trying
and you're stimulating the immune system of an animal through the experiment. So you don't really know what's going to happen. And as you've indicated, that even you've indicated that you believe that even repeatedly vaccinating people with these kinds of vaccines weakens people's immune systems over time.
Yeah, unfortunately, that seems to be what the data is showing us, and we can understand why, because the switch in the immune response. If you get a high doses, I mean, most people don't realize this, but when you get an RNA vaccine into your arm, you're getting about tens of trillions of lipid nanoparticles per injection.
Yeah, and I don't want to, and this is the human thing. I want to focus on the farm, but the point is,
but you can develop an immune response
as part of the experiment. We don't know. Is it not fair to say we don't know what the result is ultimately going to be, how it will ultimately affect the immune systems of the birds? And even now, we still don't really know, because we haven't had a full study of the birds, what these injections have done to the birds and their immune systems.
Well, actually, I have tested the birds.
Not for COVID.
I tested the birds not since they've been infected with the virus in the last out, but I did test the eggs from these birds in the summer of 2024. They had samples that they had frozen, and they sent them to me. And I could see that they had antibodies already against H5 and N1 in those egg yolks. So it looks like these ostriches have been exposed previously to a virus that has basically
maybe 2020.
Yeah, it's probably been infected before.
Right. because it's an open air facility and you have, right? And so it's kind of an uncontrolled environment. So they're coming into contact with ducks, wildlife.
Right, but that's true for people. That's true for all these animals. I mean,
but that's not the point. The point is you're conducting an experiment. If you're conducting an experiment, it should be in a controlled environment. That's why the CFIA has indicated that this isn't really a proper research facility. And so you've got all these other factors involved.
When I produce antibodies against these cancer proteins, I'm sending my antigens, fragments of these proteins to a facility in San Diego, which is an open facility that's been operating for 35 years, where they take these samples and they inject them under the skin of the rabbits, and the rabbits, after every 2 weeks of injections, 4 months later, we get the blood from these animals and we purify out the antibodies.
I don't understand. I don't understand the connection.
My point is that I'm doing experiments. I don't know that I'm going to get a good antibody response to a particular antigen that I'm injecting these rabbits until I actually do the work.
Right, which is why you need a controlled environment to make sure that there aren't other factors that you're not aware of that are affecting the result.
Well, the nature of antibody,
maybe where some of the confusion is coming in, because the farm is putting out a lot of different kind of information, including these videos. I'll run you this like 15-second clip here, and I'll explain why this I think is important, and maybe you can clear up this confusion as well.
At first glance, they're just birds, but hidden beneath the feathers of these ostriches may be one of the most powerful antibody sources in the world. At Universal Ostrich Farms in Edgewood, BC, researchers have quietly studied the immune response of ostriches. Their goal is to test the antibody potential of these birds against a wide range of pathogens. The ostriches have been safely inoculated with antigens from SARS and MRSA, even COVID-19. The result? Antibodies that are both broadly reactive and exceptionally stable.
So they've been injected with more than just the COVID antigen?
I didn't produce this video. It's the first time I've seen it, but it's incorrect. You can't inject a disease. You can inject SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus that causes a disease, but you can't inject a disease. So if I was reviewing that before it came out, I'd point that out.
COVID's just the general rename for SARS-CoV-2. It's
no. It's very different.
No, the World Health Organization just changed the common nomenclature.
You can't. In fact, I stipulate you even have to call it COVID-19 when you're talking about this, because for example, we had SARS-CoV-1
so you said,
20 years ago.
So if I may, is that so you're saying that video is inaccurate?
It's inaccurate. Yeah.
Okay. So the farm is putting out information that isn't accurate.
It's actually inaccurate. You can't inject.
One very simple question that the people that are watching will understand. No scientists, no nothing. Just a very simple question. Knowing what you know now, that they've been injected and they are research birds, would you eat the meat or make an omelet from the eggs of these birds? You personally?
Well, first of all, they would be safe, but I don't do it because I'm a vegetarian. But on top of that,
so what you're saying is it's perfectly okay.
But the reality is, from what I understand, they're not selling these animals for human consumption.
They are.
No, David.
Well, that's kind of dumb, because if they really have antibodies against the SARS-CoV-2, the influenza H5N1, these are very valuable birds. Because firstly, one of the reasons why the ostriches are a very interesting system is, unlike the antibodies that we have that are in mammals, these ostrich antibodies, you can almost boil them and they will still work. You can have a wide range of pH, very acidic conditions or very basic conditions, and they still work. So, and because you have a lot of antibody being produced in a large animal and concentrated in the yolk.
This is all very speculative. Like, where are the actual studies?
No, there is actual studies.
Speculates nonstop.
So when you are looking for industrial applications of antibodies, you want to have very robust, very stable antibodies that aren't going to go off very quickly. Antibodies in general, it's amazing. I have antibodies in my refrigerators at my company that we purchased 20 years ago, and they still work today.
Well, what are you?
These
What
ostrich antibodies
what are
are
you?
even
What
more
are we
stable.
doing with these ostrich antibodies for humans?
Well, they're looking, from what I understand, with their collaborators that were in University of Kyoto, they were looking at applications, for example, putting them onto masks. You know, the N95 masks don't actually protect you against the virus, but if you had a layer of antibody that could capture the virus before it went through the mask, you might actually have a protective mask. But you could have filter systems where to clear out the virus from the air, because that's how you get it.
Yeah, we've talked about this, but they don't actually. But Dr. Tsukamoto never actually. He had some studies, but it was not really conclusive, and still ended up selling. I think it was well over 1 million of these masks, but no conclusive studies as of yet. No peer-reviewed stuff out there, and they've also produced lozenges, again as a nutraceutical, but not as an actual drug with a drug identification number. So
as a nutraceutical, it might. I think that might be more useful if you had a gastrointestinal disease, but for a respiratory disease, I can't see how that would be particularly helpful.
And I think they came up with a nasal spray. They did. And the other thing that they're producing is like a hair growth serum that you put on your scalp that's supposed to stimulate hair growth.
Yeah, I don't know about these other products. I really haven't reviewed those, but I can certainly see an application. For example, let's say you had these birds. I think we all agree that they have antibodies that can recognize the H5 and the N1 proteins. So they can be used for detection of the presence of the virus.
Yes, and Dr. Tsukamoto made these masks that glow.
Right. So in a rapid antigen test, you can actually have these, and they'd be very useful to track what's going on. We don't have any good large sources of antibodies against the H5N1 proteins, especially that are from a natural source against the whole virus.
But to use these in a vaccine or something, I mean, you're a long way away from actually doing anything like that. And there are studies being done elsewhere into this kind of work, according to some of the testimony. I don't know if it was given at the court case itself, but you must be aware that there are other studies being done.
Well, Dr. Tsukamoto is doing it at his ostrich farm in Japan. But
he has about 50 ostriches.
Stephen, apparently he's got 500 out there. That's according to his published documentation.
Oh, really?
He's got a large farm out there.
50.
So, yeah, I've heard that from the farm, but I've read his documentation and his publications saying he's got close to 500.
He's certainly over the years working with them for many decades. It could be cumulative.
Okay, so another. I mean, we sort of. You're now saying that you don't have any issues with these going into the food supply, which concerns me.
Well, no, I don't recommend it in general, just as a policy, because you can't predict everything. But if I was looking at the risk analysis, I would say there's extremely low risk.
Okay. So next thing is, you seem to be quite in favor of the ostrich-infused antibody masks. Now, Dr. Tsukamoto using them.
It's one application. I could see that.
I have to wear them for 8 hours to actually get any results.
Well, actually, if you read a book that I wrote, I was the senior editor along with Dr. Chris Shaw at UBC. We had about 20 other authors. I wrote the chapter on masks. And so I actually don't advocate people wear masks, partly because they don't work, but also because there's adverse effects of wearing masks for
100%. And I actually did the audit for the safety training here in Alberta in relation to masks. Nod your head all you want, Jeff. If you're going to be rude,
you're such a seeker of clout, David. It isn't funny.
No, I'm stating facts, just like Dr. Pellech is. If you're going to be rude, then please just mute yourself. I'm trying to have a conversation.
But anytime I speak, Dave, you talk over me and don't allow me to speak. Actually, you talk over everyone.
You actually said that you thought it was a good idea because the masks, if they were infused, as Dr. Tsukamoto had suggested, they could work.
Yeah, I mean, if people are really concerned
still
that
have the-
they want to do this, then maybe there's something that could actually work.
So again, Dr. Tsukamoto in his studies found that people had to wear the mask for 8 hours. Now, I suffer from pulmonary fibrosis and pulmonary sarcoidosis. I can't wear a mask.
No, but I think you have to figure what the application would be. If it was a short-term exposure, then it could make sense to wear a mask.
But it's not.
I think in a long-term exposure, no.
In his studies, and you know what, the increase of CO2, not the lack of oxygen, it's the increase of CO2 acidizing the blood is the problem.
Well, it's both. Because when you're breathing out, you're breathing in about 21% oxygen, and you're breathing out about 14 to 16% oxygen, and the CO2 is about 0.04% in the air. But when you're breathing out, it's around 5%. And the problem with the mask is you're rebreathing your own air. So you are getting lower oxygen and higher CO2.
So wearing an N95 or a procedural mask, you're in an environment with 800 parts per million, your CO2 rebreathe will go from that baseline 600 to 800 to over 29,000 parts per million, which is way above any standards that is classified as safe. That's what the masks do. And I'm just concerned that you would be in favor of actually adding something to a mask. And as I say, Dr. Sakamoto's suggesting these masks have to be worn for 8 full hours for them to be used as a test.
Well, I think that's probably because there's so little of the virus that's actually being in the environment. Depends on the environment that you're in.
No, this is
I think if it's someone working on a farm where they are concerned about, we're talking about SARS-CoV-2 here in particular. So we're talking about a hospital scenario, most likely.
Well, no, these are for commercial products to be used as an alternate to the rat tests, which are useless. I mean, the lateral flow tests, they're useless.
Yeah, they're not that sensitive.
But that's what they would be used as an alternate. So had these been available at the beginning of 2020, people wouldn't have been sticking the nasal swabs up the nose to get the rat test, which are very unreliable. They're certainly
because of the high.
No, I'm talking not PCR, rapid antigen tests. PCR, they don't cycle the PCR.
No, yes, the rapid antigen test uses antibodies in order to detect the rapid antigen test is nucleic acid.
So instead of taking that test, testing was the biggest problem we had during COVID because of a lot of issues. But instead of the test, we would have had masks, infused masks, disposable, but then have to be tested, that people had to wear for 8 hours. From the very start of the pandemic, people would have been wearing masks, expensive masks, instead of tests, for 8 hours at a time, just to see if because we were testing asymptomatic people.
David advocating about why he doesn't think COVID-19 is real.
I don't say that. I've never said that.
I mean, the problem is, when we did our studies, and we did that first one, as you pointed out, where we had was it 295 or so healthy adults that were tested in May and June of 2020 with the Children's Hospital. This was a test. We used 2 different tests, one that I developed and another test from a commercial source. And we found that 90% of the people we tested already had antibodies against SARS-CoV-2. Yeah, so really, they didn't even need to wear masks at that point.
It was circulating a lot earlier than they initially said. I track all the stats. I track the AFI stuff. I track the all-cause mortality. I track the cases. I track the deaths. And the numbers don't add up in a lot of cases. But I mean, at the beginning, I said, we're not tracking the virus. We're chasing test kits. That's what we would do.
Yeah, and the incidence peaks we have are based on the testing and not based on the actual incidents.
But the point is that this farm was looking to commercialize and capitalize on COVID by working with Dr. Sakamoto, and Karen in an interview in 2021 said that she injected the birds, not she didn't infer anybody else, because there's no way he could have been traveling into Canada at that time. I mean, he shouldn't be traveling into Canada injecting birds as a foreign student anyway, or professor. But
Yeah,
but
yeah, I
he
don't
said,
think
he
they would-
said
I don't
she
think they
said
would have virus infection.
she was injecting the birds, and that the previous year, so 2020, they had a 99.9% efficacy. They, the farm, had 99.9% efficacy if they infused the antibodies into masks. They're her words, not my words.
That would
I'm
be
surprised you don't know about this
that wouldn't be
information.
her work. They don't do any work with
But
masses.
that's what again. We can
It's
assume.
he's probably saying what she heard from somebody else. So yeah, and
So,
then when
so
that
you know
happens, we
when
get a
somebody,
lot
when
of
somebody reports
stuff.
that they think there might be a crime being committed as
Yeah.
a police officer, I don't go, well, she probably doesn't know. You actually have to check it out. You have to take them at the word for it.
Yeah.
So we
Check it out.
actually have this farm is making statements that are extremely concerning, and nobody's actually checking into them. Like some of the statements that we've gone through today, where you say that can't happen,
Right?
but the farm's saying they are happening, and you as a researcher at the BBC,
they're not
should be
scientists, and I think
Yeah,
like
they might not be
many other
scientists.
people that aren't, they misinterpret perhaps what they hear, and I think that's probably what we've been hearing
But
here.
they're not misinterpreting things. Again, are you willing to take that risk on the population that they're just misinterpreting things? I haven't heard a word from Dr. Sakamoto. I've seen a
When I've talked to
screenshot.
the people on the farm, and they assure me that they haven't actually sold these ostriches for meat for a couple of years now.
Then why are they for a couple of years? But they've
Yeah.
been injecting these ostriches since 2020, and they've actually so.
But
Hey,
if they
I'm
were
looking-
injecting them to try to make antibodies, they wouldn't be killing them. They'd be, you want to keep them alive because they're.
I would think so.
valued.
I would think so. If the eggs are worth $48,000, why was Karen selling on the Edgewood marketplace on Facebook ostrich eggs for eating for a short time only, $25 each? One ostrich egg is the same as 24 chicken eggs and lower in cholesterol than chicken
Well, they're
eggs.
probably not the ones that they injected.
But they're all. She said she's
Again, this
injected
is a
all the hens.
speculation on my part. I mean, I don't know what the situation was at that
Are
time.
you? Can I ask you? Are you concerned that if
I
some
heard
of this is true,
that
what's going
you
on?
heard say, David, what Karen said was, we've injected our hens. She didn't say every single one of her hens in that statement. She said, we've injected our hens. Like, why don't you
they're
pull
all
that up?
kept together. They're all kept together.
I can tell you that Karen indicated in the interview with me that she said they injected all the hens, and I checked it the other day. And you know, Dr. Pellech says maybe she was mistaken, but that's what she said.
I suspect
we never once said every single one of our hens were injected.
She did in the interview.
By what she said.
Yeah,
She said all of our
it
hens.
doesn't make sense. Like if you're doing a study like this, you don't inject all of your birds with the same antigen. You're going to do a subpopulation for a while, see what kind of results you get, because these are not cheap, the antigens themselves, and there's a lot of work that's involved. It makes much more sense to do a few birds and see what you get.
But that's not what they've indicated. And again,
They haven't.
When we hear
different-
stories out of women, do we just assume everybody's telling the truth and not mistaken? I'm not lying. I'm saying, based on the information that you've heard, and I can provide you with the links to the actual Facebook posts from the family. I can point you at people in the farm. In the
I think right now where she says specific.
Jeff, we're having a conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, so let's back what you're saying. It's really easy to do. You say they exist. You say they have the posts. Show us the posts.
They're Katey's own posts. You know what? You can play games, Jeff, all you want, but I'm not playing. I'm not going down that road. Dr.
Go on.
If I send you the links to the
posts, I've shown the posts here in previous programs. So he's not lying. I mean, if you want to pause the whole show, I can go digging and try and find it again. But I did show it.
Digging, it would be that hard to find?
Yeah, it could be. There's a lot of material here because we've been at this for weeks. There's a ton of material, but
you should be able to just look on her Facebook and be boom, there it is, right?
Yeah, Karen's just recently
from what I understand,
Facebook from 2025 back.
From what I understand, speaking to the owners of the farm, not Katey, but her mother and David. Yeah, that basically,
yeah,
they've been trying all kinds of things. They've been involved in running farms for almost 30 years, I gather. This is a very recent thing for them to start to switch to looking at them potentially for producing antibodies. I think there's a good business case for it, but it's fundamental that you have antibodies that you're making against targets that are going to be of interest or of actual use. And that's a challenge. I don't think they have the expertise to determine that. And that's why they're working with experts, for example, in Japan, and they've been working really with the University of Kyoto in this particular case. But they're trying to, if I understand it, create another company that's going to be much more focused on producing antibodies. And they're not at that point yet.
No, they created that company. It's in Alberta,
Yeah.
and it was created in April 2022. It's called Struthio Bio, Struthio for the ostrich.
Mhm.
Struthio Bio was created, and Karen is the 50% owner.
Yeah,
and they have contracts in place. They've said, and it's in the court records. It's in the court file that you're a witness on, where
Right.
they say that there's a contract in place as of 2022.
Right,
for
but
the
that has not gone forward, from what I understand. That they initially had some promising results, and then that company pulled out.
No, not the Quebec company, not the Quebec company. I'm talking about a Calgary company. They created this after the contract ended with the Immune Bio company in Quebec. This
Right.
was a company that was set up in April of 2022 by Karen
Mhm.
to actually do this research.
Right.
Research that she'd already been doing, she stated. And from that, from their court records, she stated that, and David has stated that, David Belinsky stated that their primary business is just this experimentation. They're a research location.
Yeah,
And that they haven't been
and production. I mean, obviously they're going to experiment and produce. I mean, their objective, if I understand it correctly, is that they would be subcontracting the Universal Ostrich Farm to actually produce the eggs that they would then, this other company would be purifying that product from, for other companies that would be contracting them to do this. So that is a reasonable business model. And if I understand it, and again, I'm not really into all the details of this company because that's not something I'm involved in, but I understand that the professor at the University of Kyoto is also part of this company.
That's my understanding as well, in an Alberta company. Now that's interesting. Katey scrubbed her 2023 posts. I think that's why Jeff's trying to play that game. People capture this information beforehand.
Well, I mean, Karen, I'm looking at Karen's Facebook, and I never seen. I'm trying to find this post that you speak of where she says all these hens, and I would like to believe you, David, but all I'm trying to figure out is where is this post where she specifically said all the hens.
Okay. So I grabbed the screenshots.
That's totally fine, but I'm pretty versed on their posts, and I keep track of at least the social.
Yeah, we know.
I have heard statements of injecting our hens. I've never heard every single one of our hens are injected. I mean, we could assume that if I said to you, David, I injected the hens with this antigen, you could then take that statement and say, well, I'm presuming you mean all the hens, correct? No?
You're not part of the conversation. The conversation was specifically in relation to what Katey, what Karen has said to Rick.
Yes,
that's actually posted.
You've seen it on a Facebook. We all have access to that, sir. So I am part of the conversation. Don't try to play that role, David. It's not very professional. It's not who you are.
You don't know who I am, Jeff.
No,
I don't
very
know who you are. Jeff,
I have all of you. Hundreds.
What's your last name? I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are.
Fair enough, David. Can I ask you a simple question? Do you support in general? Like, do you support this type of research?
Which type of research?
The research right here, right now. What Dr. Pellech is talking about, antibody development using humans like ostriches.
Do I support injecting animals in an uncontrolled environment and then selling their parts, including the ostriches themselves?
Question. My question is,
no, I don't agree with that.
Well, you have to remember that people have animals that they cultivate, on farms, open farms, and they sell them.
They have
people consume them. That's been the way it is for hundreds of years.
Yeah, but they've been doing that for 40 years, and they had no problem in killing the animals themselves for their profit. But they seem to have a problem with somebody else killing them for what is
safety. If I understand it correctly, these birds can live up to 75 years. They can produce eggs for up to 55 years.
Not if they've been sold for meat.
The average age of the ostriches on that farm is about 25 years. So this is not the kind of operation where you would typically be, consuming for meat. Like
that's been their whole business for 40 years. That's their documented business for 40 years.
Well, originally,
from Columbia to Rocky Mountain to Omega to now Universal.
I think they were breeding. They may have had them for consumption. The whole ostrich industry, if I understand it, in Canada has been in decline. The value of these birds has declined, so that. But at one time, it would cost like up to $20,000 plus to buy an ostrich.
And that's not the case really anymore. That's not a relevant fact.
The larger issue here, Dr. Pellech, is simply this. Are you okay with them experimenting on birds and still selling them for food consumption? You don't seem concerned at all.
Well, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think they are doing that. But I'm not concerned from an actual standpoint of safety to an individual. I mean, this is one of the concerns, for example, about
but it shouldn't
GMOs.
be. It's not proper. Even selling the eggs engineering is not proper, right? That would be a violation.
Talking about meat, you've conceded something to anyone.
Jeff, if you don't mind, I'll give you an opportunity to speak, and I will give you time, but please stop talking over people. Dr. Pellech, the question to you, because you're the expert here, it would be improper to sell any of these products for consumption once you become a research facility, correct? Or
research.
Well, you can be a production facility, and it's not uncommon, for example, in animal production, where you would have a particular product produced for one purpose, and where you're producing it, and that's where your primary revenue source is. But if you have actual other things that you can do with the other animal products, that's not uncommon. I don't think it's personally a good idea to inject things into animals and then give them to people to eat. Right. We do that all the time, of course, with antibiotics and many other things.
Yeah, but that's not an experiment. That's an approved procedure.
Well, it's an approved procedure, but for example, one of the things, and it's is a bit of a tangent, but we can see that the high use of antibiotics that are in our food supply is actually reducing the microbiome.
Okay, but again, that's another process. That's not an experiment. That's not an experiment in a research. I mean, they've indicated that this has become a research farm, and that they pivoted entirely to research in 2020. So, if you're conducting research, is it common practice, or can you tell me of any other licensed facility like this that is conducting research and still selling the animals into the food chain?
I'm not aware of it.
Where that's going on.
I'm not aware of it, but I do know that there is research happening in places to develop food to go into the food chain.
But they're not selling that into the food chain until it goes through a proper research process and an approval process.
I don't know that they've done that.
I don't
know that they've actually been doing that.
I can tell you that I showed the
saying that
the
you're
Facebook
claiming
page.
you're not allowed to make a claim, but there is no
If
proof.
I can't, I will find it for you. Maybe not right this moment, but
Saying
if
that
I
you're
can't find it, then you
find
can call me a liar.
to prove us wrong. Neither you or David can
I
come up.
will.
I've got the screenshot here.
Sorry?
I have the screenshot here. I've had it all the way through. I've got the screenshot.
Perfect. Let's see it.
Just zoom into the right-hand side of that.
The egg, not meat, right? This is the egg you were talking about, selling him for $20.
Read the whole thing.
Well, I can't expand it. You just put it on the screen, and it's not. Is anyone else supposed to expand it?
Can I just share my screen?
Yeah.
But I would hope that what we could talk about is whether the ostriches actually pose a danger in the development of the next pandemic, as you were pointing out earlier, Dave. That how likely is it that we're going to have a COVID-19 like scenario from these?
Well, hang on just a minute. I don't want to get into a bunch of speculation and scare the hell out of people. I'm just trying to do
in
facts
fact,
here.
if I comment on it, I would hope to actually do the opposite.
I'm just going to try and open this with
Rick. The reason we were talking your live was riddled with these very speculations that David is bringing, or that Dr. Pellech is bringing up right now. We all watched the live. We all have access to the live. You can rewatch it yourself. The conversation between you and David was riddled with these kind of speculations.
They're not speculations.
No, Jeff.
They are not proven, and you don't have a basis to say that is what's going to happen. Just like you say, Mr. Pellech, have a basis to say that indefinitely he knows what was injected into the birds. It's the same kind of situation, David.
If you don't know, then that's an issue in itself. And it's not up to us to know what they were doing. We're asking questions, and we're going to, like, I've been going to court documents. I've been going to their own statements. I've done interviews with them. That's why I had Katey on the program tonight. That's why Dr. Pellech is here. I'm asking questions. I'm not saying I have all the answers here. This is what the process is about. And I'm open to anything, but there are also rules that have to be followed and procedures. And I'm not here to just do what a lot of these other social media influencers are doing, which is just to defend and deflect.
I'm not defending. I'm asking.
Sorry, David, I could not hear what you said. What?
There's a share. I've just shared a window where it has the post that I can zoom in on. For whatever reason, the screen share won't let me.
It doesn't let you zoom in. That's the issue we're having here at the moment. Well, I've got all these voices in my head, and I was trying to queue up a clip for people too, but it's too difficult when we've got three people and a clip in my head.
Could you read out the part that you're talking about?
Can you just show that the screen that I've just shared? Rick?
I thought I did, David. I don't know if it's going to be that one there. Okay.
So we can actually go. This is at the top is Karen Gruber Esperson's post, posted April 12th, 2024. Just a reminder that we have ostrich for sale. Do you think it's a good idea for the byproduct of lab animals to be sold, to be put on people?
Sorry. I'm seeing something which is about selling ostrich feces.
I don't see
that's the top one. That's the top one. I don't see any difference with that, to be honest with you. But let's move down.
Of the ostrich.
Let's move down. Let's move down to Katey. This is Katey's post, April 17th.
Right.
This is
so a blown out ostrich egg is one where all the yolk and egg whites are removed.
No, this is.
Yeah, they were selling those for people to take home as use as planters.
Let me just say, go to the bottom with the expanded post.
The Easter one referring to earlier about buying the eggs and potentially making.
Jeff, can you please stop interrupting? So, Dr. Pellech, you wanted to read something. This is not a blown out egg shell. This is great for omelets, baking. Takes 1 hour to hard boil. Is that or is that not putting it into the food system?
If that's the eggs that they were from birds they injected, it would be, yes. But then on the other hand, they're recommending that these are going to be boiled.
No, so okay. Now let's go to.
So that's
you said the antibodies.
Again, there's a very low risk of anything when you've got
You said they could actually, the antibodies in these particular.
The antibodies will be stable. Yes,
yeah,
that's correct.
So they are surviving the boiling.
But the immunogen would not be.
So on.
In fact, there would be no immunogen. There would be no immunogen that's actually in the eggs.
Okay, just on that post again for the meat. If you could just pull it back up again, Rick.
Yeah, hang on, I can do that.
Yeah, people have to understand that when you have
the other one, the zoomed in one, that's it. So here, at this time, there is no meat available, but they are taking names and contact information to put together orders. Is that not an intent to sell? Looks like they'd sold out. They were still selling it. Is that or is that not selling the? I mean, why would you put that post up if you weren't intending to sell the meat? This is the the previous guest, the spokesperson for the farm on April 17th, 2023. They were still the owner body care is connected to Katey, I think. They were selling the pure ostrich oil, which I'm assuming comes from doesn't come from a live bird. Ostrich manure. Come out and take photographs, bring your camera. Do we often do family tours of research facilities that are doing active research with something like COVID spike proteins and other?
Well, again, there's no risk from the injecting proteins into people. It's virus.
It's a research facility. You don't know what's going to happen to those birds. You don't know if it's going to compromise their immune systems. You don't know when they're being exposed possibly with some reaction to their immune system when they're coming into contact with other wildlife, including ducks, which are present on the site which the CFIA has expressed concerns about, which also have been there regularly because they've been attracting them with feed and a safe environment. Even though Katey kind of tried to gloss over that in the interview, that is actually what has been happening. And that's why the CFIA ordered them as part of the quarantine order to put netting over the area to prevent other birds from getting in, because the ostriches are being repeatedly exposed to the ducks, and the ducks are there all the time. They're flying in and flying out. Katey did say it in yesterday's video, which I do have. And not only that, Dr. Pellech, with all due respect, it's about an attitude issue. It's about a philosophy and ideology, frankly, where it seems like some people don't want to follow rules. Because again, I showed at the beginning of the program this group called FUD, Food, Fear, Uncertainty, Doubt, only they're calling it Farmers Underground Directory. And I get it. People want to go to the farmers market, buy their raw milk, engage in things that are sort of like a little under the radar because they don't necessarily, because they don't want to buy pasteurized milk or other products, but they just don't think that the rules apply. And so here's Katey yesterday, and hopefully I can get this on without messing this up again. I think this is the clip if I'm clicking on the right thing.
What Katey was referring to here, and you don't let me speak.
You could please just for a moment.
No, Rick, you don't let me finish any statement. She was referring to a potentially creating a small farmers association. You see, in our country, the large farmers are very much protected, and they belong to an organization that works together, and they can get their foot in the door in the into the legislation. But the small farmers, they aren't protected by that same association. They have little rights, little availability to actually get into the door to have political advocacy to help their cause. So I think you're hearing this, but I know what she's talking about. Do you have an objection to small farmers across the country banding together, creating a small farmers association?
No.
No, wait, let me finish and then I'll shut right up. then that, so when situations may occur, that these farmers could band together, put their resources together, and potentially fight for a cause together. What is the wrong with that? What is the conspiracy around something like that?
It's not that I have any objection to farmers on any scale forming an association or working together or finding a way to sell their products into the market in a more efficient way, or to sell organic foods. What I do sort of have an issue with, and I don't really want to editorialize here too much, but what I do have an issue with is food safety and skirting rules, and setting up an organization that, frankly, Jeff, is not supposed to be small, because if you listen to the entire presentation on the BC Rising Zoom meeting, which they posted publicly, they're talking about cross-border trade. They're talking about North American-wide trade, involving the sale of products, where they're making it very clear that what they're doing is not within the scope of the law. And if they get caught, they're going to get into trouble. And here's Katey just yesterday talking about setting up a network, because why? Well, listen to herself.
We need to come together as farmers. So we need to create our own network, our own coalition, and come up with our own best practices, our own ways that we want to handle our animals that are going to be, our own outbreak response. Right, Joel? Like if you had your own outbreak response, and we have our own outbreak response, and we have an outbreak response plan. We know our animals. We are the professionals with our animals. We have to stand together and get very boisterous, and we need to create a new network, and it needs to be global, and it has to connect all farmers from all around the world, I think.
And that's why we've given.
I don't think that necessarily ties her to the hip to the food organization. Katey,
no, but these groups are all that they're fundraising for her. They're promoting BC Rising and the food group are both raising money for what's going on at the farm. She's also saying that the biggest mistake she made was letting CFIA onto her property, and they're advising people not to do that, but I'll tell you this, while they're telling people that they shouldn't be doing that, the CFIA has the authority to come in and do it.
Sure they do, Rick, and they haven't yet for a reason.
And excuse me, what was that? They
haven't yet for a reason.
Yeah, because you've got a bunch of people who have come to the farm to surround it as a political action. You've got a protest that is, you've got a protest that's become internationally political, supercharged that way. It's very volatile, and that's why I started talking about the politics. Frankly, all this talk about the science at this point, given what I'm seeing and have been dealing with for, years now, the science is part of the issue, but it's almost a red herring, because what is really going on out there is it's an affront to the government. It's a challenge to governmental authority. That's really what is at the core.
Have you ever looked at the WOAH policy on avian flu and compared it to the CFIA?
And this whole WEF, WOAH thing. I mean, I listen to you guys, but the reality is, when I listen to people like yourself and a lot of other people in the freedom movement, or which I do see some merit in, but you guys get triggered by these things. And you think that the WEF is some control agency when it's an economic think tank. And the WOAH is a separate body from the WEF.
Do you realize?
And their policies are not binding on the Canadian government. Their policies are guidelines.
You know this better than I do. The four organizations that have made a collaborated deal to work together and to essentially incorporate each other's policies within their own with their own agendas.
there are reasons to coordinate policies, and whether you like it or not, or whether the Canada is part of the WOAH or any other international organization, the reality is if you don't meet the standards of other countries where you're exporting your food products to, including your poultry, if you don't meet their standards, they're not going to accept your product. So that's something that we all have to contend with. So, for instance, China injects a lot of their chickens with vaccines, but we don't do that here. And a lot of countries won't accept those vaccinated chickens into their food supply. So these are issues, whether you're part of the WOAH or not. These are real things that we have to deal with on an economic scale. And then the other thing, Jeff, is, and I'll stop there. You go ahead.
Well, how many case studies were done in Canada on this subject?
I'm sorry, what?
How many case studies were done in Canada on this subject?
Which subject specifically?
With the WOAH policy, which you say has nothing to do with the CFIA, whatever. You don't have to agree with me there. You could read it and figure it out. But how many case studies were done in Canada on this subject?
Which subject specifically?
The avian flu.
How many case studies?
Yeah, so when
I don't know exactly what you're referring to. Like, you tell me. I don't want to play 20 questions.
Okay, let me break it down for you better. When the WOAH came out with their policies,
yeah,
how many Canadian examples did they take into consideration when they did that?
You tell me, Jeff. Just get to the point. I don't want to play 20 questions. We don't have all night.
You first on the subjects, right?
And I'm still not clear. Sorry, Dr. Pellech, what's he referring to?
He's referring to specific studies looking at lethality that's introduced, for example, by the H5N1 on farms with birds. Well, most of what we have is from international research, and we share it, and that's good.
Yeah.
But there's a few points that I do want to make. First of all, this farm, the United Ostrich Farm, is in its own zone. What goes on in that zone does not affect any other zones in British Columbia or Canada.
It would if it was COVID.
We're talking about the H5N1.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
It does not affect. It does not affect.
No, we're not talking about, again, the whole problem. If you'd have watched what Rick and I have been uncovering, and some other people, there's a history here that the research started in 2020. And multiple things have been injected into these birds for research purposes, for profit. And those birds have continued to go into the food system. That is, you know what, the H5N1 zone thing is irrelevant to that conversation, because we are talking about a much bigger issue.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is the reason that the CFI has put forward is why it's important to have the stamping out policy is so they can maintain this international trade. And that is not true. The other thing too is the World Organization for Animal Health does not recommend that you stamp out the birds. You have two options. One option is, until very recently, if you had the stamping out policy and you had no other in that zone, no other outbreaks for 3 months, then you can get the disease-free status. Even though there's birds flying around in those same zones that are wild that carry the virus, you still have disease-free status. Recently, that was changed to 30 days. Okay, so when we had what apparently is a greater threat, we actually reduced the period. That was the recommendation of the World Organization for Animal Health to get the disease-free status. But the other option, which many other countries do, is you let it burn out. And if you have no other incidents in that zone for a year, then you also regain disease-free status. So the decision to have the stamping out policy based on just an H5 or H7 for a high pathogenicity virus indication, possibly, is not confirmed. That is strictly by the Canadian government. However, if Bill C-293 was passed, which it didn't, but they're going to be bringing it back again, then they will be giving more outside powers to other international organizations on what happens locally. And
well, that's speculative, and it's a private member's
That's what's
bill.
actually written in
And-
the documents.
Yeah, I know. It's a private member's bill. It didn't pass, and we don't know if it'll be brought back. It may or may not. And
Well,
if it is,
it
then we can deal with it at that
passed
point.
the lower
But
parliament
people keep bringing it
until
up
the
and
Senate said
ringing alarm bells over it. And I get it. Okay. But the reality is it's not before the House at all right now. And it hasn't been reintroduced, and it died on the order paper, but people keep bringing it up. It was in that video that I just saw last night with Katey, and people are still talking about it in a way where people are confused about it. And they think it's actually the law right now. And it isn't, because people don't understand the political process,
Well,
the way
if
that
you,
that
if you
stuff
see
works.
what's happened with these ostriches in this particular situation, you can imagine that it'd be on steroids once you get a bill like C-293 passed.
If it's ever reintroduced. And Dr. Pellech, with all due respect, it's not before the House right now. And so we should stay focused on the issue of the farm, which is about, you're talking about that zone, and the CFIA does have concerns about the farm and its impact on farms and the area outside of the zone, because they failed to comply with their quarantine orders and their biosecurity orders.
We're talking about these migratory birds, millions of them that fly over British Columbia, that have been carrying the virus now for at least 4 years, probably earlier.
And they keep landing inside the pen at the farm.
Right, which is two ponds out of tens of thousands of ponds in the whole province.
Nevertheless, those birds, now we're seeing that they were exposed to bird flu as long as 5 years ago, because the egg yolk was tested. So they've been exposed to it. We've had outbreaks there. We've had 2 cases where the birds have become sick and started to die. 10 birds the first time, then some years later now, this larger outbreak with 69 dead birds. And Jeff can say, well, we don't know what they died from, but I ran the numbers.
And notice the first 10.
So they say, and that fine. But they're also at the same time, they're also trying to say at the same time that they had the same symptoms, and that's why the older birds were exposed, and so therefore that's what you can't have it both ways.
Right. So all of that's relevant.
But all of
these talking about the farm 5 years ago, pre-2020.
Yeah.
We're not talking about an ostrich farm. We're talking about a research farm. The reality is CFAA is not the appropriate authority that should be looking at this farm right now. I actually don't think these ostriches should be culled until we've discovered exactly what's being injected into them, what's at the farm, because there's indications from the farm that they are actually storing biological materials at the farm.
Well, they're not allowed to take anything off the farm.
Yeah,
it's under quarantine.
But
I'm talking about before the quarantine.
That's why I can't even test them. I can't even test them because there's an order against testing any of these animals.
So May 8th, Karen, Katey, one of the MLAs, all went off to the BC Parliament with eggs from the farm, which is a straight breach of the quarantine. That was, and it actually says in the quarantine, ironically, in today's update, it says, and they said we can't move eggs from the farm, and there they were less than a month ago. Basically,
well, are you sure those are from the farm, or they have other places where they store these eggs? That's how I was able to get the egg yolks.
No, they can't leave the farm. None of the eggs can leave the farm.
How do you know that's on the farm that those eggs came from?
Well, then again, so you can introduce doubt in a situation where we have to take the inspection.
Well, all I know is that
can you say they weren't?
I have not been able to get any of these eggs because they have an order, and I think it would be in their best interest to have me test the eggs after they've been infected.
So again, you're only looking at testing. Your focus keeps going back to as if this was a farming operation that it was 6 years ago. It isn't. In 2020, this became a bio research facility injecting the hens, at the very least, all the hens, with foreign bodies that have been described as.
I think you're over exaggerating what we're talking about here.
No,
we're not talking about pathogens. We're talking about individual
proteins.
You don't know.
You've stated already at the beginning.
Well, I know what they showed me, in their business plan. as part of my due diligence.
You haven't looked at the material. Do you know?
Well, I have tested some of the eggs.
Not for COVID and not for any other antibodies, only for H5N1. You've said that yourself.
That's true. I have not tested them.
And you haven't been involved in this farm till later on in 2024. You have no idea what was actually going on this farm. So what we can only do is look at what's been filed into court, public statements that have been made, indications that.
But aren't you kind of fixated on something which is not really the central issue here?
No, it is.
The central issue is do these birds pose a threat?
The problem
for H5N1, and can we see, because this is a concern that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has.
No, I don't care about
the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. And these shedded birds are going to cause mutations that are going to infect the human population and give rise to the next pandemic.
And we're dealing with birds that have been involved in experiments for the past 5 years. We're told that it was, you're saying it's only that they were injected with this COVID antigen, but we're seeing videos where and other statements where we're being told that it might even be other things. And Dr. Tsukamoto certainly has been experimenting with these other things as well. And if I may, without any permits or licenses at all. And when I look into it,
you don't need a permit or a license for this kind of work.
Are you sure?
And for good reason, because when you're injecting, with proteins into animals to make antibodies.
So I can go online, buy these antigens or these serums that are concocted and start injecting my dog and turn my house into a biolab. That's okay? Or I can get a bunch of
people inject their dogs with all kinds of things, when they get vaccinated.
Are you seriously saying that, Dr. Pellech? As a professor in the university, you don't think that anybody needs to look any further than
I'm just telling you what standard practices are that concern the government.
It's standard practice,
and you don't have to have a license
to import a COVID antigen that was produced by a professor at a university in Japan, to import that and then start injecting your birds with it as part of an experiment that goes on for 5 years to produce antibodies. And you don't think that there any permits or licenses of any kind are required?
To review it on the basis of the H5N1. I wasn't being asked to review it on the basis of their antibody.
Well, you are aware of that now. So are you not concerned that you don't know what those birds have been injected with, that you can confirm?
I believe that they were injected with a spike protein. You could buy commercial. You can order it online. This is nothing unusual at this point.
Then why did they need the Japanese proposal?
The only reason why I got involved in the COVID research was because we were facing what we thought, from what we were hearing from the health professionals, that we were dealing with a major pandemic, and we were galvanizing all the research capabilities that anyone had to try to fight this new virus that we were told about.
Like in 2020.
If there was, I rose with my company to the challenge to see if we could find ways to identify what are the best antibodies against the virus in people who've recovered from the virus. Whether there's other companies all across, Canada and worldwide that were coming up with other strategies that would be helpful, that was seen as being part of the solution, not being part of the problem.
Well, the CFIA certainly seems to think that this farm is part of the problem right now.
Well, this concerns me because the fact that the CFI has raised a lot of objections on the science side of it, that's what I can evaluate. And I can see a lot of the way it's been presented. It scares people, and it's unnecessary. That's not what the science shows. H5N1 has been around and known about for over 70 years. There's not been one documented case.
No, this strain has only been of concern since 2020.
It was first described at that time.
First became prevalent.
But there's
first
been
became concern, came on the radar in 2020. That's a fact.
How long COVID existed before we knew what was going on. So now you're assuming that this virus didn't exist just because we didn't have an actual.
No, Jeff, the virus mutates over time, as all viruses do.
Okay.
And
All
so this
viruses.
particular strain was identified as
So,
the point of concern in 2020.
have you ever heard of Darwin, survival of the fittest? Viruses do the same thing.
Well, therein is also part of the the philosophical and ideological questions here, right? So I guess what we're talking about here is just let the virus rip. We lost the doctor for some reason. Hopefully he'll come back. But that's the other thing. And so if that's the philosophy, just let it rip, then only the strong survive and you let the weak ones die off, right?
Philosophy, but that's how viruses work. Just like you and I, any other living organism, when we're threatened, we try to figure out a way to evolve, adapt to stay alive. Viruses do the same thing, you know?
Okay. So, I mean, that also plays into what this farm was about, just, selective breeding, selecting only the strongest. And then if you look at the idea behind that, you're going to inflict a lot of suffering on a lot of animals for starters, because if you don't euthanize chickens in facilities where the mortality rate is very high, then the birds that linger for sometimes 3 to 7 days suffer immensely because they're not euthanized. Their brains swell, they bleed out internally, and they're in a lot of pain, and it lasts for days. And if you don't euthanize, then that's part of what happens.
Operation every species. You're referring to barn chickens who literally have zero immunity.
No, I'm talking about free range chickens as well, where the mortality rate is lower because I've looked into it. But still, you have massive suffering among those birds, also that you can allow only the strong ones from that particular flock to survive. And that philosophy, actually, Jeff, is also somewhat flawed, because you're only allowing the strong ones to survive that are resilient against that particular pathogen. The other chickens and poultry and even humans that may survive also have genetic traits that if you save them, they carry those traits forward. It could be better eyesight. It could be resilience against some other disease. Okay, so those are very important considerations as well.
We can't get to that point without policy change, and that's what it comes down to.
No, and you know what? Because if we adopt your approach, then you just let them die. And when my grandmother gets sick in a nursing home, I do want to protect her. I don't want to just let the virus rip, so we protect people. Not that I really want to try and take this and overlay it onto a human situation, but it's because it's not the same, because animals, frankly, do not have rights, but people do. And that's why the cull orders right now seem to be about the only tool that we have that is somewhat effective in slowing the distribution of this virus.
Is it the only tool we have, or the only tool we choose to embrace because it's the most convenient, easiest?
And you can have these arguments, and regardless of where we come down on that particular argument, the reality is that is the policy, that is the law, and the problem here partly is that some people, even after being given due process that has now dragged on for 6 months, where they're saying still no fair.
And when we win that, we're going to change the policy moving forward for other farmers out there.
You're going to undermine the authority of the government is really what the objective is.
Yeah, but I think there's something that's really important to understand here.
You know what, Rick? The cardinal rule of power, it is not chaotic to challenge power, Rick. It's democratic to challenge power. It's democratic to challenge policies, to come up new evolved ways to do things. Just because you want to stay one way doesn't mean that a lot of the world want to move forward. Now, I'm not saying one way is right or the other, but how do we know, Rick? How do we ever know which way we're going if we never get to a point where we have potential survivors of these viruses and test them and study them? We stay in the dark,
and now you're meshing the politics with the science again. And you see, the thing is, Jeff, it's okay. It's good to challenge and it's good to protest, but there's a line, right? And how many do-overs does somebody get? And as I've illustrated here tonight, it's not just about being given due process. People, if you lose, you lose in the end. And then you have to try to affect change through the political process.
Policy should be based on solid science, right? I mean, we would hope that we're making intelligent decisions in how we proceed with threats. And we have this policy that's been applied for the last 4 years. And the reality is that we still have the same number of incidents in seasonally, just like the flu season occurs for people, occurs for these birds. And if you look at the amplitude of the peaks and the spacing, it hasn't changed in 3 years.
But again, Dr. Pellech, with all due respect, your science is a red herring with regard to the political side of this issue.
Well, I can't
just a quick question on the
except that what we want to do is we want to come up with a strategy that's actually going to,
and that's fine. And you know what? And we've discussed that, and I agree with you. Okay, but you can't let the whole system be torn down in order to affect change in that way. They are out of the farm. That's really kind of what's going on out there.
And the due process you referred to did not examine at all the policy. It did not examine the science at all.
Because again, you're not representing the legal process in a proper way. Because that's not the way the system works.
No,
that's not what was that was not the question before the court. Yes, and their lawyer.
Why did they grant an injunction with a different judge?
So that typically happens. That typically happens in the first instance. That's not unusual injunction. But just a point,
there's a policy and an order is given.
Yeah, the stay policy.
You don't have to have an injunction.
You're talking about getting the stay order initially.
The stay order, yeah, the first 30 days.
Because in order to provide due process, even in the face of what they view as an emergency, they recognize the property rights. And they are saying, yes, you do have rights as the farm owner. So we will grant this stay in order to provide enough time for you to go through the process to challenge this in court.
And then their lawyer examined that in the courts. When the subsequent court,
they did during the stay order, but then they have to deal with the subsequent question. And the question that was presented to the court by the farm's lawyer, who has to assess the case and decide how he's going to challenge this, he chose to challenge it in a particular way based on what he thought would be the best likelihood of success in the case. And the question was, and I haven't read all of it, but it's basically, did the CFIA have the authority to move forward with the cull at that time? Did they have the authority to do it? And he challenged their authority to do that. That was the question. So did the CFIA have the authority to move ahead? It wasn't up to the judge to assess the science of it. It was up to the judge to assess the legality of it, whether the government and the government agency had the authority to do what it was doing. The question of science has to be left to others. That's
a decision that the judge took, right? I mean,
no, that's the decision the judge had to take, because it's not a free-for-all in court, and you can't just start throwing out other questions. It was a question of process that their lawyer was challenging as part of in court. It wasn't the case wasn't about deciding whether the stamping out policy is good or bad, or whether it follows good science or bad science. It wasn't about that.
That's what the judge decided he would actually look at. He made the decision of what the scope would be exactly, and he decided that it was irrelevant. Whatever happened after the issue of that stamping out order, and whether they had enough, because of their policy, stated policy, that says if you have an H5 or an H7 PCR positive result, then you go forward with the call. Doesn't matter what happens afterwards. Doesn't matter what the safety is. Doesn't matter what the science is. Doesn't matter what the policy has merits. The judge was very narrow, and he did not look at any of those other factors into this. Right. So you can say then, okay, well, if you're going to have things like this, at the end of the day, where if there's the policy in the country is to have, let's say, as a real extreme, you have racist policies, because that's what the policy is in the country. You can't challenge that in the courts.
No, you can, but when you go into court, their lawyer has to challenge it from a particular perspective. What?
But the judge turns around and says, "Well, this is the policy." So
no, it's not. That's not accurate at all. That's not accurate at all.
Well,
the judge is presented with a question, and the judge has to rule on that question, and then the evidence that is presented is directed at arguments on both sides as to whether what that question is.
Challenge the policy and challenge.
And if you want to challenge the policy, then there are other mechanisms to do that. And indirectly, he's challenging the policy because he's challenging the authority of the CFIA. That was the way their lawyer chose to approach it. Now, right now, they have another court challenge that they've filed paperwork on, and so then again, they've been given another stay. So this is an additional delay to recognize the due process, and they will present another question to the court. And I don't know how long this process will drag on, but that's the way the system has to work, because you can't just go into court and then ask the judge to not just consider the question presented, but anything else that anybody else decides to bring up. Otherwise, it turns into what we have on the program tonight, which is a free-for-all, right?
Well, I've seen it a lot. There's a lot of parallels.
The stamp out policy in the court case. They were suggesting in the court case, with your evidence as part of that they had to have an exemption because they were a research facility with research birds. The precedent, had they have won, would not apply to any other farm that wasn't working in the same way. So the chicken farmer down the road, if this argument here was about stamping out policy, we'd be talking about the chicken farm down the road, not this particular research facility. Of all the locations to try and make that argument relating to the stamping out policy, this was not the place to do that, because the precedent that will be set is there's nothing in it. Their argument is the birds were valuable, the antigens are valuable. That's not the case with other animals.
It's more than just that, David, though. It's the species of the ostriches, too. Some of those ostriches could very well be endangered species. If they are endangered species, they are not to be called under the Animal Safety Act of 2002.
Is that true, Dr. Pellech?
They're not in it. Okay, these particular ostriches have been sold to farms across.
I'm not talking about that. You're talking about the exemption. There's more to the exemption than potentially genetic. It's also to do with species.
You said you listened yesterday. You know exactly what the exemption is, and I know what the exemption is. They couldn't apply for the exemption by injecting birds. That's not what the exemption is about. But that's what they tried. That's what they tried.
Well, I think the reality is the bar is very, very high for the exemption. It requires basic evidence of genetic testing, and you have to remember that this farm has been in existence for 30 years. We did not do routine genetic testing of birds until just recently. And so only large research facilities.
This farm hasn't been in existence for 30 years. Just to be clear.
The birds have been around.
So you need to be clear about that. The birds have, the farm hasn't. This
like the farm as it's knowing now, maybe, but Dave was in the business before.
Yeah.
So
over
just
20 or 30 years ago.
We need to be careful with words. The farm in there.
Yeah, there's two separate farms that came together here.
And those birds have been shipped all over the country to multiple facilities. That was part of their business model going back to the 90s with Dr. Bob Church and Dave Belinsky and Columbia and Rocky Mountain Ostrich. So
but
they are not unique.
They came from farms in South Africa originally.
Yeah, I know, but they're not unique to this farm.
And the other thing, Dave, you have to remember is how many ostriches do you think there actually are in the country at this point?
I don't even know how many there are actually on the farm.
Well, I know
there seems to be some inventory questions.
290 on the
Well,
farm.
Rick, I explained to you that I counted them personally, and I came up with roughly 385, give or take a couple, because it's hard to count every single one that's hopping around. But if you went there, you could see you can openly walk around. You can't get into the pens, but if you can stay outside the tape, and you could walk around every pen and literally do a count in each individual pen. I mean, give or take a couple ostriches, you're going to get a pretty close number.
How many ostriches do you think there are in Canada?
Honestly,
What
Dr.
does
Beck,
it matter?
I don't know, but I do
What
know
does it
that they
matter
say
to the
that
argument?
about 20% of all the ostriches on farms came from that facility, and that
Well,
is, if not the
there's
largest now,
probably
was the
that's
largest ostrich farm in
probably
Canada.
represents it probably at this point represents about something in the order of 20% of all the ostriches in the entire country.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about calling, a chicken with, even 20,000 chicks in that, when you've got basically tens of thousands of farms that are cultivating chickens with each of them with these numbers. We're talking about
how many of these birds do you want to keep alive for research? All of them? How many do you need?
Well, it depends on.
Well, let's ask a better question, Rick. How many do you want to see called? What will make you happy?
I'm just asking a question. How many do you need?
I think the farm will not survive because the way the situation is set up with the policy, the maximum they can offer per bird is $3,000 per bird.
Right.
It doesn't matter if it's an ostrich or a chicken, that's a special chicken. And so you cannot recreate a farm like this. It takes many years, and they don't have the resources to rebuild. So we're talking about basically when you call these animals, you're killing
in
the entire
2020.
business.
In 2020, according to the court filings, they had 250 birds. In
Yes.
2023, they had 500. I'm thinking that they can actually rebuild them pretty fast based on those numbers.
Not if you kill all the birds.
Well, no,
you have to remember
$1.2 million, they can bring a few more birds back in.
Well, the problem is that you're going to have the same
plus the
idea.
What do you mean $14 million? $3,000 times 485 or 380 birds?
I didn't say 14 million. I said 1.2 million.
Oh, 1.2. Sorry, I misheard you. My bad.
No, you didn't mishear me. You're just trying to interrupt.
No, I thought you said 14 million. That's what I thought I heard.
14 million is the amount of birds total that have been called up to April of 2025. That's how many birds have been killed across. But nobody jumped off until the research.
14.6 million have been executed, birds in Canada.
No, cold.
But 160 million in the United States. That's why they're re-examining the whole.
Why do you use the word executed?
Well, they're killed.
Okay,
well,
but does it make you feel uncomfortable?
They're not euthanized. They're
killing,
called, executed. Like they put them up against a wall and a firing squad shot them.
Well,
when you kill an inmate with lethal injection, do you not call it execution?
Well, why? Well, they're your inmates because you're keeping them in a pen.
So now you're bothered by a terminology.
Did you fully inform them and get consent before you started injecting them?
Jeff,
well,
have you spent the last 40 years executing your family?
No, sir.
Because they have. If you want to use that example, they spent 40 years executing.
But that goes back to my original point, David, where you're see me. I don't know. I see it differently. As a meat eater, as an ethical human, I see the difference in. Wait, let me finish. In killing an animal for substance and killing an animal just because. And now I get
it's not just because, though, Jeff.
Sir, let me finish. I know, Rick. I know your point.
There's a reason.
Because 2 test results in 2 dead specimens, correct?
And 69 dead
Nobody's
birds.
denying that, right? Yes, 69 dead birds. But the reason for the call is because they found 2 positive samples in 2 carcasses.
No,
that is the reason.
They took multiple samples from 2 carcasses, and there was an on-site test, and then they took the samples to a lab.
Off of 2 specimens. Two specimens.
The call order was issued based on testing in just 1 lab with 2 specimens.
And exactly. Then confirmed later. And
David can
later,
confirm
and there were multiple
he read the court.
They combined the specimens. They did from the mouth area and from the anus area, basically, from the 2 separate birds. But the testing that's done, like I say, it's done at a very high.
PCR. We've heard this before, and I mean, I know you want to discredit the test as though it's not valid. Are you saying that bird flu wasn't present there? Are you saying that these birds?
Nobody's saying that, Rick.
I'm not saying that.
Now you're just speculating out the yin yang here. Nobody's saying that.
No, the problem is that when the call order was given, that's the information we had. Subsequently, only after I did my first expert report, and I got statements from what was their expert at the time, Dr. French, later we found, because we couldn't test the birds, and they told us only the PCR result. Later we found out about this reassortment. That's all they said in the statement was reassortment in what they filed in the court. Me understanding what reassortment means that the only way that you would know that is if you completely sequence the genome. So as it turns out, they did sequence the genome. We had asked them for this information right after they got the call order. They never provided that information. Only after in court, where we had a freedom of information request, did we actually find out that they sequenced it. And that's when they announced, when we were in the final stages in the court, that it was a reassortment of high pathogenicity virus with low pathogenicity virus. And then the claim was that this was unique. However, we have since learned, and from their own expert witnesses under cross-exam, they have over 100 cases. Now, the maximum number of cases would be 531, roughly. Maybe it's 537 now, but that's a 20% almost reassortment rate. What for reassortment, you have to have the same animal infected by two different viruses in the same cells to get a repackaging to create the new virus. This is a very, very rare event. So what that tells us is that it's the birds in the wild that already have the reassortment,
You don't know
not
that.
the birds on the farm.
Maybe.
You don't know
And that reassortment means that the birds that are in the wild,
the birds in the wild to keep landing at the pond,
right? But those
to
birds
eat the
aren't
food
transmitting
inside the pen with the
most of them
ostriches.
They're not transmitting,
and they haven't put
It's
the netting
actually-
up the way
it's
they were
actually a
told
low
to.
pathogenicity virus, and this
Because
actually
they
makes a
haven't,
lot of sense.
they've just failed to comply with
you're
the
making-
quarantine
No, no, no,
orders.
no.
They're not following the
It's
rules.
coming- it's
They don't have a
coming from-
license.
The
They
reassortment
don't.
is
They
coming
didn't follow
from the wild birds. That's my point.
No, you don't know that, Stephen.
Yes, we
You
do
don't
know that because we can
No, you don't.
calculate
No,
the frequency that we
Stephen,
would expect in a
Stephen.
herd of even 400 birds
Stephen.
to have them called, and in the
Stephen.
two samples giving already early a reassortment in a very rare event.
Stephen,
this is not possible, and this
These
has
are
happened
not-
in
this is
100
not a
cases
normal
across
farm.
the country.
This is
So
not
what that
a
tells
normal
us
farm.
is the wild birds have the reassortment.
You don't know that.
And that reassortment.
You're
No, you
making
don't know
assumptions.
that.
You
We
don't
see
have
it
any
with
studies to
COVID.
prove that. And
That's
the
because
large
they don't actually
and
sequence the wild birds.
the larger issue is that these ostriches have been infected. I think you're finally acknowledging that. So yes, the bird flu.
No, we know because we have sequence information that it was infected with a low pathogenicity version of the virus, which it got from the wild, which is telling
You
us
think
that
you're
the wild birds
speculating
actually have
and-
strains now and it's natural. When you have a progression of a virus, initially it may be virulent, and then in the wild you get herd immunity, and you also get.
And what about the
mutation
Ohio
of the
poultry
virus.
worker who died as a result of being infected with it?
Why do we continue to have the conversation
not with that virus.
ignores
That's what was
the
reported.
research?
Is that wrong?
No.
Stephen.
The situation that has happened is we have somewhere around, I don't know the exact number today, but as of a few weeks ago, we had 71 cases in North America, like in the United States and Canada, one in Canada, the other 70 in the United States. We had one case of around a 65-year-old man who had comorbidities, who kept chickens in his backyard, who died. Okay, that's the only case I'm aware of a death. I've heard indirectly there may have been one or more case. This is not what the CFI presented, which was that in all the cases that have occurred with this virus, most of them have been in Cambodia and in the Middle East, where they say there's a 50% lethality rate in people. This is not the case in North America. In North America, it's, as far as we can tell, 1 in 70. And the reality is, those are the 70 cases where we've documented, because we've looked, that these people have had H5N1. Most of them had no symptoms. Most of them did not work on chicken farms. They worked actually with cattle. And most of them, when they had symptoms, it was very mild. We're not talking about a disease from this virus that really affects people. And as I was mentioning earlier, we do not have a single case of a person sick with H5N1 transmitting it to another person who gets sick with H5N1, so that you can actually transmit this virus in a pandemic situation. And it's a good reason for it. The virus is optimized for infecting birds, not people. And you can have some mutations that allow it to affect people, or infect people perhaps, but it's not a dangerous virus in people. That's the bottom line.
The problem is you're talking about regular farms that are infected with regular things. Dr. Sakamoto and his students have been experimenting with H5N1, injecting them into ostriches since the 90s. He's been coming over and injecting birds with SARS and other pathogens. That is a fact. That is based on what the farm themselves have stated.
I've not been seeing any evidence that there's the actual virus has been he's been using the actual virus to infect this.
So again,
it doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I do know this. I do know that
irresponsible. It is highly irresponsible to assume the least issue and not to investigate what the actual is.
I completely concur with you that we should definitely be testing these birds and
not for H5N1, for everything.
And also the birds on the farms that are chickens that are being infected that we're just killing right off the bat.
Go straight to the study so that you can delay things. I can tell you that on February 12th, 2025, and I'm just pulling this up for the first time, the Ohio Department of Health, they write this in a media release. The Ohio Department of Health is reporting the state's first probable human case of influenza AHS, also known as highly pathogenic avian influenza, HPAI, or bird flu. An adult male Mercer County farm worker who was in contact with deceased commercial poultry was infected with the virus.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, not that I said that earlier. But that's not.
I thought you said it was. Didn't you say it was low pathogenic? But regardless.
Yes,
so this guy died, and as I said, this is the strain that they say is what has been identified as being present on the farm.
Rick, you have to understand, influenza has caused deaths for hundreds of years. Okay, the major outbreak that we had, the last really major one, was over 100 years ago when we had 1918. We had the Spanish flu. That was an H1N1 virus. Yeah. Humans are infected by H1, N2, and N3 viruses. That's what's caused all the pandemics that we've had in basically the human population. We have never had a pandemic with an H5 in mammals, because the cells on their surface, what the virus binds to, is different in mammals from birds. So what's optimal for birds, it doesn't work in mammals, and that's why we've never had a pandemic.
But you have
1997. There was an H5N1 pandemic declared by the World Health Organization. I can actually give you all the different ones if you want. We had 1918 Spanish flu H1N1, 1957 H2N2. 1968 H3N2,
we've had swine,
1997 H5N1, 2003 SARS, 2009 H1N1, 2015 MERS, 2019 COVID-19.
But these have all been H1.
And you don't care. You're not worried about H3. You're not worried that it's jumping to humans.
No, because these are very different.
H5N1 was 1997. H5N1
cause a pandemic. They declared that as a pandemic? That can't be right.
Declared as a pandemic in 1997.
A pandemic in people? Or are we talking about swine?
It's not a we don't currently have a pandemic of H5N1 in people.
No, there's never been a pandemic in people of H5N1.
There hadn't been a pandemic. We had the same situation declared as a pandemic in with H5N1 in 1997.
And no, that's not right. Mind you,
no, it is right.
With the World Health Organization, they declared Mpox as a pandemic, and that was based on basically the Director General bypassing a scientific committee and on his own just decided, yeah, Mpox is a pandemic.
I don't disagree that they overstate these things, but you said there hadn't been one, and there was in 1997. There was one declared for H5N1.
I'm gonna look that up because I'm quite shocked because I've never seen any data about this H5N1 being a pandemic in people. It doesn't even actually make any scientific sense.
No, I didn't say it was a pandemic in people. I said it was declared as a pandemic.
Well, it could be in animals. We have pandemics in animals, but we're talking about people. We're talking about the threat that's going to have to the human population.
We don't have a pandemic of H5N1 in people right now.
No, there's never been one.
Policy. We do have a policy. The risk is to the animals and the food chain.
Right.
That's what the stamping out is not to protect people.
But the stamping out policy, the reason why they want to kill these ostriches is because they feel that somehow these ostriches are going to transform the virus with special mutations that now from this small population of ostriches, where they're all healthy, and clearly have
antibodies. You don't know they're healthy. You can assume, but we've had ostriches.
Well, healthy is whether they have signs. We don't know symptoms. We can't actually say they have symptoms because symptoms is something that is expressed by the person.
Yes.
Who basically has the disease. But they have no signs.
You can't say they're healthy.
They have no signs of infection.
But you can't say they're healthy by the very argument you just made.
They're producing eggs at this point. So you don't usually, when you're sick, you don't usually, produce eggs. So they're running around. These are very hardy animals. And they're not shedding.
You don't know whether
how do you know they're not shedding?
The virus is gone.
How do you know?
How do I know they're not shedding? Because if they're
how do you know they are?
Once you're
how do you know they're not?
Your immune system is kicked in.
You could play the speculative back and forth all day long.
No,
you don't shed virus.
We had 69 dead birds. We've got positive tests. You know that the virus is present.
But what does that evidence suggest that they are still sick? Like, yes, you're right. In the past, there was 69 deaths. In the past, 2 specimens tested positive for the avian flu. But other than that evidence, what would suggest that now that they are sick?
At this point, the onus is Jeff. The onus at this
Dr.
point,
Pellech, what is the incubation period on H5N1?
About 2 weeks. If you recover 2 weeks later, you're considered basically your immune system is kicked in. You've killed any of the virus that's there or any cells producing the virus, and you're not shedding.
What's the period of time in a crossbred multiple injected research animal? Don't say you know the answer to that.
You're digging real deep, David. Real deep.
It's going to be the same. Our physiology, whether we're
David, I'm so glad you went down this path.
Whether you're wild or whether you're on a farm, it's going to be the same.
You don't know that.
The virus is evolved.
Again,
you don't know. You don't know what the state of these birds are. In fact, I think you said weren't you asked in court for some documentation regarding
your complete defense is on speculation that we don't know what these birds potentially have or been injected with. That's your basis of your defense. Yeah, it is. Following the CFIA guidelines, their orders, and the speculation on what they could potentially have.
I don't care about the CFIA. I've said.
So your argument is strictly based on the speculation of you're not sure of what they were injected with.
No, it's not speculation. It's a question.
It's speculation when it comes to what they were injected with, because you don't know.
They've said
if they were injected with a virus, they would be making antibodies against the virus.
I didn't say that.
And again, you know what? What it comes down to is these folks seem to think they're above the law. They're doing things
Well,
without permits.
what are they doing that's
importing
illegal
things
right now?
without-
No
I
one
don't
has
know
been
that they're following
arrested.
proper
No
protocol.
one has been charged. They're following proper
Yeah.
court proceedings in order to appeal this decision. The liaison officers come in every day or two in t-shirts, in
And
jeans, standing right next to the pens, just like everybody else, letting their dogs run around all the same. So what charges have been laid? What charges have been laid? Like what I'm saying, you're saying they're breaking the rules, law. What they are doing is they are contesting policy. And guess what? It's the only way you can fight a policy that comes from the CFIA is to stand up and take a stand against it. Do you think the CFIA is going to come along and be like, hey guys, you know what? We're going to make life a lot easier for your farmers, and we're going to rewrite this policy for you guys, and we're just, it doesn't work that way, Rick. You need evidence and proof. These ostriches potentially have that evidence and proof.
No,
and
Jeff,
they could have the evidence and proof that David is looking for. They could have the evidence and proof that the farm is looking for.
No, Jeff, they didn't inform the government of what they were doing. They didn't get permits.
Rick, it doesn't change the fact of what I'm saying. The evidence that those birds have could very well prove David right. They could very well prove Stephen right. But the fact of the matter is, we don't know this if the birds don't stay alive and get tested, do we?
They're not asking for that. They're only asking to stay within the CFIA guidelines. They don't want them coming in and looking at what the rest of that research has been. They have tried to avoid discussing that. They have covered that up. They do not want anybody going in. It's only because that's been exposed through shows like this that they started talking about it and are now trying to cover that up.
And we've got politicians. We've got politicians who apparently
you don't need them to tell you, David. The testing would tell you.
And Jeff, they have broken the rules. That's why they've been fined twice for failing to report and for failing to comply with.
Well, actually, they're contesting.
Sure,
that.
a lot of people get fined when they're fighting politics.
But they've
been fined. But I gather that that's being actually challenged because
and they're welcome to
do report.
Because they're entitled to due process, and they can drag that out as long as they want. But there are
let's
that, and that's fine.
Let's find out whether or not that was justified, because there's no doubt the CFI has applied whatever pressure they can anyway.
And she has stated on the program that they didn't install the netting because it's just not possible. And yet,
they wanted them to build a new fence in frozen ground in short order at their expense.
Well,
you have to have reason.
And we're talking. What does the pens represent? Like something like 20 acres of land, just the pens, or something like that. It's a huge area, Rick. It's not a small area.
Well, Jeff, they could make other arrangements, and they could corral them into a smaller area where they could.
They did. They were all isolated in different pens and separated. Actually,
you can't use the excuse that they don't need to follow the rules when they.
I never said anything about. I'm not challenging the rules. What I'm saying is they're challenging the policy, and to challenge the policy, you have to be defined to a certain extent. That's the truth. Well, how else would they challenge the policy in this situation? Other than keeping their birds alive in one way or another. Tell me, David, how could they challenge this policy?
They haven't been following the rules from the beginning.
We get
they might
your
have had more
perspective,
success.
Rick. They're lawbreakers. I get your point. They're bad guys in your eyes.
They might have had more success in being designated as having something genetically unique or unique birds if they'd actually received proper permitting or licensing to conduct research on the farm.
You don't need to get a license to do research.
That would be a legal question.
But why would they have done that? Not
necessarily
it at the time.
An advocate for the farm.
Connexus has been in business for 26 years. We don't need to have a special license to do research. That's just not the way it works in our country.
You do to handle certain pathogens.
For pathogens, yes, but they have not been handling pathogens.
That's your speculation, David. You're speculating they handle pathogens.
It's their words, and until
there is no. You're lying, sir. There is no words that they have said they have injected their birds with pathogens.
Excuse me of lying.
Sir, there's no evidence of that, sir. There's no evidence
it's in
of
their
that.
own words.
Jeff.
No, I think you
They did
misunderstood.
not.
I don't misunderstand. They're their words.
Where can I go right now to buy?
They're their birds, but
where can I go buy my COVID antigen right now?
That's an antigen. It's not a pathogen.
Well, where can I get it? Tell me where I can go buy this stuff that they were injecting.
Come on, you guys are smart. You should know the difference.
I can send you some for free. I made it in my own lab, which is, a level 1 lab.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a disconnect of understanding the difference between pathogens and
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, where can I go online right now to buy this stuff that they were injecting?
Steve just said he'll send you stuff.
Google spike protein for sale.
Where?
Just Google spike protein.
You can buy it like it's just like anything else.
Well, I'll certainly. I'm asking the question. I'll find out what the answer is. If you're saying that it's okay, if it's okay for me to just start buying this stuff and start injecting animals at my house.
For example, Rick, if you can go to a company, it was called Signal Chem in Richmond, BC.
Yeah.
They were selling recombinant proteins for sale. That was SARS-CoV-2 proteins.
To whom?
I made them in my own lab.
So
and I was using them. I don't sell them, but
why does the Canadian Consortium of Academic Biosafety Level 3 categorize all COVID spike proteins as
the virus, not the proteins from the virus?
No. This is any version of it, and
the
again,
virus.
You don't know what they were actually injecting.
They weren't injecting the virus because you can't get it.
So talk about speculation. They've used those words, and you're saying they didn't. In your opinion, when you don't know.
Well, I do know, because I know you can't do it.
You don't.
You can't order up SARS-CoV-2 virus. I mean, here's the irony of the situation. We were telling people that you could wear a mask and you would be protected against this virus. But if I wanted to work with that virus, I'd have to be in a level 3 facility with a full body suit, with an oxygen tank, in a negative pressure room, with a laminar biosafety cabinet. I mean,
absolutely.
You can't get this virus just mail order. You can get the proteins though.
Dr. Sakamoto created his own from the genetic sequence that was published by the Chinese. That's what he says online. And again, you're making assumptions.
He did it the way he did not make the virus. He took one gene of 28 genes from the virus. And if he did use in his own studies, these lentiviruses, it was just the one gene. And in a genetically crippled virus that can't reproduce itself.
You should know this, Stephen. The full sequence of the virus is actually a CL2, not a CL3. The spike protein is a CL3. The full sequence is a CL2. Canadian Safety Biohazard Handbook, 2nd edition. It's all clear.
Can you say that again? What you were saying, the full sequence? The sequence is just the sequence. You're talking about getting the RNA gene.
The full virus that you're talking about is a CL2, not a CL3. That's according to the current and at the time throughout the last 5 years.
You're talking about coronavirus, or you're talking about SARS-CoV-2?
The published information about COVID to the virus. You're talking about COVID the virus. I'm correcting you on what it is according to the Canadian government's published documentation.
We cannot work at the university in our labs.
You shouldn't.
We have to do it in at least a level 3 lab. And there's only one level 4 lab in the entire country, and that's in Winnipeg.
Yeah, I know. I've published all about this. I know exactly where they are.
Right.
I know
we can't do it. We're not allowed to work with the virus.
You know what? There's an awful lot of things that biolabs do and people do that they can't do. That's that's why I actually got a uniform.
It's one thing working with the virus, but you have to get the virus, and you have to special permits to be able to even get the virus.
Do you know what? You have to have a legal authority to take somebody's car. But guess what? People steal them all the time.
Well, it's easy to steal a car. It's a little harder to get this virus in pure form.
I have no idea, because Dr. Sakamoto was making it. And again,
he's taking one gene, transplanting it into a totally different organism. In this case, a virus.
David, you don't know. You don't know. You're speculating here.
I don't, and that's why I need an answer. and you don't want the answer.
Hey, you know what, David? The only way to get your answer, sir, is through testing the ostriches. That's the only way to get that answer, sir.
Doesn't care.
There's one way: testing the birds.
No, I think David's got two different questions here. His first question is really about what were they actually doing in their research, and did it involve an active pathogen that could actually undergo mutations and be transmissible? And there's a concern about that, and I can allay your concerns. That's not the situation at all.
Well, I'm looking it up, and it says here that Health Canada COVID-19 antigen tests are classified as medical devices under the Food and Drugs Act and medical devices regulations. Tests labeled for research use only are intended strictly for laboratory or research settings, not for personal use, self-testing, or clinical diagnosis by non-professionals. It goes on. There are absolutely restrictions in place.
Right. And but they have the partnership with the research lab, Rick.
Don't forget that you're using, with an antigen test, you actually get those rapid antigen tests at your pharmacy. Okay, this is not a restriction.
Those are
the antibodies.
Use. We're not talking about that. We're talking about an experimental COVID antigen coming from a professor in Japan. That's not what you're buying at the Shoppers Drug Mart.
An antigen is not a virus. It is not.
I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying that it's still an experiment. And what he was sending.
That's not what it is.
I didn't say it was the virus. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that to get what Dr. Tsukamoto was sending over, you don't buy that at the Shoppers Drug Mart. Not that.
Well, actually, in a sense,
he stated that he created it.
You could, because you have two types of rapid antigen tests. One is against the nucleocapsid protein, the other one's against the spike protein. So depending on what you're testing, what's on that strip?
Commercial products is irrelevant.
That strip is the actual antigen. The antigen is on the strip.
What he stated, then we don't need Dr. Tsukamoto at all, then, do we?
No.
Well, there could be another Dr. Tsukamoto, all the same. Like another person could do the exact same work.
When you're ready to get serious.
Well, come on. You don't think that another scientist out there has the capabilities of doing that?
I thought you were trying to suggest that I wasn't imposter.
You're defeating your argument here to keep them alive. There are other ostriches and there are other scientists who can do this work and are actually doing this work. So what is their argument for keeping the animals together?
Well, as far as I know, there is no... Well, Steve, you take this one.
Yeah, no, as far as I know, there's nobody else in Canada working with ostriches in a research capacity.
We didn't say Canada. It doesn't matter. We didn't say Canada. You said there was nobody else.
But aren't we worried about food security and this kind of, being
food security,
competitive in a world market?
You said they shouldn't be selling the product, and they are. Talk about food security. Do you know what? I actually drove past a sign the other day that BC Farm selling produce on the side of the road as they do in Alberta. And the first thing that went through my head was, where did they get the stuff they're putting on the garden? Where did they get stuff? And it's like, I don't want to be in that mindset, but I don't have answers. And you haven't given answers. You've given assumptions. There are no answers. You can't give that answer because you didn't start working with them until 2024. You don't know what they were injected with, and somebody needs to answer that question. That's what
I know what they told me that they were injected with, and I know what makes sense.
You know what? When I was
what you suggested is completely ridiculous.
People used to tell me all sorts of things. I didn't make an assumption they were right, especially not when we were talking about dangerous goods.
Do you have any reason, David, to suggest that Dr. Tsukamoto would be potentially lying or have a reason to be?
I haven't spoken to him, and I actually haven't seen any evidence that
he has not commented on any of
this.
I
gather he has a very high position. I don't know, president or something in that university.
He is so they only have about 1,800 students, but
he's not been outspoken on the matter at all.
No, he's wisely probably avoiding.
Well, you have to understand there's political pressures too. He has grant funding from his government, and
although
you have to be very careful.
is a business partner in the company in Calgary.
Yeah.
Why is he being
From
quiet?
what I understand, he was going to be involved. His
So
name
why
is
is he quiet?
on the
If
information I
this was
saw.
my business, I'd be speaking up.
Well, I don't know. I've not talked to him myself, but I know he's been very active in research, and he's an expert in the area.
Isn't this relevant to the defense of these research animals?
Well, I think at this point we want to just have the animals so we can do this research.
No. So we don't know what's been done to them. If you've got animals that have been contaminated, that have actually breached normal scientific protocols by being injected with lots of different pathogens, and it turns out they're pathogens, you wouldn't want to keep them as lab animals because they wouldn't have the value of.
Well, no. I mean, if you had pathogens that are in animals that are truly pathogens, you know, that have virulence, these animals are handled very, very carefully. They're not. So just because they're supposed to be, again, you keep making this assumption and trying to make the viewers think that just because that's what's supposed to happen, that's what's happening. Do you know what's?
Yeah, but you're doing the exact opposite of
Yeah. But don't forget,
you are 100%. You are.
I'm not. I'm asking the question because they put information out there that clearly demonstrates they haven't followed the rules. Clearly shows that they are actually doing things and working with someone who is working with pathogens.
But David, you have to understand the researchers that are working with these animals, that again, they're not going to put themselves at risk by having active virus that's being produced from these animals. This kind of research is done in very highly controlled.
No, but they might put other farms at risk.
No.
Yeah.
No.
The CFIA certainly seems
when there is a danger of stuff like this, where they're dealing with actual pathogens, right? Then this is not the situation here. There are strict guidelines, and they watch out. I mean,
is that Dr. Sakamoto injecting himself?
That's him injecting himself with the stuff that he developed to put into the birds.
Right. That's because it's not a virus. I'm telling you.
But he
I don't know if that picture was helping your cause.
It's an experimental COVID antigen.
We inject people all the time. And we are injecting.
We just did how many billion experimental mRNA?
It's an unorthodox
under an emergency order, right?
To prove the safety of a.
In fact, our government was requiring that people inject themselves.
Yeah, well, that ain't what goes into people. That's not what is being injected into people.
Well,
it's not the same thing.
COVID-19 vaccines are associated with.
Dr. Pellech, please.
Stephen,
do not insult my intelligence and tell me that is what is injected into people when you go down to the Shoppers Drug Mart.
Stephen, even if
are you telling me that?
No.
What they're doing is they're injecting. In fact, what you're getting now is very interesting. Is the new vaccine.
Let's Steve answer that.
Are self-replicating COVID-19 RNA vaccines. That they actually produce more copies of the RNA because they've taken more virus proteins and put them into the lipid nanoparticles. So in fact, we're creating viruses in a sense. They're not at the full replicating stage where they can be transmissible to other cells, but within the cell that gets infected with the self-replicating RNA.
So your view is that this farm has done nothing wrong.
They broke CFA rules, Rick. Nobody's denying that. But the catch in the process is those rules can be appealed, those orders can be appealed, and policy can be changed. And what if that is accomplished?
I will be writing to the university to question the work that you're doing.
Well, I'm sure that will be the decision maker.
Concerned that you don't seem to care what was being injected into these birds. You seem to be missing it out of hand. That's the way.
So you're one of those guys, hey, David?
Yeah, you're just like, it doesn't matter. You don't care. They've broken the rules. They've
gentlemen, with
with
Rick, I think this is probably the demise of your show tonight.
Well, good.
After tonight, I don't think anyone's going to have much respect for you. The way you chose to really ride the assumptions and the insinuations. You know, you have some facts. David, I respect you as a researcher. You've researched a lot of stuff, and there's been stuff that you've shared in the past that is legit. You know, like, and I'm never going to take that away from you. But in this scenario, you've went over an edge that you don't even normally go on, and you've decided to take the facts that you have and just incorporate it with a lot of speculation, and you're allowed to do that, but it doesn't make your speculation true, and it doesn't make it
what have I
accurate.
speculated on, Jeff?
What have you speculated on? Well, Rick, why don't you watch your not last show, but the show before, and you tell me, come back to me and tell me you didn't speculate on anything. David didn't speculate on anything. Come on, gentlemen. You're at least honest at the least, right? You're both honest.
You say you watched it, Jeff whoever. What is your name, Jeff?
Say hi to Karen, by the way, for me.
Who are you? Everybody knows who I am.
I'm the guy who started Canadians Against Health Passports. And when you were trying to get your research out years ago, you would use my networks, We the Fringe, Canadians Against Health Passports. You know, when you were really hardcore against the government, really putting a strong position against the government and COVID-19 and mandates, all that research.
I am still asking those questions, Jeff. As
you bet. And David, that's why I generally respect you, sir. That's why I generally respect you.
From everyone. And you don't seem to want that. You're here to just.
Well, sir, you don't seem to take what I'm saying into consideration. I want testing done, and I want answers just like you. But what I'm saying is, how do you get? No, David. You don't accept any answers. So if someone, like, for instance, Dr. Pellech talked about Dr. Samako, or the doctor in Japan, you said, well, no. How do you know that was accurate? Well, how do you know it's not? You're basically insinuating that this scientist, is lying about his research.
No, I haven't.
You kind of are. You're questioning what he said. You're questioning what the scientist said that they did.
No. Again, you're trying to twist things, and you.
No, so well, what are you doing if you're not questioning what he said?
I'm actually worried he isn't lying. I am taking all these people at the word, including Karen and Katey, and they raise questions that need to be answered that you don't want to answer, and a professor at the UBC.
Well, the thing is, there's no answer for you other than what Dr. Sakamoto said in Japan, what his research says. So the only answer is what he said these birds were injected.
And do testing. Send Health Canada in, quarantine it, and do testing on everything, which is what I said from the very first post I made on this. So
I don't think anybody has a problem with that testing being done. Because no. In the process of that testing being done, we can also figure out the genealogical. We can figure out the DNA sequence of these birds. Figure out if they are endangered species, and we can figure out if these birds do have antibodies or not, if they were exposed to this virus or not, on a mass scale, and we can figure out what you're trying to figure out too, David, in the process.
Oh, convoy trucker, Vernon. Okay, Jeff Gaudry.
I am one now. Actually, I've only had a class 1 for 2 years, if it matters.
You were at the convoy.
Nice angle, though, David. Nice angle.
No, that's everybody wants to. There's people asking online who you are. I've just found out who you are. Simple.
A lot of people know. I have one of the largest North American networks in regards to these subjects out there. So, you know, that's irrelevant. Who cares who I am anyway, David? That's not what the discussion is about. The discussion is about the farm.
Ask for answers then.
The only way to give you your answers, okay, so if David, simple question. If Dr. Sakamoto says, these are my answers, right?
No.
And those are listen, if he says those are my answers and they're presented, if that's not good enough for you, that's not good enough for you. Some people, the answers will never be good enough for.
Why would I accept it? Right now, we have a quarantine.
Okay, fair enough. Well, then you want the same thing as we do. You want testing to be done, correct?
No, you want H5N1 testing done so you can get around the CFA.
You don't know what I want personally.
I want to know what's been going on in the farm since 2020. That's what I want to know. What's been going on at that farm since 2020? All the details. What pathogens they've been dealing with, what they've been injecting with, what they've been shipping out.
And then what if it's exactly what if it's exactly what Dr. Sakamoto says? What if it is antigen? What if no, let me finish. What if there is no pathogens? Then what? Then what, David?
Then
you asked a lot of what if questions. So what if then? What if then?
No, what do you mean?
Then do you have no problem with what we're doing at that point? Then do you support the fact we're trying to save these birds?
I will never support a bunch of sovereign citizens camping out at a place like that. Never. Never.
Could
ever.
you?
I will never support that.
It's funny hearing that coming from you with some of the stuff your wife has shared to me over the years. Having you say that is quite ironic. You'll never support people like that, hey David. You are one of those people, my friend.
If you want to try and defame my wife, then this conversation.
No, I'm just saying the information that you've shared with me and your wife has shared with me over the years.
I didn't even know who you were. I'd like most of the other people on this. The point is, Jeff, that you don't want the answers because you're here to cover for the farm. And the rest
no, sir. I want answers too. But I'm basically asking you, what if the answers are exactly what we're saying? Antigens, no pathogens. Then what?
Right now.
No. Then what, David? Please answer this one simple question. Does that change everything for you?
You haven't actually asked the question. The point is, right now, if we get yet another story from another third party that has a
that's irrelevant to my question to you, sir. My question is simply this. Simply this simple question, David. Please don't try to talk over me. Would it change your perspective if testing was done and everything aligns with what Stephen Pellech is saying and there is no pathogen, so on and so forth? Does that change your position?
I've still got a problem with the fact that they're selling birds, according to them, into the community while they're doing research on them. That's a problem. I would like to see them get properly certified, be properly organized, set up as a proper research facility, and yes, maybe do some good for humanity. But as they've done for the last 5 years, that is not the case by their own admissions into court and online. You can't take that back. If they want to move on and do it again, but do it properly this time with proper regulations, proper certification, proper rigorous.
Yeah, but that's not for you to decide. And if the CFI order is overturned and testing is done, it doesn't really matter what your little interpretation or view is at the end of the day.
No, Jeff, it's not up to them to decide whether the rules apply to them or not. And
no, but the thing is, they're not the Rick. They're not the ones who decide the final outcome. That's not going to be them to decide. What they are doing right now is well within their rights as Canadian citizens.
No.
And if they were breaking the law, Rick, if they were breaking the law, if they were breaking the law and it was a chargeable offense, they would be charged.
They have received 2 fines from the CFIA.
That is not a criminal offense. That is not a charge.
Oh, so
it's a fine, and the fines are being disputed. So what happens if what happens if the fines are lifted? What happens if the fines are lifted?
We can cross that bridge when we get to it, but right now they've been fined, and
the fines are being appealed.
And they've admitted that they've
it's all just speculation until the end, until the CFIA actually comes in and does what they say they're going to do. You know, it's just a big circle. You guys can think what you want. People could tell you.
No, actually, it's not about what I think or what I believe.
On here,
it's about what the
10 times more qualified on the subject than David is to speak on the matter. Actually, David's a good researcher, but he has no degrees in science. My wife's degree in biology and microbiology makes her more qualified than David to talk about the subject. Actually, but the reality is, Dr. Pellech is a very reputable man in this industry, and you just disregard what he says. Like, oh, you're just a promoter for the farm. You take Dr.
He's an advocate for the farm.
And sure, but it doesn't mean that his scientific research is any less valuable, or his information or his opinion is any less valuable.
Who testified in court to with counter arguments, which the court ultimately decided against the farm.
Sure, Rick. And now we're in another appeal. So it is what it is. Like you said, due process, right, sir?
You're entitled
so now we're
to
in the appeal. And guess what, Rick? We're going to win this. And the funny thing is, guys like you and David, you're going to stir in your boots because you're going to think, how do these people, how do these so-called freedom fighters, like you label everybody, how are they making change? How are they actually
freedom fighters?
How are they actually getting, you know, into the position where, you know, policy is actually even being talked about in this sense? Well, you don't know that. You don't know what's going to come down the road years from now, David. You could very well be right, sir. And you're most likely, it's more leaning that way than the other way. But it doesn't mean people don't try, sir. Just because you have an issue with it doesn't mean people don't have the right to challenge policy and to try to create change, my friend.
If they're trying to challenge the policy, don't. What did Katey say to Drea Humphrey? We're not telling them where the antigens are. Be open and transparent and tell them what research you're doing. That's it. Who you've worked with. She's admitted tonight that she's been doing this without any licensing.
They don't need a license. You guys keep focusing on the license. Look up somewhere, prove to us that you need a license. They don't need a license to do what they did. If they needed a license to do what they did, they would have issues with that.
I would assert that Dr. Pellech is incorrect on that. And
you just heard?
No. He looked it
I
up
would
while you were
assert.
there.
I've been looking online.
At the end of the day, gentlemen, at the end of the day, this comes down to
if I do what they were doing at the farm with the kind of antigens that they've been working with, not the kind you buy at Shoppers Drug Mart.
Well, I'm glad you're now referring to them as antigens versus pathogens. That's a step forward, Rick.
I've always said
that's a step forward.
I never said they were pathogens.
Oh, it was David that was talking about pathogens.
That's because of what Tsukamoto has described them as. Right. And what the legislation states.
And in fairness to David, that's why I ran that other video. There's been a lot of different information coming from the farm and from Dr. Tsukamoto.
Well, when you say farm, like let's be careful, because sometimes you guys group, like that protester Jess, you grouped her in like she was speaking on behalf of the farm. Now, individuals at the farm, they're going to say whatever they want at the end of the day. I'm going to say whatever I
wanted Katey on the program.
Katey confirmed it. Katey confirmed what that video was. She confirmed it. So
but no, she didn't, because when you guys talked about it the other day, when you played the clip of Jess,
I didn't know how much was donated.
I know, but she confirmed the amount. But when you played the clip, when you and Dave were talking 2 days ago, you played her clip. You played her clip, and then you tied it to RFK Jr. and you tied it to John.
That's right, because I don't know, and so these are questions that I'm asking.
Well, she told you today it wasn't them.
Pardon me?
She told you today it wasn't them, and you're like, who is this person? It's my right to know who this person is.
No, I didn't say it's my right. I said that I would appreciate the transparency, especially when the people who are calling for accountability from government and transparency are not holding themselves to the same standard. What good are your principles, sir, if the people who
there is no principle in somebody donating money for food there, Rick
hold
Walker.
People in power accountable don't apply them to themselves? You think this is funny?
I think it's funny that you think it's a bad thing or potentially malicious that some person donated $10,000 to a cause to help feed people that were there. You say, oh, that's not a lot. You said earlier, oh, it's a huge amount of money. Well, when you got 100 people around and you're feeding them 3 meals a day, it costs money to feed people 3 meals a day.
When you have
it's not as much money as you think there, Rick.
When you have a political situation where you're having top U.S. government officials intervening, yeah, I get concerned.
Okay, so she confirmed. She said to you,
When you
it's
have
not
foreign
them.
money flowing in.
She said to you, it's
No,
not
no.
them.
She
So
said it
you're
wasn't
like,
them.
no, she's lying
No, she
because
said
she's
it
not
I didn't
telling
say
me.
she was lying. I accepted what she said.
Perfect. So what did she also tell you, Rick? She said she would talk to that individual, and if they were willing to disclose their name, she would share it. Would you disclose somebody's name without checking with them first?
That's why I asked her if she would ask the person if they would be okay with disclosing their name.
Perfect. So then then all you got to do is wait for
You're
that.
the one making an issue out of this. And then I said, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'll leave it with you. And you're still going on about it as though I'm lying about something when she just confirmed
No,
part of the information.
it's about
and
the
I just asked,
insinuation, Rick. If it's not one of these the point is, if it's not one of these high profile people that you're concerned about, then what does it even matter?
it matters if it's someone who
do you want the name of the people who sent in $5 too?
I'd like to know why RFK
or isn't that just as valuable of information? 10,000 or $5 they're donating to the cause.
Yeah. That information may be valuable because it depends on how foreign money flows into political movements. And sometimes it comes in $5 increments.
There you go, Rick. So why are you so focused on a large donor that some person
this is another issue, right?
spoke of, right?
How much money has
that
been
was my
raised
point.
so far through
All my point only was that you guys went on the speculation train before you even had
I
Katey
wasn't
on the show and
speculating
asked her.
about anything. That's why I wanted Katey on the program.
The only reason why the question came up was because of your speculation before you even talked to Katey. Because of RFK, because of John.
Because of what?
Because of John and RFK's association.
John who?
Casamais.
Oh, Castamatidis.
Yeah. You know, like because of that connection,
has
he wanted to draw a line, and I get that.
RFK Jr. has no business doing what he did. None.
I've got
no place here.
I've got more
not in the way that he did it.
The head of NIH interfering. That I have a problem with that, particularly when he's already been here in Alberta and has his Alberta connections to Jeff Rath and the rest of them with the Ingram case.
Mm-hmm.
That's cute, guys. That's really cute.
That's not cute. That's serious.
It is cute. It's cute that you guys try so hard to connect dots that don't even exist in that sense.
It does exist.
I mean, everyone's allowed to speculate what they want, but come on, you can only dig so deep. Like
the facts.
They're not facts. They're not facts. You wanted to tie this thing into some sort of like connection, to 51st state bullshit or stuff like that. That's ridiculous.
Contributes to it. It does.
It's ridiculous though that you think that's what people's positions are. You know what, Rick? You're supposed to be a journalist. Journalists don't spend time speculating 90% of the time. Journalists ask questions and get answers. You don't speculate, then ask a question and get an answer, then say that answer isn't good enough.
The more you say speculate, it sounds like you're expectorating, and it's not.
Maybe I am, Rick. I don't know. You can say whatever you want. But I do know that you guys are both speculating a lot about this scenario. And you know what? That's fine. But, David wants answers. I want answers. You want answers. Katey wants answers. Her family wants answers. Guess what? The path to those answers, even though they're different answers, it's the same thing. The path to those answers is the same thing.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. Testing the birds is the path to those answers.
Have the answers. They've refused some of those questions. Katey, Dave Belinsky, and Karen Esperson have the answers, and they refuse to provide them, or they provided contradictory information throughout the last 5 years. So don't say
I don't believe they have provided any information that contradicts the fact that the birds were injected with weren't injected with pathogens, that they were injected with antigens. I don't believe that they have personally contradicted that.
What about the food? The eggs, the meat, the oil, the fat.
So you're accepting what I'm saying on them not that. Okay, fair enough. Let's move past that. The eggs, the food. I agree with you on the food. I agree with you on the food. I ethically don't believe. No, but listen. Let me finish at least. Let me finish what I'm saying. I agree. Ethically, I don't think it's right that birds that are being tested should be sold as meat birds. I ethically agree with you on that. But it doesn't change. Wait a sec. It doesn't change the information that Dr. Pellech also shared with us. You know, that there is no threat and that there is no...
In his opinion, I guess, but
in his opinion, and out of the four of us, his opinion would be the most enlightened opinion.
But his opinion was rejected in court.
Not on that premise. That didn't even come up, and that wasn't even part of the court.
And I've cited experts.
Why would you bring that up when it comes to court? That never came up in court.
So
some of this came up in court.
His expert opinion is based on him not knowing what the birds were injected in, and to actually make statements as he has. These things.
No, he never falsified himself. He made his expert opinion based on the research done by Dr. Sakamoto.
No, based on what he said to Drea Humphrey and what he said tonight. He said, firstly, they're not being used for food or anything else. They're just purely research birds. And then he said, they're not, again, he said that tonight. And when he found out they were, he said, well, no, I wouldn't do that. And then he tried to cover for that.
So the only evidence that you presented was the offer to sell eggs for $25. And the fact that the statement from Katey that said, we don't have meat, but we'll take orders for the future.
I can continue to talk over you, Jeff. It's really not the problem for me.
Well, you've been doing it all night too, David. You were doing it to Pellech all night long.
And he got his answers in. I asked him questions. He tried to deflect. You're trying to do the same. He said tonight.
I'm not deflecting. Basically, all I'm saying, David, is I'm recognizing what you presented. But what you presented was a simple piece of evidence that suggested they offered to sell eggs at Easter. And listen, let me finish. And it also said with what you shared that they did not have meat available, but to let them know for orders in the future. That's what the evidence you provided, correct?
Orders. But again, so there are other items. There are photographs of the meat in the local store. Yes, there's a lot more evidence. And you know what?
What local store? Pictures of ostrich in a local store that is dated beyond this date. That's proven that it's meat from this farm.
You can play games all you want, Jeff.
I'm not. I just want to know where you're coming from, because you can be misleading to people also by making a claim that's not true.
It's not. It is true. Everything I've stated is true based on the information they provided.
So when since the birds, you just said meat in a store. You just said meat in a store. When since these birds have been part of this program, has meat from this farm been sold in a store? Where you said that you got a picture? You got a picture that says that. How do you know that's from Universal Ostrich Farm? What store? Where? When was this picture taken?
Because I live.
Sorry?
You know what? You can delete all the posts you want. And Karen can delete. And
I don't delete anything. I don't delete anything. You were pulling up posts from 2023. Clearly, they're not deleting stuff.
Yeah, Mr. Gowdry.
Godry, actually, Dickinson. Godry, thank you.
There's no IN in my name, as you know.
Exactly. So when you mispronounce my name, I'll give you the same respect back.
Your name's not written on the screen. I can't see it. You can see.
Well, then why would you not ask me? Why would you assume?
Because you wouldn't tell me what your name was.
You didn't ask me what my last name was.
I did over and over. Sorry, I know you're sweating. You had a
It's hot. I'm actually upstairs in my house. We have a farmhouse, so it's got a loft upstairs, and it's a little warm up here, my friend.
Mr. Gowdry.
Godry.
Mr. Pellech stated, Mr. Pellech stated that he didn't have any issues with these animals, these research birds going into the food system. He said
he didn't say that. He didn't say he didn't have any issues. He said it was safe.
Okay, so what's the difference? Explain to me what the difference is.
He said he personally didn't think it was a good idea, actually.
Because he's a vegetarian, he said he wouldn't eat them. But he said.
But he also said you can rewatch the show after. He said
I confirm. He said he doesn't think it would be a good idea to do that.
But he said. But
what he said is it's safe.
Yeah. So
there's a scientific perspective and then there's a personal perspective.
No. He's speaking the safe, he's speaking as an expert, but he doesn't know what they've been injected with. That's irresponsible. He doesn't know what they've been injected with, and he said that meat is safe to go into the. I mean, right now, he's also talking about birds that he says have been infected with H5N1, and some of them have tested for it. And the family have tested for it, and he thinks that meat can go into the food system. It's safe to go into the food system with everything that it's been injected with and everything it's been exposed to. He says it's safe to go into the food system as an expert from the UBC. That's irresponsible.
Well, I mean, unethical maybe, but is it unsafe? Like, I mean, do we have evidence that suggests that it's? I'm just wondering, that suggests that it's actually unsafe. We have a guideline. You're absolutely right. We have a guideline.
If you don't have evidence it is safe, you don't assume it is. That one's a negative that you don't want to take a chance with.
And if it's unethical, you just shouldn't be doing it. And
well, fair enough. But still, at the end of the day, I question. I question the validity of if meat was actually sold.
You're the
after
one.
The fact.
It's
and you know what? I'm going to do some more research on the subject. I'm going to do some more research on the subject myself because none of us know for sure, right?
It's coming from the farm.
You don't know this, Rick.
David. Again, did they sell the meat or not?
Are you talking about meat from 2020 or are you talking about meat in 2024?
About meat recently.
Well, I think that's a fallacy. I don't think you can prove recently. There's no way you could prove recently that meat from that farm was sold in a store.
Didn't you just put up on the screen the Facebook post?
Yeah.
Showing
that was a statement. It didn't say meat was for sale. It said we have no meat available. Contact in the future. So yes, you would speculate that they're willing to possibly sell it in the future, but it doesn't mean that actually happened.
That's not a speculation.
They were basically advertising on Facebook.
Do you know if it wasn't?
You can advertise anything. It doesn't mean that it becomes a reality.
Do you realize how incredibly stupid this argument is that you're making right now?
I'm not saying that it's a great argument, Rick.
And then
you're taking pieces of information and making big claims on those pieces of information, and that's the truth.
No, we're just showing the information.
David just said they're selling meat in a store.
Yes, that's I've got from people in the local store owner was selling the meat, absolutely. But regardless of that, Katey was taking orders for the meat. If she had no intention of fulfilling,
she offered to take orders. Yeah,
that's false advertising.
If she's
taking
maybe, but you said earlier, David, people false advertise all the time, right?
So you're saying she posted an ad
I
offer
don't know.
meat for sale,
I'm not
but
speculating
really it was just
anything.
A trick.
All I'm saying is I won't speculate.
It was just a trick, right?
No, I'm not saying that at all, Dave. But what I'm saying is I'm not willing to speculate on all these things. I'd rather know.
Speculate on her own words. It's not a speculation. It's a question. You were offering meat for sale, Katey.
Well, to me, the question would be this would be my question for Katey, David. Katey, you offered to do this. You offered to do this.
We would have asked her, but she left.
Well, I mean, I can understand why she left at that moment. I mean, it was getting pretty brutal.
Difficult questions, and I'm sorry that No.
When I was watching, Rick, it wasn't just about difficult questions.
Yeah, it was,
and that's why I was trying to get on earlier because there was things you were kind of It's irrelevant now, anyways. But I mean, you could have had a great conversation with her. You chose to take
You just
the
wanted me to
offensive
let her
approach that
talk
you
and
took.
just spin her narrative again.
No,
And
I didn't
told her
want anything. I
yesterday
wasn't even
my
involved in the
private
conversation. Right?
conversation with her that I told her, I will ask you difficult questions. I will ask you real questions. I'm not like the other social media influencers who are out there. I will ask you real questions. That's what I told her. And that's what I did. And it's uncomfortable for her. She obviously,
well, you didn't actually let her actually just like, I get you got questions, but you didn't even let her say half the stuff she wanted to say to you.
We had 1 hour and I posed the questions.
And anytime she started talking about something, you kind of went at her at a different.
No, and I told her I will stay on here for as long as we need to stay on to have the conversation. She said she had to be off within an hour and a half, and we had you guys waiting in the wings to come in. We agreed beforehand that it would be her and I just at the beginning for the first hour so that the conversation could be very focused and I could give her the maximum amount of time because she is really the focal point of the story. It's about her family's farm. And that's why it was just her and I off the top of the broadcast. Then we brought in other people. So I lived up to my end of the bargain, and I've only got so much time. I asked the questions. She gave the answers. In some cases, she didn't want to answer. And then she left the broadcast.
Well, I think the only question she didn't want to answer is questions she felt were kind of sciencey questions. And she thought the best person to give you those responses would have been Dr. Pellech. And she told you that in advance, that she wanted Dr. Pellech to speak on behalf of any question that was sciencey.
Dr. Pellech said he hasn't been working with them until 2024. So he didn't have the answers prior to that. She did. Like her Facebook feed of what she was selling, he doesn't know the answer to that. She does.
And I wasn't asking her a lot of technical sciencey questions. I just wanted to know what's your connection with immune bio solutions.
Yeah, but I mean,
the antigens from Dr. Pellech.
I thought she also did. She not also express to you she wouldn't answer questions she didn't feel comfortable answering. She told you that.
So
you were under the impression that if she said that she was not going to answer a question, you would be okay with that.
What?
Like if a question she thought was that she didn't feel comfortable answering, you would be okay that Dr. Pellech answered that question. Maybe there was a little disconnect in that understanding or something.
Dr. Pellech should answer that, and we moved on. And then we brought Dr. Pellech on.
Well, when David hopped on, the reason why Katey got off was David hopped on and he kept pressing questions, and she's like, "I'd rather Dr. Pellech," and he's like, "No, wait. This is not a question for Dr. Pellech," but she felt like it was. So I guess at that point she felt like kind of like a couple people were coming at her. I don't know, but I mean, you knew where she was coming from, Rick. David didn't know where she was coming from. You and her talked for an hour. David didn't have the opportunity to talk to Katey for an hour on the telephone.
I stated even in my promo the day before exactly what was going to go on. And I sent that to you. You knew, she knew. I put it up online. I even, in the promo, I said, I will be talking to Katey Pasitney for the first hour, and then we'll open the conversation up to a broader panel. That I could find the thing and run it for you right now.
Yeah, no, Rick, I'm not contesting that. I'm just talking about the reason why she probably disconnected is because she felt like when David came on and you were coming at her too with questions she didn't feel that she could properly explain.
Was under pressure, and she
no.
was in
I heard her say a few times, I don't think I should answer. I don't feel comfortable answering that question. I think that would be a question for Dr. Pellech. Whether you or not, whether you feel that that's accurate or not, doesn't take away from the fact that that's why she has Dr. Pellech, because she feels he's the best person to answer those kind of questions. That's all I'm saying, right? You know, you weren't just at that point, you weren't asking her specifics about the farm. You were asking her stuff about
the bulk of my questioning.
She didn't know. She said, "I don't know these dates."
The vast majority of my questions and the time spent was focused on the politics, not the science with her.
Exactly. And I found she was talking to you and interacting really good during that part. When it got to the science stuff, that's when things got awkward, because she's stressed that she doesn't feel comfortable answering those questions.
Well, whether she feels comfortable with it or not, I mean, these are all questions.
Well, do you answer questions that you're not fully 100% certain that you're giving the accurate answer to?
That's not a relevant question.
It isn't? I
No.
generally don't answer questions that I know that I'm not sure if I'm going to be
I'm not the
accurate
one
in answer.
I'm not the one with the research farm. That's not the issue we're talking about here right now.
But I think it's quite professional for her to say, hey, this guy's more qualified to answer this question than me.
He doesn't work.
And when you asked her about dates, she said my mom would know those dates. I'd have to check with my mom on those dates.
And I accepted that. What's your point?
My point was, she got off when David hopped on and the pressure started coming on the scientific questions. What's that?
I guess
she doesn't even know David. She has no reason not to like David or anything.
You guys talk for a second.
Either way, David, I'm sure you have to get going pretty soon. At the end of the day, you have done a lot of great research in the past. I appreciate it. And I know a lot of people have in the past. And I'm glad that you and your wife have shared it over the years. I'm a little shocked, David, that, and this is just my perception, that really bang on with just presenting is all of a sudden mixing a whole lot of speculation in with the facts that he has. It kind of took me off a little bit. I was like, well, David is normally the guy that gets down to the root before he makes claims.
Just facts. Either explain yourself or be quiet, Jeff. Explain yourself on what the speculation is. Everything got presented as a fact.
Well, yeah, the speculation about it being in New Wuhan, the speculation about it being tied to some sort of movement to separate from Canada. You asked me to explain the speculation, David.
No, they're not they're not speculations. I didn't say. Do you understand what sarcasm is? Do you understand what?
Yeah, of course I do, David. Of course I do. Would you do me a favor? Would you rewatch the episode you did with Rick 2 days ago?
Exactly.
Just the part you were on with him.
I made a comparison to what would people say if Wuhan behaved.
That's not the words that came out of your mouth. But anyways, it's not important, David. We could go argue all day long.
It's important.
I would encourage you to watch the episode with Rick 2 days ago and listen to yourself in that. You speculated a lot of what ifs. A lot of what ifs.
I didn't speculate at all. Nice try, Jeff. I know you've done this for years, trying to.
No, actually, I haven't. I don't do this really often. Actually, I kind of stay behind the scenes, David. I'm not really one to get involved in those conversations.
Trying to devolve things. Yeah, I know who all of you are. Now I know who you are.
Oh, I'm glad you figured it out finally, my friend. It was. I assumed you must. I mean, we haven't messaged much lately. But if you go back to 2022, I was getting messages left and right from Dave and Karen Dickinson account, right?
Okay, again, you got the name wrong deliberately. It's up on the screen.
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
Again, you got the name deliberately wrong. It's up on the screen. And if
Dixon, sorry, I apologize. I apologize. I didn't mean to say it wrong that time. I do apologize.
Whatever. Maybe I'm just speculating.
Maybe you are. Maybe I'm just speculating, David. But I think you know what I'm talking about. You made a lot of claims, and that's the only reason why we're talking today. That's the only reason why Katey came up, was because of all the speculative claims.
Are you sure you want to come back to this?
Okay, if you want me to.
This is the most famous Rick has ever been, actually. So this is probably going to be his best show ever when it comes to actually getting out there and people watching. So I think it's a good thing.
That's weird.
It'll be good for everybody at the end of the day, right, Rick?
I hope so, Jeff. I hope so. I hope we get to a better place after all of this.
I'm kind of interested in listening to what Dr. Pellech came back to say, because that's the important stuff, you know?
Yeah, I apologize. My internet popped out. I did try to connect 30 minutes ago, but I have listened to the conversation, and a little bit misrepresented in what I said. Certainly, maybe I didn't make myself clear enough. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to use experimental animals for human consumption. At the same time, I did make it very clear that based specifically in the question of whether or not animals that have been injected with immunogens, or what we call antigens, that are themselves non-pathogenic, doesn't involve a virus, whether that would be safe, and the answer was yes, and I still maintain that.
That wasn't a question. That we asked the question about these specific birds, and we made the point you didn't know for certain what they've been injected with, and because I asked you, would you eat an omelette, and you said I'm a vegetarian, and so we were talking specifically about these birds.
But if you were asking me, even if they were infected with a virus, let's say they were vaccinated with a virus, I would argue that if those animals were, basically a month later, they would still be fine, because the immune system of the animal actually attacks the virus, gets rid of it. That's how we recover after we've been infected and become healthy again. And when the virus is gone, there's no threat, actually. So it's safe enough after a period of time. And certainly in the case of these birds now, if they've been infected with the H5N1 and they're fully recovered, they would be safe to consume. But you pointed out having an ad where these meat would be available in the future. That doesn't mean that these are going to be necessarily the animals that were being used for the research.
That was in the future, was it, David? I think that they were offering it.
They said they didn't have any at the time. So maybe they have for all we know,
they were taking orders because they have to slaughter the
non-experimental birds.
They are taking
names for food purposes. You can't assume that the entire group is all vaccinated with the same thing.
No, but you just said
you don't know. You're a complete speculation.
To be clear, you just said they could be injected with a virus.
Yes, even with a virus.
Later. So we're talking about level 3 biolab animals. You'd be happy to eat them a month later. Not you.
If I wasn't a vegetarian, I wouldn't be concerned about it. If after a few months, you're perfectly healthy, there's no evidence that you're shedding the virus, you don't have to worry about it. Because I assure you, you have a lot of animals that you eat that have been infected, and they recovered, and you've eaten them.
You don't know what they've been injected with. You have no idea.
You don't even have to be injected. They can just get sick. There's viruses everywhere.
Your university has expectations on the destruction of lab animals after they've been finished. I'm assuming.
Yes, yeah. We don't really produce animals at the university for human consumption.
But so what you're saying is, if you suddenly had decided the canteen was a good place to send your lab animals, you'd be okay with that?
I will tell you, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But I can tell you it also happens in other countries. I don't think it's a good idea.
We're not talking about other countries. We're talking about the rules and regulations here in Canada.
We don't produce animals for human consumption in university research labs.
Who's presented himself as an expert witness to suggest, because people are going to take you seriously and ask, why isn't that happening?
Well, it doesn't happen. We don't in universities produce animals.
Again,
you're using for research for human consumption. It just doesn't happen.
That they were.
We just don't do it.
No, but what you're saying is it wouldn't be a problem if you did.
I'm saying there's an ethical issue, there's a regulatory issue. You're asking me from a safety issue, and from a safety issue, if these animals are fully recovered, they are not a health risk.
So you're quite happy for lab animals. If we change the regulations...
No, you just said lab animals. These animals on the farm are not lab animals. There's no lab there. They have a company, Gather, that's going to seek funding and create a lab. But
You
right
just-
now,
you
there is no
said-
lab on the farm.
Forget about the example you gave. Was you said if animals are injected with viruses, you still think they would be safe to eat. So lab animals.
Those
that is the
animals that are
definition of
on
lab
farms are being injected
No, I'm
with
not
live
talking
viruses
about. I'm not talking about approved.
for vaccination purposes.
I'm not talking about approved.
And people are eating them.
I have issues
And that's
with what they're
perfectly
injecting
okay.
animals. I do, but I definitely have issues where I have no idea what they're injecting them with, and then putting them in the food chain. That I have
Actually, you have no idea what's being injected in most of the animals that you're eating anyways.
I do know they've gone through a regulatory process.
Yes, and I know that we've
farm
had things
hasn't.
that have been approved
That
by
big farm
regulatory
hasn't.
processes that are not legal in other countries, and things that are in other countries that we don't,
Okay, so
allow.
you seem to be making
And it
an
depends
argument.
on your regulatory agency and what the connection is with the industry with that,
Can I
that
ask you the
regulatory
simple question?
agency.
Are you making the argument that we maybe should just do away with these regulations, have labs all over the country injecting animals with
No, I'm
whatever
not
they want,
advocating
and
that
as
at all.
long as they're okay for a month, we can put them in the food chain?
I'm
Is
just
that-
telling you that if you have an animal that's been infected and it's not sick, it's fully recovered,
How
you
do
do
you know?
not have to worry about whether or not you are going to develop some kind of disease from that animal.
How do you know it's healthy?
Well, I suppose if you've tested for the pathogen and it's not there, and the animal is running around and laying eggs and doing everything a healthy animal does, then yeah, the pathogen is gone. That's how the immune system works. You cannot recover from an infection if you don't have an active immune system.
But just
So the
because you've
fact
got an
that you
active immune
recovered means
system
that
doesn't mean
your
you can't-
immune system is able to fight the
You
infection.
know what zoonotic pathogens are?
Yep.
Species.
It's a pathogen that specifically will go from an animal to a human.
Yes. So how do you know that at some point that isn't going to happen with these experimented on animals? Because you don't know what they've been injected with.
Well, the
I don't know
SARS-CoV-2
what
virus
they've
is
been
was already rampant in the population by the time that they were doing these studies, and most people already had antibodies against the virus.
So
And they
it's
weren't being
okay that
injected
they
with the
were-
virus in the first place. They were injected with a protein from the
You
virus.
don't know that.
So
you
there's
don't know that, and you said
Yes.
it doesn't matter anyway.
yes,
No,
no,
you
but
don't.
it was in their
You
business
assume
plan.
that based on what you've been told.
But you're telling me that these guys went ahead and somehow
No,
managed
I'm
to
not
get a
telling you
virus that
No.
is very hard to
No.
get, and
No,
then
what I'm
handle this virus to
No.
inject these
What-
birds with this virus.
No, you're
And
twisting
then-
that.
then-
Hey,
then-
David, remember when you gave me shit about talking over people?
Then they
No,
made
I'm not
antibodies
gonna
against the
say
virus,
nonsense
which
over and over
you know
again.
they confirmed
You're
were
saying
in
the
these
same thing. I
birds.
didn't say
But
that.
then somehow the virus is still there and can be transmitted to people that eat the virus. They're not breathing it; they're eating it. So it's going into their stomachs with the stomach acids and everything else.
Nasal sprays. Nasal
I
sprays.
mean, this
are
is
the
such a the scenario is so
It's not a
is
scenario.
so weak in
It's a
every
lack of
chain
fact.
of that event.
It's
This
a
is not
lack of
something you
fact.
should be worried about. There's a lot more things that you really need to be worried about, and this
Oh,
isn't one. of them.
you know what? I don't want anything to do with the story, but it has a lot of connections.
Well,
And I am dealing
you think
with
I
other
don't
things.
have better things to do in my life too?
I've got. So why are you here? Why are you
Well,
defending the farm?
I'm
Well, why
defending.
are you here, David, if you don't care and you don't want nothing to do with it?
You know
No,
what?
no, I care about what's happening.
I've
But I'd
written
rather not be
4
doing
expert
that.
reports. I've gone through the judge's statement. I've spent all this time on this stuff. I'm not getting paid. I've not asked for any money. The only reason why I'm doing this is because since I have the expertise on this subject and since I've heard so much misinformation, I feel ethically responsible that I have to speak out as someone who understands this stuff to try to educate the general public. This is my role as a university professor,
you
so it's
have
not
to be
just to
responsible.
teach students, but to also educate the general population when it's
So
on
being ethically
subjects that I have
responsible.
some knowledge.
So being
and if you're running the kind of research facility that you have with lab animals, you might want to familiarize yourself with the Food and Drugs Act, section B-14.010, the Safe Food Canadians Act, the Health of Animals Act, the provincial regulations in BC, like all these govern this. And from what I'm reading here, Dr. Pellech, anybody that sells any kind of a lab research animal is subject to penalties, which could be pretty severe, including prison time.
Yeah, so you're talking about viruses. You're talking about actual pathogens.
No, I'm talking. No, I'm not. I'm talking about selling any kind of animal from a research facility. It's got nothing to do with.
I'm telling you, we don't sell animals from university research facilities.
I'm not telling. I'm not talking about yours. I'm saying that if you've said that they don't need any permits to do what they're doing out at the farm.
That's right.
With this research.
That's right.
I would suggest to you that the law that there are laws that govern these things, that they do need permits, and they were operating without any of that, without any oversight, without any real knowledge of government agencies. Although, and they say that some local politicians seemed to have some knowledge of this, and that their applications for grants, I guess, were supposed to be some information that was conveyed to the government to tell them that they were doing the research, but just applying for a grant, as Katey said, does not inform the government that you're actually conducting the research.
No. Anytime that you are applying for a grant, because I've done this lots of times, anytime as a company as well as an academic researcher, anytime that you're applying for government money, you have to give a very clear appraisal of what you're proposed to do, what you've already done, and the procedures that you have. And if you're dealing with a situation with a pathogenic, there are regulations that you have to follow, and you have to have certification. You have to have, like if I'm handling radioisotopes.
And they didn't get any grants because I guess they didn't meet the qualifications.
No, because there's certain things that you do that you need these regulations for, and there's other things that are
you need regulations, and they're not following the rules.
Well, no, there's no rules that say you cannot inject an animal to make antibodies. People have been doing this for years, like, for example, cows or pigs or horses to make antibodies against snake venoms, against, what could be therapeutic.
We're talking about an experimental COVID antigen coming from another country that is not. It has not undergone any scrutiny from any agency here.
It's the same viral protein. That's not.
You don't know what it is.
You don't
know what it is, but I know what it is.
And any of this,
know what the kind of things that they're injecting. This is standard procedures in labs.
No, I don't care.
Thousands of labs around the world are doing.
When I go to Shoppers Drug Mart to get an antigen test, it's going to have a drug identification number on it, right?
If it's an antigen test, it's not a drug.
Well, it will have some sort of approval from the government, right?
Well, it depends on what your application is for, but what normally happens is you have diagnostics.
There are different,
quite a different kind of regulation, overview. Therapeutics is much different.
You're trying to tell me that there are antigens like this that you're buying from the pharmacy that don't go through any kind of approval process?
No, the way it works is the antigen tests uses antibodies. The serological tests use antigen. Those antigens or antibodies in those tests are actually printed on the device that you use. So you're not eating it, you're not digesting it, but you're putting your blood samples onto those tests. Or in some cases, if it's a rapid antigen test, you can take a swab from saliva or something and put it on it, and it works.
We're talking about the test. We're talking about injecting the birds.
But I'm telling you, the actual proteins and antibodies are out there. You can get them in a pharmacy.
No, but again, you're making an assumption they were following the rules when they've already said they weren't. You're making an assumption.
There's no rules. That's what I've been saying. There's no rules about this that you have to.
There are rules.
There are rules.
There are rules for just about everything, but there are rules in this case based on what they've said. And until you can say for definite, because you cannot say for definite. You know what they were injected in. You can only assume, and that's the problem. If
well,
you
no,
can't,
again, this is not a virus. You
don't know that.
It's not a
you
virus.
You don't know what was injected. You weren't even part of the farm before 2024.
Well, neither were you involved. You're making.
I know, and that's the point. You seem to be missing that.
No, but I'm not getting worked up about it because I know what typically is done.
Well, I'm getting worked up.
And I know what the risks are. And you are overinflating what's going on here so dramatically, and you're scaring people.
Like, do you want, David, do you want that to be the answer? Like, are you excited? Like, do you want it to be pathogens? Like, are you like, yeah, this is what it is? Like, that's the vibe I get from you, dude.
You know what, Jeff? Stop. You're being pitiful.
Well, it's the reality. Like, you're discrediting what Pellech is saying with no basis behind your claim. You have no basis to state what you're stating. Like, where is your basis to undermine Dr. Pellech, to undermine Dr. Sakamoto? Like, where is your basis to say, no, these people are lying? Not Dr. Pellech, but Dr. Sakamoto is not being forthcoming with the research, with the information. Where is your basis behind that?
Well, my basis is I'd like to see where the import permit, just for starters, is, which you would need from PHAC.
Standard operating procedure in most countries, including Canada, the US, and the UK. If we get a call that somebody's got an envelope with white powder in it, we don't assume it's flour. We take all biohazard safety precautions immediately.
We deal internationally with this all the time, and customers, we've done work for about pretty close to 3,500 labs over the last 25 years, and they send us samples for analysis. And when they're sending it to us for the permits to cross the border, they come in as non-infectious proteins. And that's exactly what we've been dealing with here. It's a non-infectious protein.
You keep saying that, and you don't know that because that's an assumption.
You don't need it. David, I want to thank you, David. You really, really helped our cause tonight, David. I really appreciate you, man. I really do.
You know, I import stuff sometimes on occasion from China, just consumer electronics.
I'd be a little bit more.
I got to jump through hoops with customs and permits and taxes, and they're importing something much more complex than that. I'm not buying this. There are no rules argument. And
then customs wouldn't let it through then, right?
Follow non-infectious proteins and even extracts.
Well, where are their permits? Where's the paperwork on this?
How do you know it's non-infectious?
Because proteins are not infectious except
regardless, even a component of this is non-infectious, requires permit.
Playing word games, and it's
you guys aren't letting him answer. Both of you are talking over him.
Your intelligence to play these word games. You don't know. They could have been injecting them with saline, and this could all be a con. You don't know what.
There's the David I know right there. There's the David Dixon I know.
You don't know. And that's
I was waiting for it to come out, David. I was waiting.
You have to purify. You have to purify the antibodies.
I know what you're supposed to do. I know what you're supposed to do.
Process. If it was saying that, you have no antibodies.
Steven, I know what they're supposed to do. I know what they're supposed to do. I know what the rules are, but you don't know that they followed them. We know for a fact the farm has not followed the rules. We know for a fact. Katey came on.
You don't know that as a fact on this particular case.
Well, she said she didn't have any permits.
Well, you don't need a permit. That's what I'm telling you.
You say
if it's a non-infectious protein, you can inject it into your animals to make antibodies.
You're making an assumption on that. You have no idea.
At the University of British Columbia, we had an animal farm. I used to make antibodies there, and I didn't need a permit from the government to do that.
Guess what? I can tell you I've got viruses in my fridge. You don't know whether I do or don't.
Well, I know you do.
Take my word for it.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I know. No, but I've got purified synthetic viruses that I made.
And Dr. Pellech, you have credentials and you are probably authorized to purchase some of these things. If I go to try to purchase some of this stuff, I'm pretty certain I would probably have some difficulty.
No, you could get it because these proteins aren't
the experimental stuff from Dr. Tsukamoto.
They are not
a health for something you don't know, Stephen. You keep making an assumption.
No, I've only been in this business for
I know you've been in this business.
For about 30 years, and as a research scientist with my own lab, 38 years, and I've been following the regulations throughout the whole time. I know what's required.
Dr. Tsukamoto didn't go to the pharmacy and buy this stuff. He made it.
Yes, because he had the resources and it wasn't available at that time.
Right.
So just masks had to go through a certification process to be brought into the country in 2020. KN95 masks had to be approved by the FDA, stamped NIOSH, and
nonsense.
Approved.
We've been using N95 masks in my lab.
I'm using this as an example. Anything coming into the country related to COVID had to be approved and certified. They didn't just let it cross the border and go, no, okay, this one's safe. Don't worry about it. It's only a protein.
Yes, an N95 mask has to meet certain certifications. Just like when I paint cars, I paint cars, and if I have a mask and a filter, it has a number on it.
It still has to be certified.
Anything that's going to be used in that kind of capacity, any product that comes from Canada has to have some kind of certification. Even a can of beans requires certification.
Yeah. So
according to the Government of Canada website, possessing antigens for the purpose as a biological substance is not inherently illegal in Canada.
Possessing it may not be illegal, but taking an experimental antigen and doing experiments on
the only time it's illegal is if it actually breaches another law.
No, it's not. So again,
yeah, it is, David. You know the law.
No. So SARS-CoV-2 was categorized differently than all other coronaviruses in 2020. It changed. It changed
as a virus, not as a protein.
It would have to be classified as a controlled substance to be illegal.
No, it doesn't. It was specifically classified separately. I don't think it needed to be, but the reality is it was. And right now, I have no idea what that farm was injecting in there. I know we have Tsukamoto saying that he was experimenting with everything from Zika virus to Ebola. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what he brought. You know what the reality is? He shouldn't be able to bring that in. That doesn't mean to say he couldn't. Because you know what? We've got bloody drones and billions of dollars being spent at the border here, wasting time and money at the Coots border with Danielle Smith to stop stuff coming over the border. It still gets over the border.
We're making it here. It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
So
some of the biggest labs for fentanyl production are right in Canada.
Until you know for certain, until you have actually gone in and verified the records. Typically in a research experiment, you know all the animals, you know what they produced, you know, because they're very valuable, these eggs. So you'd be able to track an egg and its antigens back to the pair. They can't even tell you how many animals they've got. Let alone, and they're taking eggs to the Parliament building. You know very well, research, you would expect research to be done very thoroughly with full records. That's not happening at the farm. So all this, you know, they would be, they couldn't do it. They're not doing that. And that's the point, is you can't make assumptions. And I really am concerned that you don't seem to think this is an issue.
I think we're going in circles here. I think the reality is.
Can I just ask you this, because I still don't know anything about this, Dr. Pellech? What is the connection to Immune Biosolutions? And they said that they were working with this company, and there was this $13 million grant from the government, and they were definitely doing stuff with ostriches. Then they got cut off. Do you have any information about any of this?
From what I understand, and I don't know a lot of the details of this, but from what I understand, the grant went to that other company.
Yeah.
So that other company subcontracted basically the farm to produce, these ostrich eggs that would have the yolk from the birds that were essentially vaccinated with the protein.
Mhm.
And then that material would go back to this other company. And what happened was, I think the other company got bought out and purchased by another entity, another company, and then they closed that research program with the ostrich farm.
That was
Yeah.
around November 2021.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Your
sure.
bio was
Yeah.
after.
There seems to be
They
some.
had some preliminary results that were very promising, but I think when that whole thing fell through, they weren't able to. They don't have the scientific capability on site to determine whether they have antibodies and how good those antibodies are, or even purify those antibodies. They were really reliant on this other company. So I think what they're trying to do now with this this other company is they're trying to get investors together and create a lab facility where they can do that part on site. And right now they don't have that capability. All they can do is like what I do with using a farm in San Diego that has rabbits. I send them the antigen, they inject the animals, they then later send me the blood, and then I purify in Canada and do the testing. And I think.
And do you know you've valued each of these eggs at about $40,000 a piece?
Yeah,
and
yeah, they can be.
So were they receiving? I guess they must have been paid something for the eggs coming from that.
Well, this is based on a
facility?
research. This is based on a scientific research market value. They
Sure.
weren't at that stage where they were selling ostrich eggs and the purified material from those ostrich eggs commercially. This was all in early R&D stages with a research company. So no, none of that money would have been available to them. And again, it's a potential, and it depends on having the right antibodies. And the market potential for SARS-CoV-2 antibodies could be very high a few years ago. Now it's not, because
So do you know definitively what the relationship was there? Do you know? Because I did speak to a PR person who was involved in releasing the information, but I'm just trying to confirm what was going on.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I wasn't involved in that. I haven't really, like I say, I'm not really involved in any of the operations of the farm.
Mm-hmm.
My questioning has been more along the scientific lines.
Right.
And whether or not these birds are a threat, whether they've been infected before, whether they have antibodies. Does the virus, if it was to be shed from these animals, how likely is it that it's going to be the source of a pandemic? How likely is it going to be that we will have mutations? And the risks for all of those is extremely, extremely low.
And then just one other question related to that. Karen said that they were getting the antigen from the lab in Quebec initially because they couldn't get it from Japan.
That could be.
Yeah.
That could be. And like I said, this antigen, you could have ordered it from SignalChem in Richmond, BC, if you wanted it. And that could be injected into the birds.
Okay. Well, I'll dig deeper into that because as I respect what you're saying, I'm skeptical, but that's my job.
Well, if you, SignalChem was recently purchased by Sino-Biologicals, but they still have their facility in Richmond, BC. And if you go online, you can see their catalog that has all the different products they sell, and they have SARS-CoV-2 products for the individual proteins, and you can see the cost of buying the antigen from them. We got some of our antigen, some of it we made with the University of Victoria, and others we actually purchased from the University of Dundee, and then those were shipped to us. And all they had to do, there was no special permits required for that. It was just non-infectious protein.
Well, gentlemen.
And then we sent that to San Diego, and they made antibodies against that. and then we purified the antibodies in Vancouver. So we have
well,
antibodies.
I'm a lot more comfortable hearing a story like that where it's being sent between educational institutions and real labs. I'm not as confident in what I'm seeing coming out of the farm, frankly, just because I can see that there has been some dance around the rules and just some, and a failure to comply. And I understand, Jeff, for instance, that I understand the concerns, right? But at the same time, we are dealing with something very serious, and it's okay to protest and it's okay to challenge things. But at the same time, we have to weigh that against public safety and all these other issues, the politics, and the politics complicates things, and it gets overlaid into the science. And I know that things probably should be just based on real solid science. But at the same time, politics comes into play, and then politicians get involved and people vote. And sometimes you get policies that are not in alignment maybe with the science, but you have to work through the process, right? We have to keep people safe, whether it's from a virus or from a sniper's bullet in the middle of the night at a farm where it's alleged that
this isn't about human safety at the end of the day. The big concern was international trade. That was the biggest concern. When we look at the big picture, what the concerns were. It's not like, let's think about this, Rick. Who's our biggest international trading partner? It's America. What has America just announced in regards to the avian flu? That it's not a threat to human beings. What else have they done? They've canceled $700 million in contracts to Moderna for developing avian flu vaccines.
Yeah, and
why is that?
With all due respect, as much as
and it can't be just it's because it's Trump attitude,
as much as we're seeing that, there's a lot of politics there, right? And so, these things can play out. And the other issue here is we're seeing U.S. involvement in a Canadian issue.
Is it just a Canadian issue, though?
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know that the Trump administration would look favorably upon officials from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency publicly issuing media releases or open letters that they send to protesters.
They didn't send it to protesters. It was a letter to Katey directly. But the letter that was written by RFK and signed off on by the FDA and the NIH, that went directly to the CFIA.
I understand that. It also was released to the farm, and
then posted. It was released, but it was sent to the CFIA.
It's political. He's a politician. It complicates things.
Right, but Rick, in that letter, he was asking first that they don't kill the birds.
Yeah.
That they thought that they were a valuable research resource, and that they would want to work with Canada to learn more from these birds.
Which is a little bit rich coming from an administration that is cutting funding for research.
Well, no, let's be careful.
And is still proceeding with culls on their side of the border.
No.
Rick, this could potentially save a ton of money.
Rick, when you say cutting research, we have to be careful. The total budget isn't being cut. What's happening is that the money is being redirected to different types of research to get a better sense of why
they've cut the budget too.
And how can we better protect them? Because what they have been doing isn't working. So the total research budget.
And again, here we're talking about budgets, politics, and the larger thing here is that if it wasn't political, that letter would have been sent privately, and they would have engaged in conversation directly before going public, and then if they came up with something that they wanted to jointly release, then they would have done that as a joint statement. But that's not what happened. Not at all. And on top of that, you would not go, you would not take a stand on the issue before even speaking to the CFIA and then talk about it on WABC radio out of New York and say that they have to save the birds. After talking to John Catsimatidis, who, that's not proper diplomacy or even proper politics. unless you're trying to assert and apply real political pressure.
Right, but I think this actually happens all the time, and I think the other thing too is that
not when it's a genuine effort to collaborate.
Ultimately, is going to be political. I think we had a lot of problems with COVID-19 in the first place. We approved experimental vaccines to be injected into, ultimately billions of people, with only 2 months human testing data. And that was
this is another issue.
Yeah.
And I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm not in disagreement with you at all. But at the same time, it is absolutely a foreign government asserting pressure, a superpower against us at a time when we are going through a lot of, bumpy road politically, even here in Canada, right?
The United States funds a lot of the research from the National Institutes of Health in Canada.
It's a collaboration. The CFIA, the NIH, the FDA, they're obligated to work together.
Yeah, if we didn't have
but they don't. But when you're talking about the legal side of this, which is what this really ends up being, the cull order, in a very public display, that this is not just about the science at that point; it's about the politics.
Well, I agree with you, Rick. This is very political. Yeah, and I wish it was based on good, sound scientific policy that has been informed by what we've learned over the last few years. And actually, I have not seen that on the part of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency.
And I wish that this issue was isolated to this issue, but it isn't. And even Katey and Karen and many of the others out there have said that it isn't really just about the ostriches. It encompasses all these different issues, and that's really what's happening. And it's about government overreach, and it's about all the things that I started the program off with tonight. And that's what complicates everything. And I wish it was just about the ostriches. It would be much simpler to talk about.
No.
And we can just focus on the science, but it isn't just about that. And Jeff, you and I, we've been going off down these other roads that involve the politics and ideology and philosophy, right?
You bringing the foreign politics into play. I mean, you have to fight politics with politics. I mean, David brings up good points. Another pandemic, another Wuhan, all these scenarios that could happen. Well, we were going down that path with the development of an avian flu vaccine for human beings. If we really think about it, why would the FDA, American government, be investing all that money into the research of a vaccine that they weren't planning on pumping out there full bore, right? I'm not saying that's what it is, Rick, but at the end of the day, it is political. And
now we're getting into speculation.
Well, I'm not speculating. I'm saying it could be anything. But what I'm saying is, how can you not make it political? I mean, how is the angle not political in any way, shape, or form? Like, it has to be. And you concede to that yourself by what you just said about the history and how things have developed over the last several years. I'm not speculating what's real, what's not. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. But it is very political. And things that shouldn't be political, like science, like vaccines, like illnesses, has become political. It's not really just about the science anymore. It's not just about the health.
Just the way we fix all this, treat it as a potential biological hazard, as we would with the envelope full of flour. Bring them in, test them for everything, find out what's in the house, get all the records, and find out exactly what's going on. And if everything's good, we move on, and you've got all your evidence. The farm's going to have it. The farm's got their lawyers there. They're going to defend themselves. But just
we wish we could have done the testing.
And don't make assumptions about what was injected. Find out what was injected. Find out when it came, who did it, what birds were injected, how much has been sold, where it went. All that information is easily accessible because the farm knows it all.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I'll
David,
say this, Jeff,
you
you
can
know,
do
the protest, honestly, is one of the things that's preventing that, because you can see very clearly that the CFIA wanted to confiscate the samples. They wanted to take everything, and they were asking all those questions because, David, as a former investigator and police officer, you know the procedure, you know how it works.
Yep.
You go in, you start asking questions, and they say, well, are you interested in our research? Oh, yes, we're very interested in your research. And then but they're not necessarily your friend. So you have to be careful what you say if you want to protect yourself legally. They're looking for evidence because they were beginning an investigation into whatever it was that was going on at that farm. But now with
But
the
if the farm
protest
went
and the
forward,
politics overlaid, it really complicates
No,
things
their
because
investigation was
it's pathetic.
done. Their investigation happened and was over just like that. Their
No,
investigation is
no,
simple.
it wasn't.
Their
no, they're
investigation is
still
very
looking at
simple.
things,
Birds are sick, we kill them.
but now
That's their
they
investigation
won't
process.
proceed with the cull because you've got delays. And when
No,
they've had opportunity, when they
no.
legally could have gone in to do it,
We went to
they've
court,
had legal
Rick.
stays.
We actually
Yes,
went
it's
to court
delaying
for a
things.
motion to test these birds. And in the court case, when we
I'm
were
not
discussing this in
I'm
front
not
of the,
saying they want to test the birds, but they
the
certainly wanted to
well,
look at
even
other things there.
we couldn't even test the birds, and
Right.
so we were going to put this motion forward. And as
Yeah.
it turns out, Justice Zinn happened to be there. He wasn't deciding, but he interjected, and he basically said that if this motion was put forward, he wouldn't support it. He didn't care about whether or not any further testing was done, even
Yeah, at
though,
that level. Yeah.
yeah, but we could have
I
answered some of
understand.
these questions that David has raised. I mean, I would like to know the answers to these questions. Right?
Well, I'm glad you would like to know them now, because you've been saying most of the night that you already had the answers, and now you're saying you'd like some answers. Well, I'd like
Well, I'd
some,
like to
and
know
that's
if
all
these
I have,
birds,
all the way along.
is there any evidence that they're shedding, even
No.
with the PCR test, the virus?
Again,
Do they have antibodies?
no.
Are those
Right
antibodies
now,
against
they're research.
future infections?
They are research animals that have been injected by foreign nationals on Canadian soil with unknown substances at this
Well,
point in time.
you're assuming that people
No.
come from Japan, and what
No,
we've already
that's what
just
I'm saying.
established is that some of these antigens
Katie
are
just
coming
said
from
that tonight.
Jamaica.
Katie just said that tonight. She was
That
actually asked that
people came to inject their animals.
Yes, it's in the.
I don't see how they would have done that with these birds. These birds don't.
You know, maybe that can be something that's clarified a bit. I get where David's coming from. It might have been taken away. I don't think Katie meant that they literally came and injected. I think she said they came, Dr. Sakamoto came, and then the birds were injected.
No,
I don't think
it's actually go read the email extract that's in yesterday's or the day before's update. Not my words, theirs. They produced an email that specifically stated that his students had come over from Japan, students and faculty members had come over from Japan and injected the bird.
Can you bring that up on the screen?
I think that was. I think what he's referring to was in the very first rebuttal to the CFIA. It was Frank's something, and it had exactly the clip that he's speaking of in it. The actual email in quotations from Dr. Sakamoto.
Yeah, and it was redacted, which I would expect.
Frank's facts, I think it was. You know, that little piece that she started releasing.
One of them. I mean, I can throw it up on this. I can share it here if you want to. Just
yes,
throw
please.
It up. It's the one from 4th of June.
This is in 2025.
That's what he was responding for the court case. I'm surprised you didn't see it, because this was a response to the lawyers, I'm assuming, for the court case. They'd been coming before this. This was him responding to a question where they were trying to get the birds classified as research birds because they'd been injected.
Well, I wouldn't have seen this because my expertise was not about the COVID-19. It was about the situation
Actually,
with
it doesn't say
H5N1.
COVID-19 there.
But
It doesn't say
what the
COVID-19
email
there.
says is immune injections could be, like I say, easily protein. It doesn't have to be virus.
But why is?
But they
Again,
could have brought the.
They could have brought anything. Is the point? And bear in mind,
They
Dr.
brought antigen.
Sakamoto-
That's what they brought.
Dr. Sakamoto has been
And they weren't the ones that administered.
H5N1.
They wouldn't have been the ones that actually administered it to the
It
ostriches.
says there. It
says to administer
Yeah.
immune injections. So
But-
I
but
don't
that-
disagree with you. They could have brought something with them, but they weren't the ones that were immunizing the birds. That's
So now you're saying
pretty
that
unlikely.
So now you're saying that they came over just to bring something over, so Karen was injecting them.
Well, would have to be, because these birds don't. You have to work with them for about 2 to 3 years before they're comfortable enough to let you go near them. So you're not gonna have some students show up in front of these birds. First, they're going to be frightened.
So bear
talking
in
about
mind,
the students, not the
bear-
birds.
Bear in mind, these are Dr. Sakamoto's students and faculty members who are working with ostriches all the time.
That might be, but not those ostriches. It takes a long time to basically those ostriches to be comfortable with a strange person around them. So, I mean, these are the ostriches. There's only one animals that in Africa that the Africans don't generally go after the lions, and that's the ostriches, because they're two-toed. They're like raptors, the velociraptors with their claws. They're very dangerous.
I described them as raptor chickens. We have cobra chickens, they're like raptor chickens. The point is, they've made the statement that foreign students and faculty members came over here to inject the birds, to administer immune injections, not to hand over stuff to be injected, but to administer injections. If I ask a nurse to administer an injection, she doesn't hand me the syringe.
Well, also be careful, because you're getting a translation from someone who doesn't.
No, this was written in English. This is
no, but that's not their native language. Sometimes when you have something written by someone from a different country that normally speaks a different language, their wording may not be actually as precise as.
Like Dave, is there any potential that what they meant was that they were part of the process, like not necessarily doing it, but part of the process?
Why did you always go to the most defensive position rather?
It's not defensive. I'm just asking if that's a potential possibility. We're hearing your extreme potentials. Is that not a potential also?
Rather than saying this is concerning, we should find out the facts.
We should. But finding out the facts doesn't always mean assuming the worst.
Can you just let Stephen answer the question?
Well, you're being ignorant, Dave. You're all you do is you speculate from the most extreme perspectives every time.
Well, I guess when I read that, firstly, again, I don't think this is virus. I think it's the antigens for the spike protein. That's what they were going after, was spike protein, none of the other antibodies.
But you don't know.
Secondly, I can't imagine how these students with ostriches that they've not worked with before would be able to go and inject, as you suggested, all of the ostriches. The 400.
Karen suggested
ostriches. Doesn't make any sense.
Rick, I haven't suggested it. Karen suggested it to Rick. I didn't suggest it.
Yeah, I don't think that's probably what she meant.
You keep going to a defensive position of no, everything's fine. Why are you doing that? Why wouldn't you actually want to know what the real answer was?
I'm trying to understand what makes sense. Like, what would I do? How would I do this as a professional doing this kind of stuff? How would I handle this?
Why would
and when I've heard what they've done,
why would the farm risk all these fines by breaking quarantine? They did. I mean, you can keep asking, why would they do that? What's the most logical?
You're saying they brought ostrich eggs. How do you know those ostrich eggs are from the farm?
I'm saying what it says here needs to be investigated for clarification. And until we get clarification, we can't assume the best outcome. That would be irresponsible to assume everything was good because we don't know.
So the clarification you want is from Karen to find out specifically if
at this point,
people actually did the work themselves.
No, I think I would be talking to David Belinsky and Karen Esperson these questions because they actually own the farm. They're the ones who have the business. Katey is just the daughter of the owner. She's
why
not
is she the one speaking to everyone? Why isn't Karen speaking to everyone? Why is Karen just scrubbed their
because
social media?
There's a small number of people and they've got a large farm to feed these animals. It's a lot of work.
Karen is one of the people that works full-time taking care of these ostriches. She's out there like all day with them and working with them.
Yeah, she's in the pen. I shouldn't laugh. Yeah, she's locked herself in the pen from time to time.
Well, that's because these
putting all that aside, she's still either way out there. Her and Dave are out there. They're the one feeding them, taking care of them.
I have to say, when I called and I interviewed her, it was a great interview, and I appreciate what she said. And I didn't feel like she was trying to hide anything. She was quite candid.
I think they've been very upfront with me.
But a lot of questions flowed from that, and I started right there with her. And it was a good interview, but harder questions.
Right? Them is they're very genuine people. They have not. This has been a struggle for them to have this farm. It's not very profitable. They put all of their savings into trying to build up the farm, and I've had a lot of discussions with them as we go over the science. They've been pretty candid. I haven't found them saying anything to me that I say, well, that doesn't make sense. So that's just my own experience.
But I have, I've come across things that don't make sense. That's why I'm still talking about it.
Yeah. Well, if I can clarify at least some of it, that's great. Some things I can answer.
The first part was the Japanese students and faculty members coming to inject the birds. The second part and the next day was that the antigens and collection of the eggs on the farm, with the second part of the research occurring in an accredited university-based research facility in Japan. So
because
the eggs were collected at the farm, and you've said they have no ability or expertise or equipment to extract the antibodies at the farm. So these were being shipped back or taken back by the students to Japan.
That's right. I think they would probably be sending back frozen egg yolks because the yolk is where the antibodies are concentrated. And bear in mind that, an ostrich egg itself is a sterile, whatever inside the egg. So there'd be no viruses, no pathogens that would be in the egg, only the antibodies that would be recognizing this, in this case, the spike protein of SARS-CoV-2 virus.
During the pandemic, we were shipping these eggs back. We were shipping researchers and materials to inject one way and then eggs going back with no licenses, no certifications.
Again, because there's no virus being infected.
You keep jumping to this.
Yeah.
Can you just accept you don't know? You can assume what should be done.
I think if you're going to have someone come to inject virus into the birds, they'd have to be a very sick person that comes. Then you'd have to have a lab that purifies the virus. So then you could then produce the proteins, which is very difficult to do. And then you inject. I mean, this is, again, the chain of events that you require, each step is so difficult. It's hard to believe that this is how they did it. It'd be impossible.
But until you know, that's what they are saying they did. Why are they saying that?
Remember, these are not scientists either.
Well,
And
Dr.
they need to
Sakamoto
confuse the difference between a protein and a virus and a
Dr.
gene.
Sakamoto is, and he's made it clear what he's doing.
Well,
He was
he's certainly his
synthetic
published work, yeah, but he's done a lot of different things. What was happening?
And that's another worry. He's done lots of different things. What was he doing here? Like, you don't know the answer to that. You don't know what those students were doing here. I don't. I think we should know the answer. Why has the farm not come forward with that information?
And let me just look at this from a different perspective. Do you think that when Katey and Karen and others at the farm say that the CFIA is conveying misinformation, that some people are saying that the CFIA is basically lying? What they're saying is wrong.
They have made statements that are actually incorrect.
Can you give me some examples?
Whether that's done on purpose, like a lie, as I understand it, is when there's a fact and you are knowingly saying something that is not in agreement with that fact. So that's an active, you're lying. I think what's happening with the CFII, they're caught in a situation where they have a policy, they've been mechanically implementing that policy, they've gotten some resistance now, and now they've gone back and tried to justify why it is that policy is necessary and what their concerns are, that this could affect the trading in products from live animals. It could potentially result in a new virus that can cause a human pandemic of H5N1, and that they think these viruses are still shedding, and that the site that's been contaminated with these ostriches is a site where birds will be able to come that are wild birds and somehow not get infected by the other wild birds that are around them in large flocks, but are going to be specifically infected by the ostriches. And each of those scenarios, the evidence is extremely poor. And they've talked about this 50% lethality rate. And that's not what we've been seeing in recent years with the H5N1, and certainly not in North America. So they've had selective statements they put together in their press release that actually convey essentially why they're trying to justify their actions that actually, I think, are really stretching it in terms of what the risk is to the public and to the country.
Today, Karen or Katey or whoever's putting out the press release stated that the CFAA has lied about them breaching quarantine.
Yeah, no, I did not write this. In fact, I didn't see this until after it was released. I did provide them with information on the science side of this, and then they put this together with the document. I would not say that they lied personally, because I don't think that's the intent of the government and the people
the government stated. The government has stated that they're required to actually, in the quarantine order, and I can actually read it, because Katey put, as part of their press release, they put out the quarantine orders themselves, and in it explicitly states eggs cannot be removed from the property. Here on May 8th is them standing with eggs and feathers at the BC Parliament building.
Yes,
they have to have
that egg is from that farm.
Well, unless you picked it up at Safeway. I mean,
there are a few other ways that you can get ostrich eggs, not just from that.
Are you seriously trying to tell me that for the PR photograph, they went somewhere else to pick up ostrich eggs?
I don't know. You can get ostrich eggs even from antique stores. I don't know where they got these. I don't know how old these eggs are.
Do you know for a scientist who's got an inquiring mind, you never ask the question. You always provide a defense.
Well, I just don't understand why it is that they can go with these eggs to the Parliament but they can't give me the eggs to test for the information that they want.
Because you're not giving them a photo opportunity. They're not allowed to do this, just like they're not allowed to do you. But when the MLA says, let's take you to the Parliament building and we'll get some PR, they go. I mean, they're supposed to have a double fence here. I'd have this police officer touring you one for leaning.
When I got those samples that were covered from eggs in 2024 in the summer, that was not from the farm site. They have another site, so I don't know where they got those.
Another site and other breeders that are not part of the
experiment? I know, but we should find out. Ask them that question.
No, but you're the one who's brought it up, that they've got another site.
No, you brought up that they brought these eggs to the Parliament, and I'm just saying.
I said the assumption is they came from the farm. You said they've got another location where they've got eggs.
They have another location, which is where they sent me the egg yolks from.
Where's the other location?
I don't know.
So they've got eggs at another location, not at the farm, that nobody knows about other than you now.
I don't know where it is, but why don't you just ask them? Just ask them.
We tried, and they won't answer questions.
Well, I started to, and we got a little bit of information about the eggs. She said that it was from 5 years ago.
Okay. And they may have stored it somewhere else. But, the eggs themselves, you can store ostrich eggs. I mean, were they blown ostrich eggs, or were they intact ostrich eggs?
Looking at the way they're holding them.
They were selling blown eggs.
She said that this was an egg that was tested and came back positive for antibodies that was from 5 years ago. And so which shows that the birds had been exposed to bird flu like 5 years ago. That's what she said tonight. And although I think yesterday the time frame was 3 years, but today it was 5. I don't know. She's maybe just a little confused.
I think she's probably you probably got her so upset.
Yeah, no doubt she's emotional. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, firstly, they were testing, obviously, trying to put antigen for SARS-CoV-2 into ostriches, and they may have eggs from that. 5 years ago, that's when they had that infection that was diagnosed as Pseudomonas, because we didn't have tests for H5N1 at that time. They weren't testing for it. So we wouldn't have known if it was influenza or not.
But you say you tested one. You tested one that was frozen from way
2024.
before the latest, yeah. But but the egg you received was before this outbreak.
That's right. It was in the summer.
And that showed H5N1, showing they had been exposed before.
Right.
So
I suspect these birds normally are getting infected, and they have been, like many other probably birds. Don't forget, we have a lot of wild birds that are going through that have probably been carrying H5N1 as well. Certainly, I live in Richmond, BC.
We have a lot of Japanese researchers.
We have a lot of geese that are flying around here, seasonally in their migration patterns. And that's what I was referring to earlier about how their feces basically covers all the sidewalks, all the paths, and we never had a concern voiced by the Food Inspection Agency or Health Canada about the risks of this virus contaminating animals like dogs. And in fact, the case of the one girl in BC who had H5N1, was it Jocelyn? And anyways, she was a 13-year-old. She has asthma. She has high metabolic, like her index is high. Like she's overweight. She developed it. She got very sick. They're trying to figure out how did she get this virus? The indication is at this point is that maybe this sick dog that had to be put down that they actually took from a animal shelter
may have been the source. That's the best that we can come up with right now for where it came from. So you have all these animals going around with your dogs, and they're probably being infected as well. But we just don't have a major outbreak in animals and in pets of this. There has been some cases of pets in the States that have gotten infected, and a couple cases where they put the animals down. But it's just not very infectious in mammals. And that's my central point. It's not, you can have a heavily contaminated area, and yet you still don't see this transmission.
Again, I'm not as concerned with the avian flu because we have so few cases. I'm worried about potential zoonotic jumps in birds that have been experimented on, and there is a more than 0% possibility that Sakamoto students have injected these with some protein from H5N1 because that's what he's been. So it may not have been ducks. It may have been from injections. I don't know. And these are the answers that we need. CFAA is not going to get those answers because that's not their mandate. And the farm doesn't seem to want to provide these answers. I would think anybody acting as an expert would want to know the answers. So Health Canada, to my mind, is, as much as I don't like Health Canada, they are the authority that governs this type of response. And I don't see how it would. In fact, if everything is kosher at the farm, this would help the farm, and it would save them money because they wouldn't have to defend themselves, because Health Canada would be the ones defending them by saying.
Well, Health Canada doesn't see this as a risk. You go to the website, they don't see it as a human risk. It's only the Canadian Food Inspection Agency.
About H5N1. Yeah. I'm not talking about H5N1. I'm talking about everything else. If they've been injected with lots of other things and they've recovered and they actually are showing some positive things for COVID and Zika and God knows what else, then there may be a case for them being unique because of what has gone on with them. Why wouldn't we want to know that?
Well, there's regulations for handling pathogenic viruses, and it doesn't matter whether you're in an academic lab or in a company site.
You said
that's not what they were doing. That they haven't really fallen under that jurisdiction.
But you don't know that. You do know that they've said they've been doing that.
They never said that they've been injecting virus into these animals.
That's exactly what Karen said.
No, well, Karen is not a scientist. Like I said, I don't think she.
But you weren't there.
The difference between a gene and a protein.
But did the scientist tell her? Did the scientist tell her that? Because she gave a statement saying that's exactly what she was doing, and she's reiterated that on Rick's show. I mean, you can. Why is again? We keep going to this position of you never did that with the government, and I certainly don't do that with the government. So why are you doing it with this farm? Why are you not being inquiring, questioning, as opposed to defending?
I can look at the documentation. If they
so you've got all the documentation and the certification.
No, if they have documentation, they can and they share it with me. I can look at it and I can tell you straight whether or not.
So you haven't looked at it, so you can't tell me anything about it.
And I'm pretty sure, like that information. They must have it. I can't imagine that they would be injecting virus. It just doesn't make any sense.
So again, you acted as their expert witness, and one of the pathogens that potential pathogens that could have been, because Sakamoto was working on it, could have been H5N1. That would have changed your expert witness.
Are you hypothesizing that the reason?
No, I'm asking the question based on
is because they were injected with. Actually,
I don't know, but it's a reasonable question. It's a reasonable question when you have a scientist working on those viruses, and ostriches that his faculty members have been injecting suddenly come down with H5N1. That would be one of my first questions: is are we sure what he was injecting with?
But nobody came down with SARS-CoV-2.
No. He was also experimenting with H5N1.
Oh, so you're thinking that
no, I'm not thinking
they injected them with H5N1?
I'm not thinking anything. I'm asking a question. It's a question. Is that a possibility? It's the first question I would have asked. And in fact, it was the first question.
Well, it wasn't in their business plan.
Okay.
I didn't see anything in their business plan where they were
money launderers cook the books. They don't put it in their business plan. People who are not familiar with research don't necessarily have all the checks and balances in their research plan, deliberately or otherwise. Just because it's not there doesn't mean
why would they inject H5N1
How would they even know? They're not researchers.
To their birds.
How would you know? Maybe he's been stopped from doing it in Japan and he does it here. I don't know. I know that they've said that a researcher that's working on these viruses came over to Canada, injected these birds, and at some time after that, 15% of their flock dropped dead. I think that's a reasonable question to ask, and I can't believe why nobody else wants that answer. Because you know what? If this suddenly, do you know this? What it does is it gives the government
that's not very
excuse to play COVID 2.0 if they wanted to.
Because they sequenced the genome of the
you
influenza virus that these birds that died. And when they sequenced that genome, there was a reassortment, and it was an unusual reassortment. So basically, I can't believe. Well, why would someone come with a variant that's a reassortment of this virus to inject it into these birds?
Why would the government?
I could see maybe if it was the actual H5N1, but then why do you want to kill your birds?
Why would the government make any sense when they knew it wouldn't work? Why would the masks implement a focus protection in care homes that was deadly to the residents in all cases? Why would the government have created isolation of healthy people? You know, at the end of the day, just because it's not a good idea, just because it was maybe a bit irresponsible, doesn't mean it didn't happen. And again, I'm confused why you keep jumping to the. You never go
involved in this.
Go to the excuse. Why is that?
Been very active in this area for decades.
No, you
usually they know what they're doing.
Yeah, and maybe his research is being shut down in Japan. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that All I know is what they've said, and right now that leaves questions. And you don't seem to want answers. Jeff definitely doesn't want answers. Karen won't.
Well, with all due respect, David, I'm not a scientist, so I shouldn't be answering scientist questions that revolve around the science and the virus itself. I'm there to fight against a policy, and I understand that this situation could potentially give us the opportunity to prove something that needs to be proved in order. Let me quickly finish. That needs to be proven in order to even potentially think about there being policy change. Because in order for the CFIA to ever have to entertain any sort of level of policy change, there has to be some sort of significant reason to do so.
They're saying that they're fighting to keep farm animals alive, when the reality is what you've just argued and what they're arguing is they want to keep their valuable research birds alive. They're two different things. One precedent will not impact the other. If they win this case in court,
absolutely it will, David. Because if we can prove that culling does not have, like, you know, culling is the most drastic approach, and there is no coming back from culling. Once you cull an animal, that is it. It's over. What I'm potentially saying is through this process, proving that you don't necessarily. Let me finish, and then you can. I haven't said much in a while. You know, proving or bringing up the possibility that this could potentially be a scenario, maybe in chicken farms or maybe in other scenarios, brings up the question that, you know, going to the drastic first approach of culling, is it actually necessary? Is there potentially other ways we could do business in this country? As Dr. Pellech presented earlier, we've culled millions and millions and millions of birds, not just in Canada, in North America, across the world, with little to no change in
It's
progress.
irrelevant
The
to their legal
same amount of birds apparently get sick. The same
irrelevant
things
to their
happen
legal
over and
argument.
over again. So wiping out millions of birds is not
irrelevant to their
essentially
legal argument.
is not essentially benefiting the situation with avian flu. So I understand what your concerns are, where you're coming from, but everything, unfortunately, David, has to tie together because these ostriches prove a lot, or potentially could prove a lot of different things, and be evidence and a case study moving forward to actually refer to. We don't have really any case studies that we can potentially refer to when we're seeking and advocating for any sort of potential change.
Yeah, I want to make a couple points. Firstly,
get all the freedom fighters out the way, get an agreement in place that they can come in and Health Canada can come and do their job. And if CFA have to do their job after that, then fine. But the reality is,
nobody's stopping that from happening. That hasn't even been suggested, David.
No, because
there's a couple things to bear in mind here. This culling practice, when you're killing all the birds, you're replacing them with naive birds, and the problem is when you have a population where you've had an infection,
but that's what you do with lab
and
animals.
you have deaths, you have survivors. There's something in part genetic as well in the survivors, and if you're breeding those birds in the future, they're going to be less likely to actually be susceptible to dying and getting infected in the future. So there's the culling process where you're killing all the birds never allows that to happen. The second major concern that we have about this is
these birds
the idea for biosecurity that you've got to take these large animals and you're not allowed to let them go out of contained buildings. We already inhumanely treat so many of the animals that we're using for consumption.
We shouldn't be experimenting on them.
And if we follow what the CFIA wants, they don't want any of these animals to go out where they can be exposed to the
they shouldn't be if they're lab animals.
This is now creating a scenario that's going to be even more more
they shouldn't be if they're lab
inhumane
animals.
treatment of animals going forward.
But they shouldn't be if they're lab animals. They shouldn't be out in the open if they're lab animals.
And if they were for human consumption, would you allow them to go out in the open?
For human consumption, they don't pose a risk.
Why?
They're
the same bird.
What? No, they're not the same bird.
If you're breeding ostriches for human consumption and they're out there, they have the same risk of being infected as
I don't know any Japanese researchers who are wandering around the country, jumping over fences, injecting farm animals. That's not happening. You've said yourself these are research animals.
I don't think they're the ones
they're research animals.
The ostriches.
You've sworn into court they're research animals. You've said it here tonight. You've said it to Drea Humphrey.
That's my understanding.
These are research animals. These are not farm
evidence
animals.
that
Don't
they've
create
been involved in
a
research,
false
and that's why I call it.
Don't create a false equivalency to the farm animals that are in the food chain to these animals that are research.
Yeah, but from the CFIA's perspective, they don't care if these are lab animals used for experimental purposes or if they're for human consumption.
And that's wrong.
Any flock that gets an infection, they'll kill it.
But what would your university do with these lab animals once they finish the experiments?
Well, they would normally be euthanized and incinerated.
Okay, so.
Yeah, but we don't work with ostriches in the university here.
Okay, that's not a logical fallacy. That argument. That's a logical fallacy to use that argument of, well, because we don't use this particular animal.
I mean, there's practical reasons, right? I mean, we're not. This is a commercial operation we're talking about, so they're going to have a large numbers of animals.
So is the university.
University for research purposes you don't need to have large. I mean, we have a lot of mice and rats,
and
but
it's
we
a commercial
don't
operation.
Large animals, that many of them.
You get funding for the research, and you file patents, and you make money. That's how the university is a business.
Yes, I don't disagree.
And so it treats the animals as a business, and in every research facility that I'm aware of.
No, it's not quite like that.
So
as a principal investigator, I don't consider myself in the university job as working for a company. as an academic, we are trying to do research to expand human knowledge and to also train the next generation of people that will, replace us ultimately, and facilitate the development of new diagnostics, new treatments in the health science field, but also in other areas, advanced technology, and allow the country to be competitive.
But this is the business.
The university recently has been operating more like a business, but that's not the fundamental operation of a university.
But the farm's a business, and labs, typically private or public, typically as part of their research, because they don't want to cross-contaminate their research animals. Well, at the end of the research, because they do pose a risk, they actually incinerate. They kill, use, as you said, euthanize them and incinerate them. So why are these animals different?
You do actually have situations where animals can be used for other research purposes besides the ones that are originally intended. It just depends on the nature of the experiment.
But typically, and like in this situation, we actually have now let's look at your mice. You're experimenting on them in a controlled environment, and somebody brings a bird in and they catch a virus, a natural virus. That's now ruined your experiment. It's complicated.
That's possible, yes.
Yeah, so that's what happened at this farm.
And well, I'm not sure that's the same analogy. So what you're saying is,
how is it not?
See, the nature of making antibodies is it's not that you're only capable of making an antibody against one target. When you're infected with a virus, your immune system is making antibodies against many different targets on that virus. In my company, when we're injecting rabbits, we actually inject them with different proteins that we're targeting in the same rabbit. In this way, I minimize the number of animals that I need for my research. I don't get any less antibody, but I multiplexing. And that's
if they got exposed to myxomatosis, what would you do with them?
With which?
Myxomatosis.
If they have an infection like that, a fungal infection, then I would you give them with an antifungal agent. You don't necessarily kill them right off the bat. You look to see whether
Has that not impacted your research? Has that not impacted your research?
Well, we have that kind of problem in cell culture that we watch out for, and we use basically antibiotics and other antifungals in order to try to control that. But it doesn't mean that if the infection is really high, then that's it. We just have to destroy the cultures. Okay, if the infection is low and we can get a recovery, then we would continue.
A fifth of your rabbits drop dead within a couple of weeks. What do you do?
Well, if the rabbits are sick, they don't produce antibodies very well.
No. So in your lab, a fifth of the animals got exposed to something natural and dropped dead. What are you doing?
Well, it depends on the nature of the animal. If it was a cow's, I wouldn't just kill all the cows. I would see which ones recover. I would try to.
They're all research animals.
With
research animals. Again, you just said that
we don't really have that scenario with large animals very often in research, but those are very valuable animals, and we don't necessarily would kill them right off the bat. We'd have to see what the situation is, and that's again the situation with these ostriches. They've recovered.
It is, well, no, you don't know they've recovered. Because you actually said earlier, you actually made the statement earlier that you don't actually know whether they're sick or not because they can't talk. That was actually a comment you made.
They have signs. They show no signs of illness.
But that isn't.
The thing is, if this virus is going to take its course, either they're going to die or they're going to recover. If they recover, it means that they've mounted a successful immune response that has eradicated the virus.
What's your view on the long-term survival rate of people who have been given COVID vaccines?
Well, I think most people, maybe 1 in 500, might be permanently affected, and maybe to the point where they may suffer. But 499 out
So,
of the
so what we're
500
saying,
is fine. They'll
so
fully
what we're
recover.
saying, so again, what we're saying is there's a possibility that there's a long-term impact that we do not know. Again, you don't know what was being injected. You don't know when it was injected because you weren't there. That's
No,
a question.
you have
be
to
answered.
answer these questions when you don't have the actual experimental results to look at. You have to then go on first principles and past experience and what the scenario has been with related viruses.
If you haven't got any research material and you haven't been tracking it, these are not valuable research animals. If you can't trace
No.
where everything's come from,
So
these
they're
are not
valuable research animals for a variety of different reasons. One is we now know the virus that infected them because that was sequenced. We know that they have antibodies. What we want to know now is how long can they maintain their immunity. But in addition, these animals themselves, because they produce eggs where you don't have to kill the birds, we can tell from the eggs, whether they're continuing producing these antibodies. And these antibodies themselves can be useful for therapeutic and diagnostic purposes. They actually have a value. And these birds are producing this product.
Okay,
and so that
you
product
tested-
can actually accelerate research in the area.
You tested eggs from the past.
Yes. And they do have antibodies against H5.
And they had antibodies for H5N1, and yet they still died.
Well, don't forget that, like on the farm, this is very interesting. The birds that were around the farm to the end of 2020, none of those birds died. Only the birds that came to the farm
there were 10 birds
in
that died.
2021 and afterwards died.
There was 10 died in 2020. They tested as well, but we don't
No,
know
I'm
whether
talking
they
about
tested.
died from recently.
No, we don't know that because we didn't have any tests.
So
No,
they
you said
probably
you didn't
had
you didn't have any
antibodies to
tests.
protect them now that wouldn't
You
have been
said-
able to
No,
at that.
you said they didn't have any tests for H5N1, so we don't know whether they had that as well in 2020.
That's
also, we know that they had antibodies prior to 2024 before the 69 died, because you've tested those eggs from prior to that, and yet 69 still died.
Yeah, and those were all relatively new birds. I only tested 18 of the birds. I didn't test the whole flock.
So the two, so they were all just young ones that died, were they?
I don't know.
What about the two that
ages
were
of the ones that actually
that were
died.
tested?
But I do know
So what
that
you're
all
saying
of
is,
them,
are
according
you
to
trying
the
to say
owners
that
of the
the
farm,
ones-
they
the
were
ones
all
that died didn't have
fired
antibodies?
after 2020, and from January 2021 on.
So the new birds died, the old birds did not die.
That's right.
And why did the new birds die?
Because they may not have been exposed to the virus before. They may have been younger birds and they were immunologically naive. I mean, that means that they hadn't been exposed to it before, so it's the first round for them. So that's probably the scenario. I mean, you have
where did the virus come from that they got infected with, and did any? It wasn't clear. I've heard that some of the old birds did exhibit symptoms, and then I've heard that they didn't.
When you're, for example, when you're vaccinated for influenza as a human, and you're getting the latest vaccine, the efficacy of those vaccines varies from about 20 to 60%. So there's still people that have been vaccinated, exposed to the virus, that will still get infected and still get sick. In 2020, when we had COVID-19, the number of influenza cases in the country dropped by 97%. But of those that actually got influenza and were sick, most of those were from people who were vaccinated with influenza vaccine. And that's because they're getting live attenuated virus. And for most people, it's fine. They're not going to get sick. They're going to be protected. But for some people, if they're immune compromised, if they're sick from other things at the same time, you're actually introducing the virus at a time, and that virus can actually make them sick.
So you're saying all the birds that died were less than 4 years old?
That's right. Well, no, age. What I've asked them that question: are they all young birds? And apparently, some of the birds that did die were birds that were not necessarily young, but were acquired from another place.
Right. So this is the question I have. Well, and this is the unanswered question, and I don't think we can answer it. Those birds that died, how were they infected? And what was it exactly that killed them? So was it ducks again, exposure to ducks, or was it exposure to these older birds?
No, it's more.
Or what was it that killed them? And when you've got these birds that have been experimented on, it's not really clear what impact that's had. Are those older birds a factor here, or or are they being infected again by exposure to an outside source like the ducks?
I think everybody agrees. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency, myself, people on the farm, that it came from the wild ducks that during the migration pattern basically intermixed.
That's based on assumptions.
Well, it's also based on the sequencing information of the virus too.
Which is
it had see, the virus has it's a very small virus. It has very few genes. It only has about 10 genes, and they're present on 8 segments. And that's the reason these segments, when you package the virus, when you're packaging the virus, you have to bring these 8 segments together. And if you get 2 separate strains infecting the same cell in the same bird, you can get this reassortment. And we can see from the genome sequencing information that from the H5N1 high pathogenicity genes, that this is what we were finding in the wild birds. And the other low pathogenicity version was also found in the wild birds. So it's much more likely that they actually came from a large infection from, like this particular strain was rampant in these birds.
Because we're kind of in an uncontrolled environment, we really don't know for sure.
No, but the probability of having avian influenza virus that are separate strains infecting a very small number of birds and selectively just the newer birds, it's just not very likely.
Could pathogenic priming be a reason for that? If they'd already been injected with a strain of H5N1 that was
it'd be the opposite. It'd be the opposite. They would already have this very strong immune response to recognize the proteins on the surface of that virus. So when it comes in again, they're actually protected.
You get a different strain. One
doesn't matter. When you look at the proteins themselves and their amino acid sequences, they're essentially in the order of like 95% identical in structure. So you'll make antibodies that are unique against 5%, but you're also making antibodies against the other 95%. And those other antibodies for the other 95% will be sufficient to actually provide protection against the new.
It's highly unusual you get 2 strains, a high and low, that would naturally occur at the same time. That's highly unusual.
No, not at all. The nature of when you have a pandemic in the environment, we saw there was SARS-CoV-2. You start with a pure strain that, like the Wuhan strain, excuse me, and well, we've been talking a lot. So what we saw in the progression with SARS-CoV-2 is as time went on, it mutated to a more infectious form and a form that's more benign, less likely to cause you from being ill. So it was easier to transmit because people didn't know that they were necessarily infected and they sent it to other people. About 40% of adults were completely asymptomatic.
Could ostriches not know they were infected? Like people? Could ostriches not know they were infected like people? Like you just described asymptomatic.
No, but you're saying that it's being infected in this. I'm giving you an example, though, of how this works. In the wild bird population, you'll have
I'm just trying to bring this back
undergoing mutations and spreading, and the ones that are more spreadable don't kill the birds.
Yeah,
they're more likely to transmit. So you get this progression.
versus highly pathogenic.
And then what happens is, as we saw with the Omicron strains, we now have about probably more than 40 different strains of Omicron out there now, and they keep evolving, but they're not more deadly. They're all about the same now, and they're all about the same infectivity. So that's a natural progression in a pandemic. That's why, for example, when we had the 1918 influenza pandemic, Spanish flu, within 2 years, without any drugs, without any vaccines, it completely disappeared from the human population. That's the nature of the evolution of a virus. Your population develops immunity, and at the same time, the virus becomes a form that's less likely to evoke a strong, response that people get sick. So
let me play devil's advocate on that. The majority of people who have been diagnosed as cases and deaths relied on PCR tests, which you said was overcycled, and so we don't actually know how many people died of COVID and how many people.
That's correct.
So you talked about all these different things as a fact, but based on
this, for example, the BC Center for Disease Control acknowledged that when we had SARS-CoV-2 half of those people that went to hospital were not in hospital for COVID. They only found out they had SARS-CoV-2 virus with the PCR test after they got to the hospital.
But you said the PCR test is not reliable because they were cycling 45 cycles. So how do you know they even had it?
That's correct.
So those numbers are not. You've created a scenario.
I'm assuming that they're
there
right.
We go with the assumptions again.
And so you're absolutely right. The situation is even worse. We don't even know that many of those people actually even had COVID necessarily. They could have had something else. I mean, it's very.
Couldn't we say the same
There's no
about
good reason why the influenza count cases dramatically declined. We have no good explanation for that. The only thing
I've got all the data. I know what happened. I know how the data has been manipulated and what the actual categorizations were for what a COVID death was and how the numbers are manipulated. But the point is, I haven't made any assumptions about that. I've actually said I don't know what the answer is because I know they haven't provided accurate data.
Right.
Why can't we say the same thing about the ostriches?
Well, they won't allow us to test them.
With the benefits of the doubt with the ostriches.
We can't test them, and we don't know what the cycle threshold number was.
No. I'm not talking again. You keep defaulting back to H5N1. We're talking about these birds have been injected with something. They could have been. Antigen. They could have been Coca-Cola, and we used to have students on field trips. I don't know. You don't know. The point is, somebody needs to know.
I think somebody knows, and the people on the farm should know.
So why haven't they come forward with that?
Well, I think that they have.
No, they haven't.
Because I've asked them.
You've read what they've said, and you can't actually.
No, I've talked to them about this.
But
I've talked to them about this. I don't think that they fully understood what they were using when they were.
You said you weren't talking about that stuff. You weren't familiar with it. You were only there for the H5N1.
No, I talked.
Now you talk to them about all the other stuff.
Because don't forget that I'm trying to understand: are these research birds? Have they been used in research? What was the research that was being done? So I asked some questions about that.
Yeah, you were very specific about not knowing anything about other than H5N1.
I was not involved in the actual, production of these antibodies.
You haven't reviewed any documentation that shows what was being
I've
injected,
reviewed their business
who and when. The business plan. The business plan is nothing. I can get ChatGPT to create a business plan. That means nothing.
Yeah, but I don't think these people are using ChatGPT for what they're doing.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they are. What I'm saying,
there's stuff that I saw there that frankly could be a bit more professional. But the reality is, they're relying on outside parties for the science.
There's more than the science. Somebody has to keep track of which bird's been injected, when they were injected.
In fairness, we're getting other messaging. I played that video, which is just recent. They're working with the family, these media whatever they are, people.
Mhm.
This is the information that's being conveyed in a produced video. It's not like on the fly, it's scripted. They've been going over this stuff. And I grant you, they may be confused, but this is what's being said. And they're saying that they were, what was the word, inoculated with other substances. It's experimenting with these other illnesses. So I don't know. So it creates confusion.
I only know that they were doing these studies for SARS-CoV-2 antibodies. I don't know of any others that there were being, any other studies. I didn't see it in their business plan.
And that's a problem for you to actually determine they were a proper research location. You would expect them to be.
No, like I was explaining, you don't have to be. You can have animals used for research purposes that are not a lab setting. It depends on what you're partnering
Yeah, but
with.
somebody's still got to keep track of them. Somebody's got to keep.
Yes.
No,
I presume that they did do that. I mean, I can't understand why. First, I seriously doubt they injected all the birds, and two, they have to track which birds were actually inoculated to produce these antibodies, and they were probably not inoculating the males. It was just the hens because they want to get it from the eggs. So
part of the issue here too is, I mean, the mixed messaging, changed messaging. We know that the eggs were being, I guess, sent to Japan, and that Dr. Tsukamoto was working on those masks, for instance. And when that information came out, then we got, which Karen acknowledged, no issue for me, but after that became public, then we got a statement from I think it was Katey, who came out and said, we don't like masks. We're not in favor of masks. We don't have anything to do with that kind of research.
No,
I think because
patented.
there's some people who don't want to hear that.
No, I think the thing is with the mask stuff, that's not really their research. Their research is really producing antibodies.
Right,
and
but
all that is really back in
they're producing
Kyoto.
The eggs and the antibodies to go to Dr. Tsukamoto to use for that research. So they're supporting it. They're involved with it. Well, they're not.
Well,
I understand.
No,
but they're involved with it.
That's not quite how it works. For example, with my company, those 3,500 labs that we've been working with, or individuals in labs, in 35 countries around the world, they send us materials. We answer the specific question that they have, and they get the results back, and then they carry those results. It's nothing to do with our intellectual property. It's the property.
No, actually, in this case, they're developing products in conjunction with, and it's not just the masks. They've been working with Dr. Tsukamoto on the nutraceuticals and the other products that have been sold online.
They are looking at this other company, like you say, in their business plan. But for example, we also
they were doing
antibodies in my company, about 1,600 antibodies, and we send them to people, and what they do with those antibodies is their business. We don't.
Yeah, but not in this case. I mean, they were working directly with Dr. Tsukamoto. They talk about the nutraceuticals, the lozenges, these other products.
Right,
so it's very clear that yes, they are aware and they're looking at these products.
But you should be aware though that those patents and those activities, the Universal Ostrich Farm is not part of that. And like they don't develop those products. They're not.
She talks about
marketing them. Well, that makes no sense. I mean, the reality is, they're producing the antibodies in the eggs. They're giving them the egg yolk. They're not purifying these antibodies.
But they've also got these other companies, and they're associated with these other companies where they're producing products.
They're trying to create this company. Yes, that's true.
And they're directly involved in the development and marketing of these products.
They don't have the facilities and the funding to go forward with that yet.
Because there are several different companies that they've created.
Facilities to make cosmetics, but they're selling cosmetics from it. They don't have the facilities to be producing a full line of pet foods at the farm, but they still have a pet food.
I think the way they position themselves, and it makes sense, is they're partnering with other companies. They're taking
they're their own company. Even the Strutio Bio is Karen's company. The Strutio Bio that is doing the work.
I gather that David and her are co-owners with other people of that company.
Actually, it doesn't say David. It says Karen's the
co-owner.
co-owner, and
my understanding is David is also.
It's
an
not
owner.
on
likely. I believe that's correct, Dr. Pellech. And the odd thing is that in the court documents, they state that if the birds are destroyed, they won't be able to fulfill a contract. They'd be in breach of contract to Struthio because they won't be able to supply eggs to Struthio. So that's kind of, it seems odd because they'd be in breach of contract to themselves.
Well, in part, yes, but remember there's other investors
possibly
and owners of that. So in a sense, if they were 100% owners, I completely agree. That's really queer, but not in a scenario where you have many other investors.
Yeah. They're involved in a lot of different businesses, and these are not questions that you really have answers to, because I didn't have time to even get into the documents, the court documents that show some sort of a dispute between someone who maybe purchased the farm and they were paying rent over time. Are you aware of this, Jeff? Maybe you know something about it.
I don't know the details of it. I know there's an ongoing something. It's something I've never inquired about. I don't really think it was relevant to, what we were doing and the ostriches and that.
I think that
Obviously, it's relevant to the family's future, but yeah, I don't have any specifics on that.
We're talking about a family operation that is in financial distress. We've seen that. We're seeing government contracts. We're seeing potential for, it's a high risk, potentially high reward business, especially when they pivot to research. We're seeing that this farm in court documents was actually sold. If that's true, and it appears to be in the court case, in the court documents, 300 and I believe it was 26,000 that the property was sold for, but they continued to live there. They were paying, I think it was $1,200 a month in rent. And then it got complicated because Dave Belinsky moved into another building on the property. And so, of course, now you have sort of landlord-tenant dispute going on. The family then sues the Quigleys, who are the family that, I guess, offered to kind of come to the financial assistance of the Espersons. But then they end up suing the Quigleys after getting the assistance, saying that they're entitled to part of the property back. And this is complicating everything. Now you've got a big fundraiser going on and a lot of money flying around. And I just a lot of questions, right? So I don't
that was a question Katey was going to answer for you, Rick. I thought that you would bring up how much money went to lawyers so far. And Katey was saying she wasn't going to give you an exact dollar, but she was going to give you a pretty darn close rough estimate of the money that went into that.
And it's
so far,
over $100,000 or something like that, I think.
I mean, it's a significant chunk of donated money anyways, right? It's gone to lawyers so far.
The lawyers are the ones who always get rich on these things.
This is, like I say, I was willing to do this, at no charge, and the other expert witnesses also have not charged.
But nevertheless, that's why, again,
costs are extremely high.
That's again, though, why I would like to see some transparency here. And I don't think it's unfair to ask about, on a highly political thing, who is this? I didn't bring it up. It was brought up. This other person brought up that they have this very generous U.S. donor, and we see all this U.S. government influence here. I'm curious. I would like to know. It's not an unfair question. And these court documents, and people are being asked to donate a lot of money. I don't think it's unfair for people to have some transparency there. Are they donating to a lost cause or something that is viable? Are they throwing money into something where the people don't even own the property? What exactly, people...
You don't have to own the property. I mean, for example, the company operates on a site, we lease it, and we're spending about, for the lease in the building that we have, it's about $350,000 a
okay,
year.
sure, but we're not talking about your building. We're talking about their property and whether this is a viable business operation at all. People are being asked to support something, and there is a lot of money flowing in, and I don't think it's unreasonable for people to expect some transparency.
I think that there there should be a financial accounting so people can see where the money went.
Yes.
And I think my sense of it is because there's a lot of people that are actually watching this, that are supporting them, that are also, getting this information.
Mhm.
They're involved in the fundraising to do this in the first place. I think that accountability should be there, and you should be able to ask those questions. And I'm pretty sure that they would give you a straightforward answer.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get something like that. Just the interview ended before we could get to that point. But it's just
honestly, Rick, those were the questions Katey said that, like, we talked. I was like, he's probably going to ask about, this. And she's like, I have no problem telling him how much the lawyers cost and this and that. I just think the way you guys kind of got into a good conversation, but it ended up going long a certain way. And that hour just appeared like that.
I can't help where the information takes us. And I understand why she got uncomfortable. But that's the stuff that's in front of me. That's what I'm asking about. It's not about me. I told you, I avoided this story for a long time.
If you went right for those questions.
I'm sorry, what?
I said you probably would have got at least transparent answers if you went for those questions. Like, I know, like, that's what I think she was assuming
it was on my
that
list.
You wanted to know. And then
I
think her impression was Dr. Pellech would come on to answer, questions that, maybe she knows somewhat the answer to, but Dr. Pellech would be way better at being able to translate and explain it. Kind of thing.
That's why Dr. Pellech's here right now. And
I'm sorry.
And I was
ready to go at 5:00, but unfortunately, I never got the link until.
And I apologize for that. I thought they would forward it to you. I didn't have your address, so I couldn't send it. But in any event, I promised her the first hour, and everything went the way that I promised. And I can't help it if people don't like the questions. I don't even like asking them because I'd rather have people like me.
Everybody likes you, Rick. Nobody would be talking to you if they didn't like you. I apologize if I took it the wrong way. I just thought that there was an insinuation that, this rich donor was a couple people in particular. And when Katey was like, no, it's not those people, I thought that was kind of what you were pushing at. Well, prove to me who it is so that I know it's not them. That was my assumption. And I shouldn't be calling people out for assuming if I'm throwing assumptions out there too. So,
I've left it with her. If we get it, we get it. If not, we don't get it, I guess.
Well, I hope we've been able to clarify a few things. And I think the audience should not be as concerned about this virus as it's been portrayed. I mean, there's lots of other things to worry about. But the threat that comes from the H5N1 virus to humans, while you can't eliminate the potential for some pandemic in the future, the likelihood is extremely remote based on the experience we've had over the last 70 years when it comes to H5N1 since it was first discovered. And most of what we be much more concerned about is the H1, the H2, and the H3 versions of influenza. And they're quite different from the H5. And the H5 is important because it's involved in recognizing the cells that it will infect, whether they're avian ones are different from the ones that affect mammals. We are seeing H5N1 infect mammals, but it's not causing them to become very, very sick. It's very rare.
But we must remember, this is not just about avian flu. It's about a operation that has been acting since 2020 as a research facility, working with a foreign government, doing things that are still unclear.
Yeah, I think, if this farm is able to survive this threat to their business, and they can go forward with this studio, that they can get good scientific partners, then I think we'll see the kind of standards that we would expect for a biotech.
They've had 5 years to do that, Stephen.
It's not that easy. It's not that easy running.
I know, they've had 5 years to do that, and there's no indication they're going to go any better. The first thing that needs to happen is transparency in what exactly has been going on for the last 5 years. At the end of the day, if I was would you invest in a company if you had no idea what they were doing? Just take their word for it.
Well, no, I don't. And actually, biotech is not for faint-hearted. It's a very difficult industry to invest in because it's high-tech research, and you just cannot anticipate what's going to work.
There are a lot of, and in this particular family of businesses, there are, and I'm not as worried. I'm not as good about that. There are a lot of failures over the last 20 plus years. Yeah. And again, I'm not concerned about that. I'm more concerned about what has been going on, who's been involved, because it appears right now, on the face of it, the Canadian government, a company out in Quebec, a company in Calgary, university in Japan, the BC government, potentially BC University, and possibly the US government are all involved in something that they don't want to talk about, that involves research with something that locked down the world with less concerning information than I'm hearing here. Like the government locked down the world with less evidence of questionable actions than we currently have at this farm. And nobody wants to seem to ask a question. In fact, everybody just wants to keep making excuses. I think people.
Well, I think David, I think you would admit. I mean, I know that you were quite critical of the government through COVID-19. I think you kind of answered part of the question, or part of your question right there. I mean, they clearly went overboard and did things with little to no supporting evidence.
That doesn't excuse what's going on in the
no, I'm not saying it does, but I'm just saying, like you're setting a threshold based on something or believe to be somewhat of a hoax.
I didn't say it was a hoax. I've never said it was a hoax.
I mean,
again, nice try playing games.
It's not a game. Well, let me put it differently. Let me not use the word hoax. Something that you feel might be questionable.
The same way I'm asking questions of the government, and I always have. I expect transparency. I expect the truth. And if I don't get it, then I become suspicious. And in this case, I see a lot of people, a lot of the usual players, a lot of them that came out through COVID, that suddenly have been elevated to some very high positions, that are suddenly involved back in this farm. Some little farm in the corner of nowhere in Alberta. Most people, if you ask on the streets, haven't even heard about this farm. But RFK,
it's not in Alberta, it's in BC.
The company that actually does the bio side of it is in Alberta. And that's the company that's doing the experimentation, allegedly. Nice try.
Well, I mean, there's little information about anything that they've actually done since these initial agreements were made back in.
We've got enough troubling information that has been repeated in these press releases that since 2021, they've been saying they've been injecting the birds. Karen said in 2021 they were injecting the birds the previous year, and that hasn't changed. There is story after story going on. The 6 birds that were sent.
I don't think anyone's ever denied the fact of injections.
6 birds that were sent out to the Swanky farm. Yeah. The Swankies were told those birds had been experimented on and were part of research. They shouldn't have left the farm.
See, Jeff, actually, Karen hasn't said otherwise, and Katey hasn't said otherwise, but other people, very close to them, like Jim Kerr came out and made a video, making it very clear. He says they weren't injecting these birds with things.
But Rick, he also did go on live literally the same day and said he shouldn't have been speaking on the matter, and he admitted that.
No, that's not what he wasn't referring to that matter. He was talking about the.
I heard him concede to the fact.
I watched that he was talking about the neighbor and the driving incident, and he didn't want to.
No, there's another one too. There's another one on the other,
because it was making people think that it might be dangerous there. Which, frankly, I wouldn't if I was a parent and my kids were still small, I wouldn't take them anywhere near a place where you've got a neighbor driving erratically and almost smashed into cars. You've got a protest going on. You've got stuff going on with research.
Well, I've been there. I've never taken my kids there, but I've never seen anything remotely
apparently shot in the middle of the night. in close proximity to where people we're told are sleeping. So if you've got somebody sneaking onto the farm twice with a weapon, shooting birds in the head in the dark, I'd say that that's a pretty high risk environment, especially for kids.
It's not really anywhere. It's still a bad scenario. You're right, but not anywhere near where the people are.
Actually, Stephen.
No, they said that it was it was.
No,
like
I know the exact spot, and I know where people camp.
Regardless,
and it's
you've got
nowhere
somebody running
near.
around out there in the middle of the night with a gun, and you've got
That's
kids
nowhere
on site
near where
and
the people were
and a
camping.
highly
Rick.
charged political environment, very emotional. No,
Stephen.
man, and then they're still encouraging people to come out.
It's actually not that vibe out there, Rick. I'm
What?
sorry. Like I wish, I
It's
would
not
have no
about
reason
the
to lie
vibe,
about
Jeff.
the vibe.
It's about whether they've actually got
Yeah,
someone
but
out
all
there
these
coming
things
on the
that
premises with a gun and
nobody
firing it
is
in the
there.
dark at night.
I hear your
that's
concern,
dangerous.
but you're making it sound like people are literally like camping right there. Like you can't even see that area.
It doesn't
Like it's
matter,
way
Jeff.
the hell
If
over
what
on the
they're
other
saying
side of
is
the ostrich
true,
fence.
you have
Near
someone
the
on
highway.
2 occasions where a weapon has been fired on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
farm
I'm
property.
not
If that's true.
contesting that, Rick. I'm not contesting that, but you're making it out like people are
And
sleeping right next to where
and then they're
it's a
still,
massive
regardless of where they're
property.
sleeping, Jeff, and then they're still
next to it.
encouraging families to come out and bring your kids and putting up bouncy castles. I have issues with that. Just as a
You can have
as a
issues with
parent.
whatever you want, but Rick,
That's
the
a
police
valid-
come on a
that's a valid
daily.
concern.
Wait a sec. The police come on a daily basis, and they don't bring it up as an issue.
No, they do actually, because they've been asked to investigate, and then when they
But
were,
they
when
come
they
every
did,
day, and
when
there
they
is
did
no
say that they
issue.
would investigate, then the protesters came out and said, "Well, why are they surveilling us? Because they're looking at everyone. Everyone at that point is a suspect."
Well, I know, like, hacking
I've
is
dealt with
illegal,
police
right,
for
David?
years as a reporter, and when they are asked to investigate a crime, they don't take anything off the table initially. So of course they're asked to keep an eye on the farm, and when they keep an eye on the farm, then they're accused of spying on the protesters, which they probably are spying on the protesters because that's their job.
Maybe,
and especially
Rick,
when you've got someone who's supposed to be
be.
sneaking around
Who
out
knows,
there in the
right?
middle of the night with a gun.
Who
Now,
knows?
I personally am skeptical
But the
about
fact of
claim
the
that
matter
birds
is,
were
if
even
there was
shot.
a major safety risk, David's an ex-RCMP officer, aren't you, David?
Nope.
Them coming on a daily basis, if they thought that there was a severe safety risk to people, they would at least put out a public warning or some sort of
No, they wouldn't.
nothing at all. They wouldn't do anything at all, like not even talk to them about an issue, or they would
Are
just
you
ignore
seriously
it like
sitting
it
there
wasn't
tonight
happening.
telling me that after somebody came on the property, or we're told that someone snuck onto the property twice in the middle of the night on 2 separate occasions and shot 2 birds in the head and assassinated them, that's not a
Well,
safety risk for
somebody
families and
specifically
children?
told you that. Did you
that's
hear that from the farm,
an okay
though?
place to take your kids? Are you seriously trying to tell me that?
No. I'm not denying that 2 birds got killed. I'm not denying. Actually, you know that I don't deny
parents to
that.
bring their
But
kids
what
there
I'm
after
just saying is yeah, you can make it.
You know what? Do you think I have?
want to make it,
What do you
Rick.
think I've got in my
Nobody,
head?
but
I don't want to say the word.
Rick.
Seriously,
Nobody's
Jeff,
making you
like,
go to the
please.
farm. That's a
This
freedom of
is
choice thing.
absolutely
Nobody's
ridiculous.
making
There's no way-
anyone.
there's no way you
Nobody's
can
making
justify
anyone
that.
go there.
No way you
When people go there, it's out of their own. It's on their own accord.
No, they're being
Refusing to
encouraged
go.
to go there, not just by
Even
by the
so,
family
you were
asking people
encouraged to
surround
take the
farm.
vaccine,
And-
right? If you took
and
it, it
I'm
was your
just-
choice at the
frankly,
end of
and
the
I've
day.
said
right?
this, and I'll say it again. I am disgusted
informed
by the
choice.
social media
Nobody's
influencers out
providing
there.
information
As someone
to
who's
make
worked
an
in media for
informed
30 some years, I would never encourage a family to take their
Well, you don't
children to
have
a
to.
place where there has been gunplay. No, and with an ongoing protest that is international in scope, with a highly charged emotional environment. No,
well,
you
I
don't
hear
know what's
your
going on there.
concerns, Rick, but
Where the people have been
you're getting a
police to
little upset
investigate.
about it. You're
Don't
getting a
tell me
little
that's a
uptight
safe
about it.
environment.
It's not an unsafe environment. That's
It
for
is
sure.
an unsafe environment. Very
I've been
unsafe.
there. I've never seen anything remotely unsafe
Did
happen
you see?
in
You
the time
didn't
I
see
was
the
there.
videos of the talk about the gunplay. You didn't see the images
Well,
of the
I'm
dead
sure people are
bird that was
talking
supposedly
about things.
shot in the
People
head.
speculate a lot, but I mean, I think the
That's
only
safe.
people you could
Is that the only
let me
word
finish.
you
The
know?
only
Yeah,
people you could
right.
actually talk to about it officially, I would say, is talk to Karen or talk to Katey
Well,
specifically
if they
about
didn't,
the
if they
event.
didn't
I
click
mean, if
off,
you're
I
going on
could have
people's
gotten
videos
down
that are
that road.
randomly
But
getting
seriously, you're not being
published
serious right
online,
now. You're
Rick, I
making
mean,
excuses for everything.
I'm not
Up
making
to
it.
the up
I
to
don't
yes,
even know what
that's
videos
what
you're
your
speaking of.
job is here
What I'm
tonight. To just
speaking of,
make
Rick, is my
excuses for
personal
them. There's
experience.
no
You
way
can't take
that's a
my
freaking
personal
safe
experience away
environment.
from me.
And
Well,
it's
I've
irresponsible
never,
for you to. It's
Rick,
irresponsible for you or
you're not even
anybody else
letting
to
anybody
sit
else
there and
speak,
project
Rick.
otherwise.
It's just like blah, blah, go off on a tangent. Rick, I'm just speaking from my own personal experience at the farm. I've never seen anything remotely unsafe. Those incidents that you speak of, I wasn't there those evenings. I think they were Thursday nights, correct?
I don't care
So
if
I
you were
can't
there or
speak
not.
on
You're
those. I
aware.
know they happened, but the reality is, there's
Listen,
nobody that's running around.
Jeff, this is the
No,
stupidest
wait a
thing you
sec. I
said all
listened
night.
to your
And
tangent. You're not
this
even
is the
letting me speak a
ridiculously
sentence, Rick.
stupid.
You're not even letting me get one word in. You're
Because it's
just,
not worth listening to somebody who
you know
is
what's
just
not worth
denying
listening
the
to?
obvious.
It's your accusations, Rick. Like, and David, by the
No,
way,
I'm stating
it's
the
illegal
obvious.
to hack people. I just want you to know, our IT guy knows. So at the end of the
Your
day,
IT guy knows what?
What are you talking about?
well, all I know is since I've been on this live, people have been somebody's trying to hack in to our system here. So my IT guy is actually
I
on
don't
it right
freaking
now.
doubt it. They're trying to hack
So
all the time.
it's never happened before,
Because
only
this
since
is
I accessed this
international.
live.
I'm
And
dealing
according
with
to
it for
my
a long time.
IT guy, it would have to be someone that has access to this conversation that we're having right now. Just
You
a
need
heads
to
up.
get a better IT guy. You really
Whatever.
need to get a better IT
I don't
guy.
care. You're changing the
David,
subject.
the fact that you're smirking, I think, concedes to the fact that everybody knows it's you, buddy. So, all good though.
So now you're making defamatory comments.
No, I just asked the
about me
question.
and
I
my
mean,
professional-
you're
I am
telling
an
me
IT
my
This
IT
is
guy
okay.
is
This is now
bad because he's looking
stupid.
into who's hacking into our accounts right now.
You accused me of hacking the stream.
No, I didn't. I asked
Yes,
you
you
if
did.
you did, and you laughed, and I said your laugh tells me something.
You said, based on the smirk on your face, I know who it is. You just accused me.
What the hell happened there?
Developed a
Well,
conscience.
I don't know. Is there anything else I can answer on the science side?
Again, all I'd ask you to do, Stephen, is go and find out what they've been doing for the last 5 years. Open and honestly. Maybe reach out to the Kyoto University. I've tried. They've not responded.
Yeah, I've not tried to correspond with Dr. Tsukamoto and
I'm sure your university.
Again, I have to be very careful as an expert witness not to get too involved.
Then just ask your university to read the email I've sent them. I've sent an email asking for some clarification on some of the stuff we've been talking about tonight. All I'm looking for is, you know what? Here's the answers. You don't need to be worried. This is what has actually been doing. It's all above board. These are the people that know about it. And yes, the licenses or whatever is going to be sorted out. Right now, I don't know any of that. All I know is that some questionable practices that have a potential high risk, including potential firearms going on, and the people who were involved in this farm right now have some very questionable backgrounds. And that concerns me. It concerns me that we are encouraging. You don't set up an environment and bring in bouncy castles and candy floss to encourage protesters. You do it to encourage children.
I
this is the farm that's currently under quarantine.
You're not for the bouncy castles, but and your point's very interesting, Rick. I mean, I think the reality is, I doubt that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency or the government is responsible for the killing of these two birds. I think it doesn't seem like a reasonable scenario to me.
Have you seen the photographs of the
second
one?
That doesn't help their case. But I do believe that a lot of the fervor and concern that's been raised about these birds and the threat that they have has encouraged some local person to take the matters into their own hands. I don't think that individual would have any intention of actually harming another person, but they feel that they're probably empowered by what they've been doing.
That's irrelevant, though, Dr. Pellech, and you know that if someone's firing a weapon in the middle of the night in the dark, it's not safe.
But that scenario could exist in all kinds of places. You have like
no. I haven't seen anybody firing a weapon anywhere in my neighborhood ever since I've lived here.
Well, I mean, there's been incidences that have occurred with indigenous, land rights and deforesting.
So you think that's cool? Everything's fine.
I know. I did not say that at all. I don't think that's cool. But what I'm saying is that the people that are there, as pointed out earlier, they feel strongly enough that they want to be there to protect these birds
with their children. With their children.
Well, they don't
gunplay.
They
in the middle of the night.
They personally don't feel that there's a risk. Those that do have obviously probably not come.
And you think it's okay for social media influencers to encourage people to continue to go there after 2 incidents like that?
Oh, I can't speak for social influencers. I mean,
it's going on daily.
I don't know.
Daily.
From people saying
like they're literally encouraging people to come.
They're supporting people to help them. That's true.
And creating an environment to attract families and children.
I don't think they want to have people that are coming there that are violent.
No, they don't. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. What I'm suggesting is they don't. If you're right, and it is somebody who doesn't like what's going on there, regardless of who it is, there has been, according to the allegations, a weapon discharged on 2 occasions at night in the dark.
Yeah, from above.
Well, so they claim it on the one occasion, but not necessarily on the other. And regardless, a weapon discharged on 2 occasions in the dark, that's not safe.
Well, no, but when they go forward, if they do decide to cull or execute these birds, that's what they're going to do. They're going to shoot the birds. They're going to shoot them all.
No, not necessarily.
Well, they won't necessarily. Well,
the company that has the contract to actually cull these larger birds right now, their favored method of euthanizing larger animals is to gas them.
Well, you can't. There's no building to gas them in.
Yeah, they bring tents.
Well, we'll cross that bridge, I guess, when we get to it, if we get to it. And I know that it certainly has impact on social media when they talk about, people showing up with the guns and shooting them in the pens.
Well, that's interesting. That's the first time I've heard. That's news to me that they think they can herd them into a tent where they can gas them.
I think that's possibly another reason why there's a delay.
These are very, very fast birds, and if they panic, I don't know how they would even
Yeah, exactly. And that's why also shooting them would be kind of an issue. And that's what we've seen in the court filings. I think it was the court filings, but there was a document where there was a statement made by Karen, someone from the farm, saying that the problem is that you can't really call them because they'll stampede and they'll get caught in the fencing and they could potentially hurt people.
Yeah, and then, also during the panic, I mean, the idea is that when you're calling these animals, you want them to be fairly calm. But that's going to be very, very difficult to do with these birds. So, but I can't imagine how they could possibly herd them into tents.
I can't speak to how they would go about
and then gas them
proceeding. Of course, the other issue is that Katey didn't want to talk about the way they were.
Because their claws, they can just rip those tents.
Well, maybe.
That's their problem. That's CFIA's problem, and whoever they contract. And again, I would rather we had answers before that happened. And then maybe if we had answers, it doesn't happen. But the reality is, if we don't get answers, it's going to happen.
Well, the one thing, that I've learned from watching all this stuff happen, not just with this farm, but, COVID cases and stuff before that, No, eventually the truth does come out. It takes sometimes a long time.
No, it doesn't.
Sometimes a generation, but eventually, especially if you're with the scientific stuff, eventually the truth
about Sheila and Lewis still hasn't come out. The full truth about Charles Huffey still hasn't come out. The truth about a lot of the COVID cases still hasn't come out, and we're 5.5 years into a lot of that. So,
well, like you say,
the truth comes out. A version of the truth may come out, but right now is an opportunity for this farm, if they do want to move forward and be a research place to help humanity, as they say, then transparency and honesty are their best approach. And defending them rather than questioning them is not going to help that happen.
No, I think asking questions, I have no problem with that. We have to be careful that we don't extrapolate too far with our assumptions. I guess as a scientist, we assume that when we talk to other scientists and read material, that what is being written is true.
Yeah,
I also know that it's not necessarily true. But
that was why when Milgram did his studies, he found that when he used academics, he got 100% compliance. When he used the general population, he only got 65% compliance. Because academics are actually a lot more malleable to, particularly when...
Well, let's put it this way. We are so dependent on funding, and the bulk of that funding comes from government. So there is a very huge political, influence on, what research we do and what we publish. And that's become so evident.
If the facts that are being presented are true, then this is too much of a risk to play around with politics. We need answers. And anybody who's not asking for the full, honest, open truth has questionable credibility in my eyes. Right now, I don't think, and anybody can say what they want, I don't think I've asked an unreasonable question about any of this. And every single one of the questions I've had relates back to statements and documents that the farm themselves have produced. And I don't have any answers right now. If I had to make a risk assessment, I would lock that place down as tight as a drum and treat it as a biohazard and treat it from a law enforcement and health and safety as such until proven otherwise, because of the lack of transparency and because of the potential for what may have been going on in an uncontrolled fashion in this area. Because I don't think you can't take the lesser of the two evils on this, particularly not now that we've got children running around the place. It is irresponsible to do anything otherwise.
This is another issue with respect to the children and the Bounty Council stuff. But in terms of the actual risk that these birds, have at this time,
you don't know.
From my understanding of influenza, of antibodies, of immunology, of the risk of the virus, of mutations, I completely disagree with your stance on this.
So you're completely familiar with injecting ostriches with a very unusual immune system with multiple different potential pathogens and exposing them to natural pathogens, and you know exactly what's going to happen.
I know how the scenario goes when we do this with animals in experimental conditions. I know what happens in the wild.
Yeah,
I know how the immune system works.
And you don't know what happens long term because you destroy
them. If the birds recover, it means that basically their immune systems are working just fine and doing what they've evolved to do, over millions of years of evolution. And so I don't see the threat that you're concerned about, and that the CFI is amplified, which I think based on the information they have.
So do you know what materials they've got in the farm?
Sorry?
Do you know what materials they've got in the farm that they've been injecting?
From what I understand, even if it was what you're citing, it was the work that's being done in Kyoto that would involve a pseudo virus. Again, it's not an actual replicating virus. It's a delivery system, like a lipid nanoparticle.
This is a novel virus that's been.
I suspect that what it actually is recombinant spike protein, which is completely non-infectious, non-replicating protein.
Well, at this point, I think we're.
I'll try to learn more about this.
Night, I was disturbed before with some of the things I've read and seen. Tonight, I am more disturbed than ever.
Well, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to allay your concerns, but I tried. Yeah.
Well, I thank both of you for your time tonight, and Jeff too, wherever he went. And
he's been hacked.
Yeah, yeah. It's the CIA again, the FBI and the FSB and CSIS, whatever. Thank you, Dr. Pellech.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Rick.
I appreciate it, guys. And wow, long marathon session. See you guys back here tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern.
All right, so I'm going to go get some supper now.
Okay. I have to find the farewell song here. Hang on a second. Where'd Frida? There he is. There's my buddy Cosmo, my border collie. He'll take us home. See you tomorrow night on the flip side.
I heard old Cosmo howling last night up on the hill where the moon shines so bright. He was singing a tune, lonesome dogs cry about freedom, running and touching the sky. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. Cosmo's got them paws that just itch to roam. He's chasing his dreams, he's far from home. With a heart full of love and a spirit so free, he's living his life wild and carefree. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a blur. Cosmo's on a journey, he's got no chains. He's running through fields, breaking all the lanes. Now the night's getting cold and the sky's turning gray, but Cosmo's still out there, he's miles away. He's not looking back, he's got his path to tread. With every step, he's leaving his bed. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. So if you're feeling lost, just think of Cosmo's run. Remember his spirit, his freedom, his fun. And maybe one day, when you're feeling alone, you'll find your own freedom and let your spirit go. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as the wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. Eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a bird. A heart full of love and a spirit so free. He's living his life wild and carefree. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard a bird. Cosmo's on a journey, he's got no chains. He's running through
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.